and welcome everyone to the Dragonlands mid-set finale, day 3. I'm your host, Casanova, and it is the final day of the event, and the stakes could not be higher. So I immediately want to jump in there and tell you all about it, what we've been doing so far, what's happening today. So let's take a look at the format, and you'll see that we had 32 players on day 1. We have cut that down to 16 on day 2 and cut it all the way down to 8 here on day 3. They're going to play 6 games trying to qualify for the North American Regional Finals and the World Championship. The top 4 will make the regional finals, and just the winner will make it to that championship. There were some bonus points awarded on day 2 for the top performers, so those are things that we'll have to watch out for as well. And they're not just playing for qualification, though. They're also playing for a prize pool of $20,000, 6,000 going to first, and everybody's taking home a piece of the pie here in top 8. Every single placement gonna net you more money, but it is those top 4 spots and that first spot that are so coveted to land those invites. But I'm here talking, and I'm not doing it alone, bringing you all the action for the Dragonlands Championship. I've got a bunch of fantastic casters here with me. I've got Admirable, I've got Mean Mr. Kien, I've got Bryce, I've got Frodan, and we're all here to bring you the action. And we're also here to talk about our fantasy picks from day 1, to talk about how things are going for us all. And I know I want to kick it off with Bryce and Frodan, because I know you two have a bit of a rivalry in the fantasy world of TFT. Bryce, how are you feeling about your head-to-head with Frodan here?
I mean, can you even call it a rivalry when one person just consistently stomps the other person in the competition? I'm feeling very good. I was feeling very confident coming in. I am the only player with 2 people left, and I learned math from Kien. My recollection is that 2 is more than 1. 2 players are more likely to score points than 1. Feeling like it's a W, even though we haven't finished day 3.
Frodan, are you just going to take that from him, though, about the rivalry bit, saying it's just all him? I mean, what is this true? Is Bryce just absolutely dominant?
Look, Bryce has to be proud of something in TFT, so the fact that he can win 3 times in a row must be shocking to him, shocking to his system, shocking to all of his fans, all 12 of them. So, you know, it's going to be really interesting to see the final finish of this fantasy draft. I think that Bryce might be counting his chickens before they hatch, because we got some real good ones that have snuck into day number 3.
Alrighty, and Admirable, I mean, how are you feeling about your picks going into this final day? How do you feel everybody's been doing?
I'm pretty proud of how the team actually operated overall. I went back and watched their games, and I think they had some pretty strong performances. Some bad luck spots crop up, but that's kind of just TFT at times. But I do have Darthnub sitting in the final day here, and my goal was to defeat Bryce. And if that means I can't defeat Bryce on the scoreboard, but what can happen is that Darthnub can just finish higher than any of his picks. So I'm really rooting for Darthnub here in day number 3. Let's go get that top spot.
You can have that source of pride, of course, if Darthnub goes through and gets a big pop-off performance. Kien, I know it started rough for you, but I think things leveled out a little bit. How are you feeling about your team in this final day?
I think a lot of players on TFT play this like 1st or 8th play style. I've innovated, and I am now playing a 1st and 8th play style, in which Kurum is going to take 1st place overall, but I'm still going to be dead last in the overall point standing. And I just feel like that kind of innovation is the kind of play you would expect from a player of my caliber. So I do want to give a shout out to the 3 players I picked that are already eliminated. We can't go 8th without you. Thank you for not quite playing up to standards. And Kurum, no pressure. Just take a 1st today, and my plans are gonna come to full fruition.
For me, I'm hoping to see DQA pop off today, but let's go ahead and take a look at where the points stand as of now and get some quick reactions. Frodan with a very huge amount of points starting the day, having only Robin left. But Frodan, 208 points. I mean, your team went crazy.
It went pretty crazy today, and I think this also might wrap it up. You know, I didn't actually know that I was ahead by this much. You want to just concede now? I believe we haven't gotten to Vegas quite yet, Bryce, but I believe the surrender option is on the table. Dealer's choice.
Yeah, look, I have the 2 best remaining players in the field in Bertosaurus and Pokygom. I am not afraid. We are going 1-2 today. We are closing that gap. I know that it would have been so easy for me to have just picked Kurum with my last overall pick, but I had to disrupt Dan's strategy. I had to grab Malala from him. It was all revolving around that, and that pick is really going to pay dividends in the final. It's not going to be the scoreboard. It's going to be the mental edge that was gained.
Well, so before anyone counts too many chickens before they hatch, there's a twist. I've been told by production that we are going to have one player from each team score double points today. So for me, it's DQA. For Admirable, it's Darth Nub. For Frodan, Robin. For Kien, it's KuramX. But Bryce, you've got 2 players today. So I'm curious, which one do you want to score double points today, Bryce? Bert
Wait a
or
second.
Pocky?
Wait a second. Hold on. We're changing the scoring format at the end when I'm the only person that has 2 players on the final
Yes, we
day.
are, Bryce. Yes, we are.
Where's my representation?
You have
Does
no
anyone know a
power
good
here,
lawyer?
Bryce.
Is there a lawyer available to me somewhere?
I don't
think
see
there are
any
any good
lawyers
ones
here.
in
I don't see any
esports.
lawyers.
Yeah, no good
here.
lawyers in esports.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, in that case, I guess I'm on my own. I will be going with Bertosaurus. Pokygum has been the more consistent player so far, but Bert going back-to-back first yesterday to qualify. He was the pre-tournament favorite, #1 in the Don't Talk If You Don't Know power rankings. Bert's got me.
All right, so Bert will be scoring double points for Bryce today. You'll still get normal points from Pocky as well, so you still kind of have a bit of an advantage today with having 2 players versus not. But everyone else is going to be getting double points from their singular remaining player. Frodan, do you think this improves or lessens your chances actually, as you've got that big lead already?
I mean, 100% just went to 100%, so I think it's a side grade. So I would say that nothing really has changed much.
All right, and I think for the rest of us on the top half here, it's more about the pride of like, hey, you know what? Maybe one of our fantasy picks will be the winner. I'm looking at you, DQA. It's your time to pop off. I mean, Kien, were you expecting to have less points there? You actually didn't have a terrible scoreline overall.
No, that's right in line with where I expected it to be. I think you really want to build up the comeback story. In order to have a comeback story, you got to be at the bottom, and I'm willing to start there. This final day is going to be big for me. It's going to be big for Kuram. He's about to pop off and go to Worlds here. It's going to be a big day for our Fall Guys champion, Kuram.
All right, well, Bryce, Frodan, I'll catch y'all later, and we can catch up a little bit about what's going on with fantasy and all that when you come back for the games later on. But to kick things off, it's going to be Admirable and Mean Mr. Kien. So let's take a look at the head starters for today. AMD had a very, very good day 2 and is going to start with 3. And Admirable, just looking at this lobby, what are some of the things that stand out to you from day 2 coming into day 3?
The biggest thing that's standing out to me to start things initially is the bonus point system. AMD having 3 points, Robin having 2, Darthim having 1. The thing I'm going to highlight here is 5 players that stand out to me as hoisting this trophy when I look at this final lobby. Liquid Robin, Pokygom, Liquid Kuram, DQA, Bertosaurus. 5 players immediately stand out to me as a strong chance to win, and so that is an underdog look for AMD, for Darthnub, and for Clear Spot. And so for Darthnub Spot, I don't even necessarily think it's that much of an underdog here. I think Darthnub's really good. I think AMD had a giant pop-off yesterday where it felt like they were just cranking hits and understood what to do with the hits once they were there. That's a big part of that, and I think Clear has demonstrated that he has a very deep understanding of these force-through strategies, but also knows how to flex around a little bit and play for some strong ones as well. And as we take a look at this here, yesterday it felt like a lot of players were forcing stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a big difference from day 1 to day 2, and Kien, I'd love for you to be the highlight a little bit of that on this graphic here.
I mean, it makes sense, right? On day 1, you see Deja having a lot of popularity. It placed much better, and a lot of those players that played it were more likely to make it to day 2. So you're going to see the pool just shrink of the players who weren't playing the strong comps. Kind of got eliminated off the first day. Now they're going to be eliminated from the second day. Deja's rate just went up. It's a very consistent comp. We've talked about this all throughout the weekend, that it's one of the few comps that can really spike at 8. You can hit a really strong backline carry. Compared to the other 2 premier backline carries in the set is Zaya and Corki. Neither of those are as consistent or as strong as Deja, which means it's always a front to back type of style. It's simple, it's comfort, and that's kind of why a lot of people lean towards that. Of course, it didn't do as well on day 2 because so many people were contesting it. I do expect to see that number improve a little bit today. With just 8 players left, it would be a bit of a shock to me to see everybody just hard force Deja every game. But if the Mirage variant is the correct one, then you might see another replicate of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think the numbers that are really interesting are, just seeing how big the top 4 and win rates plummet for Deja because of everybody playing it, right, and forcing it. And it just makes the results for everyone definitely worse overall. But we still saw Deja, having good placements for a lot of people because it's still such a strong comp and people kept wanting to play it. The other thing that kind of stands out to me is Corki ending up with a much lower win percentage on day 2. And I was curious, does that have to do a lot with Deja as well, Kien, or is there other factors that you think can lay into that win rate reducing so significantly?
I think the interesting number to look at with Siphon Corki especially is that it's still winning a lot of games. You'll notice even though a lot of people are playing Deja, it's not quite winning games. And that's in part because everybody's kind of donkey rolling at 7. They're donkey rolling at 8. It's very difficult to get to 9. Whereas Siphon Corki, if you're able to snowball the early game, you're able to find an early Heimer 2. You're able to find an early Tristana, and you're able to snowball, get to 8 quickly, and find just even a Siphon 1. The board can really stabilize if the Namzi is strong enough, if your items are good enough. And that lets you actually get to 9, and level 9 is where you're generally going to be winning games. And so today you're definitely going to see people, I think, lean away from some of the contests because it's not enough to just take a top 4. You don't want to, you're not trying to just sneak by. That first place slot that guarantees a world spot is so great that I think you're going to see a lot of people take a bit more risks today. They're going to econ a bit more. They're going to try a few different comps, stuff that just higher first place potential than just settling for a 5th or a 4th on that Deja.
Yeah, and another question I had for you here, Admirable, is kind of leaning into the final day of tournament mentality, right? We saw some Volibear yesterday finding its way into first place spots, and, you know, Kien even mentioned it's almost one of those 1st or 8th style of compositions. Admirable, do you expect more or less of that 1st or 8th style of gameplay when that world spot is on the line only for first place?
I definitely have to lean with maybe Mr. Kien on this one in terms of how players are going to approach the mentality on this one. There's so much at stake for this first place position where you're not only getting the invite to regionals, you're getting an invite to a Dragonlands championship. Like, this is the premier ticket that you are after if you are playing competitive TFT right now. There's really nothing more to grasp for that. That is the biggest stamp that you can have on the tournament profile, is that set championship. So for everybody here, I expect them to be chasing down that spot, and regardless of what it might cost at that point, that is what you're after. If you're not after that, you know what? Hats off to you. That's a very strong amount of discipline you have to try and chase in the top 4 for the regionals invite. But I digress. The first place is first place in this one. It is the most important. Anything after that feels like an 8th.
It's so tough when they're dangling that world's invite in front of you like a carrot on a stick. And yes, the top 4 is regionals, but first place is worlds. So let's jump into the first game of the day as we head towards finding out who will receive those invites. Admirable, Kien, take it away.
The Dragonlands mid-set finale, and this is the finale day. I'm definitely pronouncing that one right. Our first game, we have 6 of them lined up here, and then we'll find out who's lined up in the top 4. And more importantly, who is on top. We're kicking things off with AMD yesterday, who had a fantastic finish to the day. A heaping pile of points on their day 2 finish, Kien. And I will say that the interview we had with them was quite enlightening as well.
Yeah, really interesting player. You know, it's exciting to see him make the final lobby today. He said he had to cancel lunch plans to be able to attend this, so I hope he was able to eat something, and I hope he maybe has some nice dinner reservations lined up after this. I just want to quickly touch on, we were talking about the stakes here. One of the other things to really keep in mind is even though top 4 guarantees a spot at the NA regional finals, even I am somebody who feels like, oh, I just have to be top 32 to make that event. That should be something I am very capable of doing, and I didn't even qualify for this final lobby here. I didn't qualify for this tournament, period. That's something that all 8 players in this lobby should feel comfortable with. They're like, oh, I could definitely hit regionals next set, but that world slot, that is another level. That is something where getting it now lets you kind of, even if the next set isn't the best, it just gives you an opportunity to make it to worlds, and I think everybody should be playing for that first, just because that level of difference is so big.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to demonstrate that and to highlight that as well, the importance of that one. It's just so much at stake. Like that is the chase down for any competitive game, is to find yourself at a world championship and to have that opportunity to seize it first. So I think a great explanation on that one. We saw that Spell Sword's enchantment is the Mirage for this one. So every single Mirage unit is going to be getting a lot of AP stacked up for each attack that they have. And as we kick things off with the augment here, I will say that meditation is definitely a high outlook. I think that metabolic celery is pretty reasonable. Gear upgrades looking pretty fringe on that one. This doesn't feel like a roll through for me if I'm an AMD spot.
I think Metabolic's good enough here. You know that it's Spell Sword, and you already have Guinso, you have a QSS component. This does, like, I keep saying, you know, maybe we'll get things other than Deja, but Spell Sword is quite strong, and especially from this spot, if you're able to take Metabolic, you're able to go 8 with a relatively healthy position, and you already have this Guinso potentially lined up. I know Amdi is somebody that was playing a few different comps yesterday, so it wouldn't surprise me to see him lean away, but certainly the Deja angle is available here given the start. I do expect to see him sell quite a bit here to get this Senna in. Wow, he's just gonna take this loss. So the reason he's taking this loss is because he has Metabolic. He doesn't really care that much if he wins or loses. But certainly, I would have. You should expect to see it go in next turn.
This is definitely an interesting spot for me. You know, Metabolic does change your outlook on the game. I think quite often on this one, where it's like how heavily can you focus on the idea of a lose streak pattern. It's a lot easier to tack together 5 losses, I think, than it is to tack together 5 wins. And so if economy is going to be your main focus, and you're going to need to have those big finishes really come out on top, you know, really what's your focus from this spot?
Yeah, that's a great point. That's one of the reasons you do love Metabolic. It lets you get that streak much easier. I will say Amdi was in a spot where he had a couple of pairs, and I think sometimes people do get pigeoned on like, oh, you know, I should lose to get value out of this Metabolic. But if you're able to win, you should just win the round. And I think in a spot like that, I don't expect him to see a 5 loss from this stage. He already has a Tarek 2, he already has a Senna 2, he's got some solid items, he's got Namzi in. I would be very surprised to see him drop all 5 on this stage. We got Robin here with the early Shimmer Scale Slam right into a gem, not what you like to see.
Yeah, Shimmer Scale Slam here into the gem. You know, you talked about this yesterday, how players, you felt like they often underestimated the gem. It's not like the necessarily best ideal unit at the start. However, later in the game, it can be quite potent.
Yes, if you're able to keep your economy up, you're basically getting another gold augment in the Ascension value. Of course, it can be very difficult to keep gold. A lot of times you go to 7, you go to 8, you're rolling it down to 0, or 10 at the very minimum, and so your Ascension value is just not that great. And the gem's only going to get you about 2 gold on average per turn, maybe 3 if you're really lucky. And but that's nothing to scoff at in the early game. Even on this stage here, Robin getting a gold here, 2 gold there, an extra 5-6 gold on this stage is going to really snowball throughout the course of the game.
Oh, indeed. I mean, the first 10 I feel like is one of the hardest one to justify, because it's either you're going to be losing really hard, or your board's strong enough that, you know, how could you sell any of these units? But it often feels like the question for me. It feels like that first 10 is really the marquee. Robin feels like they have that established here, and that's, you know, largely in part to the gem. He's going to take that and say, you know what? Forget the gold. I'm going to get gold by defeating players. I'm going to cost them health. I'm going to break their streaks. We're going to do as much as possible. And this is Robin's playstyle. I would say if there's one thing you can expect from Liquid Robin, it's never to lean into the idea of the 5-loss streak.
Yeah, and just because he has the gem, the more units that stay alive, the more gold you're going to get from it. It's 2 gold for every unit, and so he's guaranteed to get 2 gold here, which is excellent. It does cost you, you saw the interest threshold, but instead he's able to maintain the win streak for sure, get a couple extra gold from this gem.
We didn't get any gold because he finished the round so
he finished
fast.
The fight too quickly, so it's a bit unlucky that happens, but that's the idea, right, is to get up there and hopefully you're able to proc it, but maybe he became a little too strong.
You know, oddly enough, I think it's the first time I've ever seen it end because you won the round too quickly.
Yeah, it's certainly an unusual thing to happen, but
feels like day 3 of the Dragonlands set finale. I'll say that. A lot of unexpected things have happened in the competitive scene. Clear is going to have preparation on the bench. It's always one that I have on my mind. It stands out as one of those very interesting augments to me, where it really changes up a lot of your playstyle and a lot of how your gold is really going to tack together at the end, because sometimes you're having to make some little wacky calls to get that extra AP and extra AD, and Pocky comes sitting with a Scale Scorn emblem. Oftentimes this feels like a pretty early commitment, but frankly, a pretty strong one.
Yeah, the preparation, I think, is one of the hardest augments to actually play. It can be very difficult. A lot of times you take preparation, you just end up going 8th. And part of that's just because you're usually playing a reroll comp, and reroll comps are one of those comps that you put everything into more dog's hands. And if you were able to hit things, then great. And if it takes you too long to hit your 3-star unit, then you're just going to go 8th. So you should expect to see him playing some sort of reroll comp down there. Kurum here, sitting with Build the Hunt, is a very strong, just kind of flexible augment that can go with anything. He's got Bloodthirst, he's got Morello. Those are also very flexible items that can go onto any comp here. You can play Shioyu with Bloodthirster, you can play Siphon, and towards endgame you can go Shyvana, you can go Aoshin. There's a lot of options.
Yeah, I think there's a ton of options on this one. I mean, you have Jade set up, you have Siphon set up. These are just neutral good things, and this feels like a lot of Liquid Kurum's, I think, early play style here is just it's tempo play. You'll notice that there is a 2-star Taric in play, and that's not here for a Guardian or a Jade aspect. That's here because it's 2 stars, and it bonks a little bit harder than a regular unit.
Yep. Kurum's just playing strongest board, which is great with Thrill of the Hunt. And the Thrill of the Hunt here is going to create a lot of value. It might actually be enough for this Skarner to win this fight.
Where's the Talon?
Yeah, just
Ooh,
it's very close. But Skarner, I think, is one of the best one-cost units. Skarner, if you looking for a unit to stack items on, Skarner can really carry a lot of fights. And that's just a difference in hitting units here. There's 4 upgrades here, and the 4 upgrades are going to carry you big time with that Thrill of the Hunt.
Love to see it. Kurum snaps the win streak from Robin, is the only player available for the 5 win streak. And the 5 win streak, we've seen it time and time again. This is such a powerful start that feels like it all but nigh secures you for a top 4 finish.
Yeah, he's the only one in the lobby that's streaking right now. Pakigan potentially can hit that 4 streak, and then you got a couple guys at the bottom that are looking at the 5 loss streak. I think AMD's -4, Clear should be -4 with that kind of health threshold. And so here's Paki. So he has a chance to guarantee that deny on Paki, though Paki might not even be close. It's hard to say, but
It's that Bloodthirster doing all the work here. It's all but canceled what this Senna has produced, even with the Scale Scorn emblem on deck. It's just double healing effect now from that ability on Aatrox.
There's just too many hits on this board. The Thrill of the Hunt is hard to deal with at this stage in the game, and Kurum has the Morello. This is a fantastic start for him and for my fantasy chances today.
Oh, nice little call out there at the end for this one. I will say that for Clear's perspective here, it's definitely not unusual to see them going for these big loss streak spots. And to give you kind of a quote for when I was able to ask Clear some questions about their play style and how they would define it. One of their quotes was that if the Soju special is going 9 with 10 HP and then dying, that the Clear special is going to 7 with 20 HP on stage 3-5 and then dying before the 3rd augment. He's a very greedy player who is looking to play something extremely powerful from an economy perspective. It just feels like he's here time and time again.
Yeah, this is not an ideal spot to be, though. He is in a spot where he's leaning he's going to play Varus, and the Varus has not started prepping yet. So because it's not prepping, you're looking at this whole stage being a little rough. You have to roll on 3-2 and find 4 Varuses so that you can start prepping the Varus, and then you basically need to spike on that 4-1 with the Varus 3, because that's where all the prep stacks are going to come in. And if you're not unable to hit that exact timing I just described, it's going to be very difficult to snap back in this game, especially with a comp that I was, again, yesterday very critical of. Unfortunately, Clear does have some strong items, and he has a decent amount of gold, and it's not the worst place to be at the moment, but a lot's going to hinge on what he draws for his next augment here.
I definitely think so. I will say that Clear feels like the player that you and I have kind of recognized, though, as having a pretty steep understanding of these forced style of compositions, and Varus was one of the ones I feel like that he was absolutely one of the most deeply knowledgeable about.
Yeah, I mean, he took a W with it yesterday, but it had really good augments, right? He had Double Trouble, he had Best Friends 3, and we'll see what comes up here. If it's come up with, like, defensive augments, if it's a silver augment, that's not what you want to see. If you're Clear, you're hoping for some gold, you're hoping for some silver or prismatic augments. A silver augment here could really doom him from the spot he's in.
Here we go. I can't wait for this one. Kurum's still on the win streak at this point. It feels like we have a canyon between the top and the bottom. A gold's gonna crop up here.
We do get gold. I don't think those are good enough. The Cosmic Orb there is gonna give him a lot more extra gold, and he rolls down. It does also give some items from time to time, and so you do just see that popping up here. But like I said, he needs at least 4 Varuses here in order to start stacking. Otherwise, it's gonna be quite troublesome.
Varus number 1 has been found.
That's 2.
There you go.
Yeah, and so he's able to sit now that he's able to prep the Varus on the bench. You should expect to see him slow it down a little bit, and now that it's going to be prepped, it'll take 4 turns for it to finish prepping. That Varus on the bench, once it combines with the one on the board, will give him an extra 32 AD, which is nothing to scoff at. And certainly good, but like I said, he might end up bleeding a little too much before that point. He does have Silas 2, he has Varus 2, so his board is quite strong, but you see him running into a board like DQA's, which is also very strong. It's that Dragonmancer Nivea, he's got Ascension. It's very scary boards with the early 6 Dragonmancer.
Indeed it is. I feel like Anivia has been one of the most surprising Dragonmancers to crop up as like a premier unit that can hoist this item as well. But I will say, I think it Clear's board is looking pretty strong. You know, the items on the starting Varus here, these are like nigh ideal as your 2 starting for Varus at this point, able to go to 20 gold. I mean, this feels like it could be a turnaround spot here for Clear.
Yeah, DQA spot's definitely awkward. You can already tell that Anivia is just an item holder. That's not where he wants to go eventually with it. I do expect to see, with those items, he's leaning more towards a Swain carry into maybe a Shyvana mid or end game pivot. But with that level of gold, it's going to be very difficult for DQA to really stabilize that board. I think he rolled at 3-2, maybe a 3-1, and was unfortunate with it. You see a couple of scale scorns here. This is an angle where you're able to hit 6 scale scorn, which is quite strong. It's something we haven't seen too often because it's very difficult to get the double scale scorn spat, and I'll be excited to see if he is comfortable enough with it to navigate the 6 scale scorn here. He already has the Olaf 2, he has a Nunu 2 with scale scorn. He's got some great items kind of spread out on the team right now.
Look, I'm going to say this. I don't think that Pakigam is really uncomfortable with compositions. I feel like Pakigam is one of the most creative players that's in the scene. And when you're able to present him with these options where it's these unusually powerful things that require pretty specific conditions, it feels like that Pakigam ends up in these positions quite often, almost as if he's looking for these in particular.
Yeah, I hope we get 6 scale scorn. It was actually buffed recently from 100% extra damage to 125%, so it's a lot of extra damage. It is no joke. Unfortunately, the traditional Olaf and Diana, they just aren't as strong as they were at other points in this set, and so we'll see. This is not something that many people are very comfortable playing with. Paki, as you mentioned, has played a lot of different things, so we'll see how he's able to navigate it.
He's got a very creative mind and understands things pretty well. And as I'm looking across here, you know, we saw Bertosaurus's board as well. It looked pretty comfortable for him to kind of coast to 7 at least, and then figure out what exactly they want to do. Kurum's still on the win streak, undefeated so far through the Stage 3 carousel. And then Pakigam and Robin and Darthnub kind of sitting in these pretty comfortable spots. DQA has been kind of hovering in the middle as well. But again, it just feels like the top to bottom right now is the canyon, but it does kind of slide its way down. It's not these giant drop-offs really at any point so far.
Yeah, the interesting player to watch there is going to be Bertosaurus, who was a high pick for everybody coming into this tournament. And he sit there with, he took Rich Get Richer as his first augment. He's got Exiles, and it's just a ton of gold. He already has the Itis in, which is going to proc in a little bit of extra gold. You already see the Archangel and the Gunblade slam. That indicates he's leaning towards something like an Aoshin. He's leaning towards something like a Shyvana. He's definitely one of those 10 cost carries would be great here. You can also switch over into the Deja, this Spell Sword. Those are pretty strong items on him.
It's easy route at the front as well. Really focusing on the frontline aspect and just trying to win like almost via attrition at this point. Kind of makes sense with the items. You have a healing item and you have a scaling natural damage on your AP. Bertosaurus, I feel like, just has like a really strong understanding of like the item economy spots and when you're able to take into account these styles of play as well, because I feel like so much of this is reliant on the lobby context too.
Yeah, you see DQA does shift over to that Swain carry. With the Ascension, Swain is one of those units, and Dragon answers one of those comps that often goes down to that last. It's just that Swain versus the world, and Ascension is going to give that extra 50% damage. That's going to be a big difference for him going down the wire.
That was one of my favorite movies when I was a kid, Swain versus the World.
Swain versus the world.
Waiting for the variant 3 of that one to come out. And I think so is DQA with that 3-star idea. Bertosaurus chilling here on the gold.
Yeah, it's a good amount of frontline. We'll see what he ends up choosing to go with. There's a lot of different options in terms of which carry he can run here. And Bertosaurus is one of those players that's very good at playing a lot of different flex positions. He's already level 7 with 60 gold, getting the extra little bit of interest from the Rich Get Richer. I do expect this to be a 4-2 roll down, go 8, and roll. You know, he should be able to roll about 50 gold on that turn, and it's going to be interesting to see what he chooses to pivot into. He's again, one of the best players on the ladder, and from this spot, you would trust that he's able to come up with something quite solid.
Seems to be a fairly relaxed player as well. I feel like Bertosaurus' mental is pretty on point. Yesterday, we saw Bertosaurus needed back-to-back first-place finishes in their final 2 games to have that shot at day 3. And what did they crank out? Back-to-back first-place finishes. Brilliant Soul shows up!
As a nice unit here, would love to be able to play both dragons. Maybe you can get Dragon Alliance on the next augment. Though I'd be curious to see if it actually plays out. Aurelion Soul is one of those units that's really awkward, and it's much less about Aurelion Soul than it is about the rest of your board. Because if the rest of your board is able to survive until that 12-second threshold where Aurelion Soul is able to ascend and cast an ult that covers the whole board, you are often going to win the fight at that point. So we'll see if he's able to get a front line cobbled up together around it, or if he's going to pivot and lean towards somewhere else. But it's certainly a good start to have. You don't hate rolling. You don't hate hitting a 10-cost dragon on level 7, let me tell you.
Indeed, you do not. And the 4-1 inflection point here, it feels like a lot of players are trying to strengthen their board in this spot. Darth Noob has a lot of different directions they can go, but frankly, they lean pretty heavily in one or the other.
This is Screamin' Deja. Wow, so he's going to hit the itis and take it. This is going to buy a lot of time. And I'm curious to see if he decides to commit to it. I do expect this to eventually be a pivot. With the Mirage Spat, the Mirage Augment for his second option, this is definitely going to be a spot where he wants to go Deja. Unfortunately, on that rolldown, he didn't find Deja, which is something I've talked about before is, hey, sometimes you can roll. If you're leaning towards one comp and you roll and you hit nothing, your game's just scuffed from there. And that's why a lot of players do prefer flex, but sometimes you don't have that option. And you do see Bert transition into this Ace-Hole.
Goodness, and Bert's just chilling on 50 gold as well. And hits the threshold here. Golly, that Hex Tech is just a savior in this spot with how much health it restores.
Yeah, there's just no damage. It's a really bad spot to be in here for Darth Nub. It's just you don't have any damage on your board. Yeah, you hit this Itis, but the Itis, that's not what you needed, right? The Itis is not going to get you the damage you want. So there's Dragon Alliance. But I believe he sold the Itis already. I would be surprised to see him lean back into Dragon from this spot, but it's certainly an open option. There's a lot of things Bert can do. Bert, again, this is going to be very exciting roll down. Yeah, so he takes the shield. That's going to affect Exiles, which is great. You're going to see him roll it down here, looking for a front line more than anything. If he's able to hit the Silas 2, the Ornn 2, you can really sit on that with just this Ace-Hole 1. Yeah, Bard is a great find here. Silas 2, yeah, at this point, yeah, you can just sit on this board. Those were the two things he really needed to hit. He has the Bard here that's going to increase the odds of finding the Ace-Hole, and I do expect to see him just kind of commit to this board here. The Ace-Hole is probably a placeholder for Ao Shin, considering you've hit the Ornn 2, but you can also just run it all the way to the end of the game here. That was a very great roll down for Bert. He doesn't have to roll all of his gold. He's level 8 with 26, and his board is very strong. You would expect it to be able to, if not win out this stage, and at least maintain his health at a stable level, and let him go for 9 from this spot. And at 9, that's when you can really go for the win with these 10 cost dragons. And like I was saying earlier, you got to make some aggressive plays when the stakes are this high. You're like, it's the first that really matter. And Bert's coming off back-to-back wins, so he'll definitely be looking for a third one here.
There's two things I want to highlight about this particular fight with the augment selection in general. The first one is that I have detested Exiles for a very long time. I will say that this set changed my mind on it a lot. And if you watch that fight in the bottom right, Siphon charged into the corner of a Heimerdinger and was not able to one-shot it because of the Exiles plus the healing aid benefits that you get on that shield. So that is a lot of initial front line that Bertosaurus has lined up. That is going to be a tough one to chop through, and I feel like that he has got a great position to coast his way to 9. Over on AMD's side here, this is very much the hard commitment role that you were talking about here, where if you can get stuck in a spot like this can be an absolute disaster if you don't hit.
Yeah, this is the Namzi. I was talking about this yesterday, where if you are stuck rolling at 7, you're definitely going to go bot 4, unless you're very lucky and just hit the Siphon 2. He is sitting on a pair of Siphons. He's sitting on a pair of Porkies here. He finds the early Zoe. That's going to be a huge, huge help for the team. But even if he hits these things, he has no gold. Getting to level 8 from this spot is going to be so difficult that Amdi is sitting in a spot where he's like, okay, this game, I'm not going to get a first in, so how can I salvage placements? How can I go from 8th to 7th? How can I go from 7th to 6th? And that's going to kind of be his game plan from here on out. Just, his gold is not where it needs to be for a first.
Tell you what, though, it feels like the Ascension plus plus all this extra that you're getting from Zoe certainly can highlight that as well. Clear lost the win streak. They had a win streak going into this round. DQA is now sitting on top. And so look at those augments over to the side as well. DQA getting Thrill of the Hunt in addition to this Dragonmancer plus Ascension augment that he had. It feels like that is a tremendous highlight for the Swain versus the world aspect, even if that ends up changing over on who's handling that Dragonmancer idea.
Yeah, it's just fantastic augments if you're looking for that Swain carry. We'll have to see how close he is to hitting Swain 3, or if he's going to push for 8 instead. You do see Clear Hit press the attack as his third augment. That's a great augment if you're playing Varus. It's going to give you the damage you need to cut through some of these dragons. Sometimes Varus just gets stuck on the Itis, he gets stuck on the Siphon, gets stuck on even Shioyu's. But with press the attack, he is going to be blowing through some tanks. And Kurum is able to hit the 2-star Shioyu here. And unfortunately, he's still in the Nico waiting room. So this board is not quite as strong as it would like to be, but he's sitting on 29 health. He's able to just sit and chill for a little bit. He does desperately need the Nico, though. As I've mentioned before, Nico and not Xiaoyu, not Nivea, is the linchpin of the Jade comp. You need that Nico to stall time for the rest of your comp to do stuff.
I'm kind of liking where he's at, though. Titans plus Bloodthirster on this Xiaoyu is not a joke. You also have the cybernetic aspect, plus you have the Ascension, plus you have Thrill of the Hunt. So if you don't really cut through this team right away, it is a lot more powerful, I'd say, than your typical Jade is right now. And honestly, that just feels like the augments across the board. We're on 3 golds for this lobby, and almost everybody has some sort of highlight to benefit the composition they have in play from a combat augment perspective.
Yeah, just playing around your augments properly, it's really good to see. You'll again, with the Ascension and with Titans and with the Cybernetic Shell, you're almost always guaranteed to see that Xiaoyu ascend. And once he ascends, the thing that's kind of lacking when you're going Bloodthirster and Titans is a bit of damage. But with the Ascension, you're not too worried about that. With Cybernetic Shell, you're not worried about him being too flimsy. And it's certainly a good spot to be for him, especially in terms of augments here. And you already have the Archangel Soraka. That's a unit that can really pop off with the right items on it. It's given some time. Kurum's already number 2 in the lobby. He's going to be healing 2 every turn, and his spot's pretty good. At this point, he really just wants to roll for probably a 1-star Nico even, get that in, and he's able to sit and go 9.
EQA going to 8. No gold left with a Swain 2. And that's nothing on the bench.
Yeah, this Swain is no joke. Ooh. You see it. The Swain is blasting through this team here. It's going to full heal. And the Xiaoyu does get a big heal there, though. But I'm not sure if it's enough. Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, that's a Thrill gap there. You see that the Xiaoyu was able to heal so much thanks to the Thrill of the Hunt there. Just a bit of maybe bad RNG for DQNs, the way some of the last hits came in there, because it's all it takes is like somebody steals last hit here or there, and that Xiaoyu was going down, and nothing else was going to be able to touch the Swain.
Robin takes the first cash out on the Treasure Dragon here. Everyone's board about to get kind of finalized with these last pieces of items. Sometimes you're missing something entirely, sometimes you're missing nothing at all, and it's just a highlight here. Really looking for that Deja 2, or at this point, even a Yasuo 2 to highlight that as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's desperate at this point. This is actually a lobby where we didn't see that many Dejas, and I do expect to sell the Yone, sell the Hecarim. It's unfortunate, but you can also sell the Lulu here.
I was kind of wondering how important the Lulu is in this spot. I mean, I know that Robin really does not like to sell 2-star stuff.
Yeah, it's so hard to sell that 2-star. I think you could have made arguments either way. This is obviously the stronger board strength at the moment. And maybe the Deja is enough to stabilize. It's got great items, and he did get Second Wind as his last augment. That maybe buys enough time. He's got the ZZ Ra on the front line, and at this point, he's hoping to survive to the carousel, see if there's a Yone on there that can pop up and just get the free 2-star Yone. That would be his way to really stabilize. We saw the rest of the lobbies looking quite strong, though. I'd be surprised to see Robin. I'd be surprised if Robin was comfortable with this spot. There's just not enough upgrades. There's not enough front line in order to buy enough time for this Deja to really stack up. But he does get a nice charge from this Deja for his, or not from Siphon for his favor, though. This Siphon's going to go down without really doing much in this fight, which means that this Deja is going to go untouched and just clean up the board.
Yeah, quick Zephyr there at the end from Robin's spot as well. I was kind of curious what he was going to do with the items. I feel like the choice was like a QSS on a Yasuo or the Zephyr and try to cheat some units out of play. Arthnub fallen to the last place spot at the moment with 25 health remaining. Vertosaurus taking a hit, and Kurum feels like that they are absolutely shining with the way that these augments are panning out right now. And really not much more improvement to be made on that board. That feels like a head to 9 sort of scenario.
Kurum's chilling. You see here, there's no QSS on this Swain. That extra damage item is going to be helpful towards the end of the fight. But at the beginning of the fight, you might see the CC kind of ruin his day. Fortunately, right now, there's not as much CC in play. I think typically in like a Xayah meta, there's going to be a couple Xayah players every fight, and there's a lot of CC on that board. You're not going to see as much of it on, say, Deja, which is usually just that Hecarim. And if you're able to dodge the Sona, these Siphon boards aren't going to be that big of a deal either.
The difference that this Dragonmancer emblem is making on this team as well. Like that one Dragonmancer emblem is enabling about like 3 different factors to come into play here at level 8.
Yes, it's very strong to get one early. And you're going to see that Siphon just get focus down. Both of them proc, but there's nothing left that can touch this Swain. This fight's going to be very easy to win for DQA from this point. He's sitting very comfortable there. You're going to see him probably roll down on 6-1 for a Swain 3. That's going to be his win condition here. I would be very surprised to see him push for 9 from this spot. The gold is a little awkward, but maybe he's able to hit an early Frodan or so. Yeah,
5-3 level 9 for Bertosaurus.
Yeah, you see him going 9. This was pretty expected. You see with the Morello slam, it's likely he's just going to commit to this Aurelion Sol. It's one of the best. This is a really good combo. Like I said, Aurelion Sol just needs a lot of frontline, and because of his augments, which are, exiles and healing kit, that's going to buy a lot of extra time for him. You see even the Namzi's position in the front line. You see even these mages, this Heimerdinger being put in front of this Acel, because that's all that really matters is whether this Acel pops or not. And he's also able to dodge the Zephyr. You see Robin in dire straits over there. This very tough matchup. This Deja takes a while to ramp up, and because it takes a while to ramp up, it also gives Acel a lot of time to ramp up.
It's kind of interesting, though, because taking the time to ramp really mutes 2 of the augments. I'd say on Bertosaurus' side, it's just, does the Deja outshine what's available here on the team comp?
Yeah,
and
so
really,
you see the full
I think that
cast
hit right
here,
there.
and it depends on that did not kill it, but I don't think the Acel has enough damage at this point. Yeah, Acel 1 just not enough to take down this Deja. Deja having that Hodge is a huge deal there. Without the Hodge, it would have slowly chipped and likely would have died at the end there.
All 8 players still alive for the Stage 5 carousel, albeit 2 of them on a thread right now. Darthnub at 7, Robin at 9, Clear and Amdy at 13 and 14, and then a pretty big jump to the top 4, all the way up to Kurma at 79 HP on 5-4.
The players we were worried about in the mid game are towards the bottom right now. Amdy was in a spot I was very worried about because he was stuck rolling at 7. Clear was playing the Varus comp I was not particularly a big fan of. Robin got stuck on the Deja, took him too long to hit it. And Darthnub, we've been through a couple times, another Deja player that was unable to hit early. He was the one that rolled and found 0 Dejas on 4-1. He's been able to find the Deja 2 at this point. Like I said, he pivoted out of the Idas 2 he hit earlier. He does have a Shroud. He does have a Zeke's Herald. He has Locket in the backline, but there's no Yasuo on this board. That is going to be one of the key differences heading into Stage 5 is anytime your Deja board feels very weak, it's probably because you don't have a Yasuo that has decent items on it. It's really hard to just rely on a single point of focus for damage at this point in the game.
I'm not minding it so much because he does have hallucination, so this frontline Nunu is not getting torn through, and I feel like that's buying a ton of time. Really, for me, it's the items on the Deja. Like, this Deja doesn't really have a ramp capacity outside of the natural element from the Mirage, so you're just not speeding up. If you don't actually cut through a piece of the line, you're just going to get overwhelmed.
Yeah, I think the damage to that Zoe bubble is critical there. So the Zoe bubble literally is what's going to be the difference there. The Siphon might have lived either way. I'm not sure if the Edge of Night was ever even procced. Even without that Zoe bubble, that still might have been a loss, but certainly it would have been much closer, and that's going to feels really bad for Darthnub there to watch Zoe cast the bubble right in his face, sending him to an early 8th. That is not how you want to start the day.
As you mentioned with DQA, it looks like he's been rolling a little bit more aggressively. Wasn't just saving up for the 6-1 aspect.
Yeah, he's sitting
or perhaps they just all showed up. I don't really know.
He's sitting on 8 Swains. I'm surprised to see him not just roll twice more to stay at 10. But perhaps he doesn't want to dip below 10 here, which is also a fine play. He's not in any danger of going out anytime soon. This should be a very comfortable top 4 finish for DQA, if not a first.
It's also just if no one's challenging you, like if you're just kind of picking up some pretty soft losses and some pretty decisive wins, why spend the gold?
That was a very smart Zephyr from Robin. Anytime you're seeing somebody else that just has a solo frontline tank, usually that's going to be Nico. Usually that's going to be Idas. If you have a Zephyr, it's often better to just Zephyr their frontline unit so that your whole board can walk onto their backline. Yeah, but there's just not enough damage here. This Swain is going to finish off the Deja, and you're going to see both Deja players go 8th and 7th. They just weren't able to hit fast enough. They were not. Neither of them were able to get a Yasuo of any value onto their board, and they're just going to go 7-8 there to save Clear, playing the Varus comp. As I said, the augments did not appear to be good enough, and he takes a 6, but he'll probably be happy with that given his spot.
Kurum winning again and sitting on 50 gold with the win, no less. Bertosaurus now sitting on the cutting board for that 5th place finish. But I will say that Bertosaurus' board still looked pretty good. He's still got time to put some together here. I'm really interested to see how DQA puts this together. If it doesn't get put together, what does that mean for their position and how strong Kurum's board's going to get?
Yeah, even from this spot, Bert's got to be one of the favorites to still win the lobby, given that he's level 9. He's been level 9 for a while. He's got great augments for what he's trying to play. It's just a matter of, can he hit that Acel? Oh, even if he hits the Acel, one of the things that Acel struggles with is single target DPS, and something like the Swain can really just outlast anything that Acel is pumping into him. So we'll see him roll here for this Swain 3. If he's able to hit the Swain 3, this is a bad news for everybody else. He should be able to hit it given he has 30 gold. But sometimes you roll and you don't hit.
DQA is very quick at the rolling aspect as well.
Yeah.
Thinning out the pool, the minuscule difference of picking threes out of the pool while you roll.
Yeah,
I feel like DQA is one of the players who wastes no time doing this.
He's so fast. This is that Zoomer blood, the young kid energy. He is one of these players that is a phenomenal player. He hasn't been playing as much of the set, but in terms of raw talent, I don't think you find very many people who doubt him. We do see him going against Pakiam. We haven't seen much of the scale score on board, but you see the Olaf gets IE on it, he gets Assassin Spat on it, and that's a lot of scale scorings out there. It's a lot of extra magic damage, but he jumps wrong corner. The Swain is still firing.
The damage is just so much. Like, even when you're losing, just look at how much the board got cut down from Pokegon's perspective.
It's so much damage.
The bad jump.
But I don't know if he ever wins that fight. Even with... we'll see what happens, though. Maybe they're able to get on that Swain earlier, but that Swain 3 is about to come online. There's not enough CC to lock down that Swain. Yeah, you see the Bert does transition to Aoshin. I believe that was an Aoshin 2. I would not be surprised to see Bert just round it out and win the lobby from this spot. Unfortunately, I don't know if the damage items were there for the Aoshin to be able to cut through this Swain, and so we'll see. How does the Swain 3 fare? But this is a very strong board from DQA. This is basically the dream board if you're able to find a Dragonmancer spec and you want to lean towards Swain. It's great augments, it's great upgrades, great items across the board. Lee Sin here draws fantastic items. He's got anti-healing. He's got pretty much everything he would really want here.
I mean, it's pretty close to ideal from this spot. I mean, what's the upgrade?
Well, the upgrade is you go 9 and you get Savannah in.
Yeah, exactly. So Pokegon, we got word hit Olaf 3 in that one. I did miss that on the sidebar. So that's a big difference on that one. I will say that Olaf 3 with an Assassin emblem and the Infinity Edge and 6 scale scoring in play is going to be dealing a heaping pile of damage. And I'm looking at this sidebar right now. Bertosaurus with the Aoshin looked like that they were very impactful. Kerm finally takes a loss. AMD on the chopping block. We're getting knocked out here, but this is really going to boil down to how this charge ends up hitting. Doesn't at all. AMD down to 4 now.
Yeah, AMD was able to stay alive for quite a while despite being in a fairly desperate situation. He was able to hit the Siphon 2 on level 7 and was able to then sneak up to level 8 and already had the Zoe from a nice roll at level 7, so certainly not a bad spot for him to be in, but this is not ideal. Yeah, there's the Warrior spat finally getting some value with the Yasuo coming in.
Gosh, this board, it kind of looks like it's been cobbled together. There's a lot of powerful stuff here. Just it feels like it feels like something's missing, and I just don't know exactly what it is.
It's usually Bard over Yasuo, and you're also usually able to go 9, play a Sona. It's just one of these spots where it's fairly standard in terms of what units are there. He wasn't able to hit the spikes in terms of leveling and econ that he needed to. And so it's going to be pretty difficult for him. Yeah, you're going to see the scale scoring comp just run all over him. It's just so much damage on this board. And AMD will take a 4th tier. The top 4 boards are all very strong. These are all boards that could win in the correct game. You're going to see this cast go off, and it's just not enough. Maybe if he was on the left side, that would have finished it. So this could just be a positioning gap where Bert needs to make sure he's opposite side of that Swain.
AMD, Darth Noob, Robin, all of the bonus point earners coming into day 3 in the bottom 4 right now.
That's going to balance it out. That's going to make the next few games and the rest of the day much more interesting.
Mind you, this is the kickoff to the day, so this is really getting the sketch onto the canvas of what the image is going to look like. So there's still plenty more work to be done in this one, but that is a great equalizer, I'd say, for the rest of the players here. DQA looking for today, hunting down a 3rd trip to a world championship. Kurum just continuing to stamp together consistent performances. Pokingam in the same way, kind of taking the time off for set 6 and coming back in set 7 with a pretty strong performance. And Bertosaurus just kind of highlighting the consistency aspect from theirs as well. In that same regard, this board from Bertosaurus is like, oh my gosh, was actually taking this down besides what we've seen on DQA side so far?
This board could be very susceptible to Pakigam's board if the Olaf jumps directly on it and the rain doesn't come down on him. Sometimes that's enough. This is gonna be a tough fight for Kurum, but the Shioyu is on the right side here. You do want him to try and wrap around to that back line here. I don't know if it's enough though. There's just so much shielding, so much healing gonna come in. Here comes the first cast. And
online.
Kurum does ascend though. That could be enough here. There's still no damage being put onto the Shioyu. He's still just going to town on everybody.
This feels like Zoe's gonna have to pick up the, what's been dropped here so far. I mean, right now, I'm really worried for this Aoshin third cast coming away, and it's not enough.
Not enough. Bert, that's gonna be exact lethal. Gonna send him down to 0 with such a strong board. He still takes a 4th there. That's gonna feel really bad. That is a board that takes first in a lot of different lobbies. I think the big difference there though is there's just not enough damage. Bert is sitting on 2 defensive augments, and then he has a defensive item on the Aoshin. He has a Shojin, which isn't adding any extra damage either. You would have really loved seeing triple damage item from him there, or at the very least not have that Gunblade and have like a Giant Slayer, have like a Death Cap. But I think 3 damage items there, you just really want that single cast to be much more lethal than it was there. But you saw it cast 3rd time and really just was not able to punch through Kurum's board.
Goodness, I'm loving this board from Pocky's side. Having this Yasuo hold the scale scorns and 2 Zeeks, it just feels like that he's absolutely like the leader of the team right now in a pure morale perspective.
It's so much damage. You just watch it. The whole board just like instantly disappeared here. And they just corral. This type of board, every single time you see boards like this, you're thankful that Assassin hasn't been in meta that much this set. Assassin's definitely one of the anti-fun comps in the game where if you get assassinated, you just want to curse somebody, you want to get on Twitter. It is very maddening when you lose to Assassins.
Look, I'm just saying, if you're trying to assassinate something, you don't hire a ton of them. You get one in secret.
Yeah,
the more of that are there, the more obvious it's happening.
Yeah, that is...
I'm just saying.
What if you have to assassinate multiple targets, though?
Well, yeah.
Not that we know anything about assassins. I've never assassinated anybody.
Yeah, I can't tell you about that. Otherwise, I'd have to assassinate you as well. For Hodge picked up here, it doesn't feel like the items are really any relevance to Pokigam at this point. It feels like this is a mana piece more than anything else, and it feels like positioning is really going to be the rest of the day here for Pokigam.
Yeah, you certainly don't hate it on extra healing on any of these damages. They're all doing infinite damage. I'll be curious to see how that matches up against the Swain board here. But we're heading to stage 7, and these are 3 players that all have quite a bit of health low. So here's the Shyvana. Like I said, he was able to go 9. It does feel bad to lose that extra bruiser buff. That's 200 health across the whole team. He just dropped a ton of health, but it's Shyvana, and it's 6 Rage Wing for the Swain.
Who do you think that Kurum is going up against next? Because it feels like it's some Assassins.
Yeah, I mean, technically this comp should fare quite well into Assassins. Unfortunately, Nico's still 1-star. Unfortunately, 1-star Nico's just not going to do what it needs to do. Doesn't have any items on it.
You just
but
hammered away
instantly
with
on this Olaf.
The Bard stasis as well. This Olaf goes down.
There's the clump. Yeah, once you know you're against the Assassin player and you're able to actually think about it and position properly, there are a lot of different ways to counteract that. You can put all your damage dealers in the front. You can clump everything in the back and get all the CC around it. So really great positioning from Kurum there to send Pokigam out to a 3rd really fun scale scoring comp from him, but it was unfortunately not enough to win in this lobby. And we're down to Swain versus Shioyu. This is a battle of a couple of big boys.
This is a heads-up battle with a pretty deep line of health total here as well. 9 Jade versus, I think, the rare circumstance where Swain can show up. I really feel like this was great recognition from DQA because Swain has kind of gotten hammered down quite a bit alongside the Dragonmancer aspect in this one. You have to have some pretty specific items and some pretty specific augments, I think, to make this Swain comp work, and he's done it so well so far.
Yeah, you're also seeing Kurum set up for a potential transition out of this Shioyu if it feels like he can't win. And right now, it's just not enough to get on this back line here. Honestly, wasn't even close to getting to that Swain. That Swain
it's a recap, right?
That Swain destroyed that Shioyu, and so I would expect to see him look to pivot here based on the results of that fight. And yeah, so he already has the Archangel. It's the one item you need. There's a healing item as well. I will be curious to see. You should see the Shioyu go out, and it'll probably be Archangel, Titans, and Hodge going onto that Asol. And DQA's really got nothing else to do. not really much you can do in terms of movement. You're just chilling.
Yeah, it's Shyvana 2 waiting room at that point. Kurum rolling down, but kind of running out of gold and running out of time as well. This is going to looks like it's going to be potentially another lost spot here, but you are heading into carousel. So if you're not knocked out, you still have a bit of a chance here to make something happen.
Okay, so you decided to opt for the Morello on the Ocean instead. That's definitely not bad, because at least you can apply Morello now on this back line. CC is going to be quite good into this Swain. And we'll see if the cast even goes off, and it does. I don't know if it'll be enough. Unfortunately, the cast went off right before the Ascension. He does buy enough time to get one more round here. It was a big transition for Kurum. He's grateful to get this extra round here, just so he can really think about what he needs to do. He would love to get that Yasuo, but there's no way DQA is giving it to him. It's on the wrong side. Unfortunately, there's also a big Zephyr here, but he's going to need to hit that Zephyr twice. Fortunately, that Swain in the corner, there's only 2 or 3 spots it can really be in, and so as long as you're clumping everything around there, I should be able to pop it up. But DQA also hits Shyvana too, so going to be quite difficult for Kurum to actually win this one at this point. This is dream board in terms of what Swain needs to do to win. If you're ever curious, yeah, he's able to pivot away from this Jade, which makes positioning a lot more flexible. Unfortunately, he does want the Chalice spots. There's only ever going to be a few spots that the Swain can possibly be in, and we'll see if Kurum's able to position for that or not. And unfortunately, this is what you do, is you lean it into the corner, and so he's not going to get that off. He does get the knock up on the Shyvana, which is also a big deal at this point. That Shyvana is packing.
This is a big fight with a lot at stake right now. Shyvana hovering towards the back. It does not stop the Ocean before the cast. The Ascension spikes at that point
up,
as well.
And he does get it. It's Dragon versus Dragon.
The Shyvana's got a lot of
Here's
AP
casting.
This breath is a ton of damage, but it's not enough to finish.
Oh my god, it actually got him.
Holy smokes, what a fight.
Wow, that was from, that was a rat in a corner actually fighting. That's, holy moly, I can't believe you actually won that.
That is insane. The king can bleed is what we've seen right now, and there's one more fight that can take place. If neither player's knocked out in this one, we're going to stage 8.
It's also interesting here that he opts to keep the Zephyr away from this Ocean. I think part of that is he wants to time this first cast with the Ascension, but it looks like he's changed it now. I'm curious if this actually makes it weaker, because this might cast and finish the cast before the first Ascension, and that was what actually killed it. Ooh, he loses the 50-50. That's unfortunate. That Zephyr could have gone either way. Does not get the Swain. If he gets the Swain, there does. Ooh. Yeah, this thing's gonna cast. Unfortunately, it casts before the Ascension goes off, and it does not leave the Swain at 1. And that is not going to be enough. That is very unfortunate. That was the difference last fight, was the Ascension proc in the last couple hits. I think putting the Zeeks there might have actually made him weaker, because it does not cast right when the Ascension procs. Instead, it casted a little ahead of time. It does not get the extra 50% damage, and that might have been the difference between killing that Swain or not.
That's such a crazy end at the right there. Noticing that as well. Kien talking about the Zeeks perhaps being a liability on your main carry there. That is a very unusual circumstance.
One tick away from killing the Swain, so if it was during Ascension, that's absolutely going to get that kill onto the Swain. It might actually make the difference. That is so insane to watch that win. And I just want to do a quick reminder here about our partners at Ball Street. I missed them at the top of the show, but a lot of people are asking how you can win Little Legends eggs. So just go ahead and download Fantasy TFT in the App Store, or go to fantasytft.com to predict winners and 8th place finishers. You can watch each match. If you predicted DQA here, that's going to be doing really well for yourself for sure. But I want to jump in on some questions about that game as well, because Kien, we saw a lot of players going for more of forced compositions. They were forcing really early on. They would find their line and they just took it, and it was either they're going to win with it, like we saw with DQA. I mean, he actually played a little bit more flexible, but they're going to win with it, or they're going to drop all the way down. And I was curious about your thoughts on forced versus flex play right now, because we saw a bit of both.
I mean, at this point, just kind of so much of it is reliant on what augment you're going to get. And so the other part is, like, what are other people in the lobby hitting? For DQA, he just had such great augments. He had great items already for the Swain, and he just leaned towards, like, okay, this is what I'm going to play. It's a simple line. There isn't much thinking, because he has that Dragonmancer spat. Admirable actually mentioned it, because of the spat at level 8, you're able to get the Ornn in, which you're typically not able to do until level 9. Because the Ornn comes in, that's an extra 200 health in every unit. That's an extra Tempest that comes into play, and it's an extra frontline unit that can buy a lot of time for that Swain to pop off. And like I said, at the end of the day, it just kind of comes down to what lines are presented to you. And you do see, I think the one player that had a good flex route was Frodan, but he was unable to get the right items he needed to be able to actually win out at the end. It was really strong board, just was unfortunately outcapped as a very high roll lobby where any of the top 4 boards, in my opinion, could have really taken the game, or any other game. They just happened to all slam into the same game against each other. Honestly, even some of the top 4 boards didn't look that bad. Just one of those lobbies that is like, dang, this everybody was just so strong, and sometimes that's TFT for you.
All right, well, let's take a look at these lobby scores because, of course, remember, there is those bonus points at the start. Admirable. Let's take a look at what's happened now with those bonus points included. These are the scores we're sitting at right now. What are you thinking about this, Admirable, just as the tone setter?
Honestly, like, this is such a big difference just on the points thing alone. You know, the fact that they all made bottom 4, again, it's kind of a great equalizer for this one. But for all intents and purposes, AMD effectively had a second place finish here. Like, despite the fact that you're in the bottom 4, I feel like that's a big, like, head nod at this point. You're like, okay, this is reasonable. Everything can come back here. But again, I just have to give hats off to DQ on this one. I think this is a super strong recognition early on. Kurum even just, having the bravery to shift out of the board in such a dramatic fashion. I think putting on a big one there. Pokigam having this, again, very unusual spot where they're able to make the most of it. But players finishing in bottom 4 with like 2-star Dejas. And honestly, the Dejas weren't early, but they weren't like late. It felt like they were kind of like okay, they're here. But just what a big lobby to kick things off for the day. We got 5 more games left today. If the games are going this way the entire time, expect some stress to be really kind of vibing through the rest of these lobbies here, because that is a banger of a kickoff game.
Well, yeah, a lot of people like planned coming in, like they want to play Deja because there's a good Mirage. They want to go towards that. They know it's been working for them a lot. And suddenly we've got, 3-star Swain, we've got 6 scale score, and we've got all these crazy compositions coming out in game number 1. And this is just the first game. This is just gold augments. I know Kien yesterday was asking for some prismatic, so we might get some of that. We might see some more craziness for sure. More dog, come on, give us some prismatics as we go forward in these rest of these games. We're gonna go to a short break here, but before we do, I mentioned Ball Street earlier. I'm gonna mention them again. We're partnered up with Ball Street and Fantasy TFT, and you may be wondering how Fantasy TFT works. Each player you will be able to trade based on how likely you think they will to win or finish 8th. Shares of the winning player are going to be worth $100 at the end, and shares of losing players will be worth 0. So you want to buy and sell based on how people are performing. If a player is worth like $25, that means that the system is judging them to have a 25% chance to win. So go ahead and play over on fantasytft.com. But we're going to be moving on. We've got 5 more games to play, as Admirable said. So we're going to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere. Dragonlands mid-set finale will return right after this. Welcome back to the Dragonlands mid-set finale. I'm Casanova, joined by Bryce and Frodan. We had quite the crazy game one, and I'm excited for us to jump into even more with the rest coming up. But Bryce, we saw a lot of interesting compositions in that first game, and one of them that we didn't get to touch on before the break was scale scoring. And I know you have a bit of an affinity to this comp. It's one you like, and I'd love for you to give us a little bit more insight into the scale scorings and when they can be good.
Yeah, I think the scale scoring line has been a lot of fun for a lot of the set. I mean, look, in the early stages it was broken, and then it went through a period where it wasn't as playable, and I think it's in a good spot now, where with the right conditions, particularly playing around your augments, you can really make it shine. Pokemon is undoubtedly the best scale scoring player on the server. He wrote the book on it, so to speak. He wrote a very lengthy Google slide guide on how to make it work, and he really played it to perfection in this game. He was very fluid in his board state. He was slimming items confidently and correctly. The one mistake he really had in this game ultimately cost him huge. He actually dies on win streak with 20 HP, gets thoroughly outpositioned by Kurum X in that fight. Kurum backlines his Shio directly in front of the Olaf, which was a huge deal because Olaf essentially died right away. No QSS on that assassin version of Olaf. So Pocky needed his Olaf away from Kurum's Shio in order to potentially win that fight, or at least kill enough units to survive. But he showed you that the line absolutely can work, particularly when you get 6 scale score, and the double emblem version of that comp can be terrifying.
Yeah, we had a lot of very highly capped boards on some of these compositions that they were playing, and it came down to a lot of that positioning to decide that game. And this is what we love to see in high-level TFT, but we're going to get to see even more as we jump into game number 2. Bryce, Frodan, take it away.
Here we go. It is game 2 of the final day here on Championship Sunday of the mid-set finale of Dragonlands. Let's hop on board with a player who was doing so well the first 2 days with Omdi. Now has to pick himself back up after that bot 4. Oh, I apologize. Actually, we were on Omdi's POV. Now we have switched to DQA. DQA, quite the enigma of a player. It kind of depends on what version of DQA is. Is he motivated? Is he well prepped? Is he well rested? DQA has gone through many different approaches in his TFT career, and it feels like he's hit that healthy balance of understanding enough about the game to feel confident in his game plan without over-indexing on playing too much. That was something that he cited previously in the Gizmos and Gadgets Championship. He felt like he just played too much TFT and his mind wasn't able to focus by resting more, watching more, thinking more critically outside the game. It feels like he has found that sweet spot, and it resulted in a really nice off-meta Swain first place.
Yeah, it did, and I think this is one of DQA's strengths, actually. He performed so well last regionals as one of the only players in the field that was actually open to Warwick, correctly recognizing that that composition was quite strong, the Warwick reroll. And yet again, I think it's one of the first Swain games we've seen the entire tournament in DQA actually kind of low-rolled. He was stuck on 8 Swains for a really long time and wasn't able to kind of push the levels to get the Shyvana in. He was also playing without a Nico for a little while, so it was a really nicely played Swain game for him. Excellent recognition that Swain is both capable of being strong in this meta, and in particular, very strong into the lobby complexion that we had in game number 1.
Whoa, all right. Well, this lobby is heating up. Prismatic start at 2-1 with a couple of interesting choices. I have very rarely seen anyone even attempt to take a Tempest Crown. I don't think DQA is the type of player that would. If it was Pokkigam, for example, I'm sure he would explore that possibility. Does go for the Evoker to get that free Anivia. Has the Jade set up already, so that's actually a great choice. Plus, can even utilize this Evoker emblem to flex into top end in a multitude of ways. Just because he starts off with this Jade doesn't mean he has to commit to Jade, although Jade might end up being something that you would lean into more. Spell, Sword, Enchantment is once again the Mirage, which I think worked out in the benefit of DQA as well. If you're talking about good matchups for Swain, there was a lot of that lobby, but a bad matchup is a Deja, and we might see a lot of it this lobby.
Yeah, we might see a lot of it this lobby. I would expect to see more of it than we saw last lobby. Only 2 players attempting Deja on Spell Sword, which is the strongest Mirage variant right now. Yesterday and the day before, we were seeing 4, 5, 6 players sometimes on Deja in that line, but I have to pause our thoughts on Deja and Spell Sword to say Clear is playing Cruel Pact. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, so Crew Pact has changed since the beginning of the set. It used to just cost you HP to level, and that was it. Now it costs you additional health to be able to level, but you heal a few every single round. And so the strategy is a little bit more dynamic. It's about timing when you can push for 7. You can't do it immediately anymore, but you have to try to lean into that streak. And ultimately with Cruel Pact, it's pretty much about making sure that you're all capable of playing best board with your gold constraints. That's the biggest part about Cruel Pact, is making sure that you can have that delicate balance between strongest board and not sacrificing your economy too bad, because there's going to be moments where you have to think about rolling down, even in situations you don't want to.
Yeah, and I love to see Clear pulling out this very dangerous pick in the biggest stake tournament he's ever played in, right? I don't think Clear's ever made a regional, so a mid-set finale with a world spot on the line is about as high stakes as it gets for him or for basically anyone in competitive teamfight tactics, and he is showing that he is not afraid of this moment, grabbing a very high-risk, high-reward augment like Cruel Pact. That's part of what makes Clear such a fun player to watch. You know, we saw him piloting Varus in that first game, a composition that basically no one is looking to play. He's one of the best Varus players on the server, now taking Cruel Pact in this game. I love that he's just willing to do his thing. He beats to his own TFT drum, and he's been making it work so far in days 1 and 2.
Yep, so far so good. So even though he's at 52, is the player that is streaking and will continue to streak. There's also another dynamic of with this kind of start, is that you end up putting so much pressure on the rest of the lobby. A lot of people are going to be under the, quote, Cruel Pact tax. Anybody that's facing up against him early game will be taking more damage than expected. And to top it all off, Clear is guaranteed carousel priority until stage 4. So we'll see how Clear is able to really leverage this advantage. Another aspect of it is, what is the timing of his level 7? He's going to go after carousel. Is he going to try to be a little bit on the greedier side if he's scouting a lot of weak boards? It's going to be rare for the boards to be weak, though, because it is a prismatic lobby, as he does get a very comfortable win over Bertosaurus. Only Darth Nub is the last standing person who still has a chance of preserving streak.
Yeah, Darth Nub just in the Prage. Mortdog has him and does not match him up against Clear situation. Clear, as you said, an extra benefit is he's getting first pick on the carousel here, so we'll have to see what item he chooses to go for as we take a look at the augments. You know, nothing else really super jumping out at me. Robin grabbing Mage Cap, not something we see all the time at the prismatic level. Not a lot of vertical mages happening, so we'll have to check out his spot. And then Darth Nub on Built Different 3, an augment that a lot of players think is just ridiculously powerful. He is the other win streaker. It's tough, though, being the Built Different player in a Cruel Pact lobby, because you really, really want to preserve your streak. And if he runs into that crazy strong board from Clear, he might not be able to, even with Built Different 3.
Agreed. So there's going to be this tension of whether or not Darth Nub ends up playing against Clear this stage, because both of those players are heavily dependent on streaking on stage 2. And if they do match up, obviously neither of them can. There could be a secondary effect or secondary option, which is they never play each other. And I think they both would even prefer that in some capacity, just to have that sigh of relief. And you can see match number 4 up against Burtosaurus, not going to be the case. Burt did end up taking item grab bag 2. That is an interesting pick in my opinion. I think a lot of people view this as a weak prismatic augment, but in the hands of a really good player who can understand the flexibility that you can use with these items and making sure you're playing a strong board like Burtosaurus, I think that it's an underrated augment. And you can see has resulted in him just beating a build different 3 board we talked about, anticipating the matchup versus Clear. He didn't even get a chance to play Clear. He loses to Burt with that double item start.
Yeah, Burt with 4 items slammed on 2-5, and they're generically very powerful items as well. So Burt is in an excellent position, still has a Reforger available as well, and he can be very flexible. I mean, the Shiv plus the Archangel plus an Edge of Night plus a Sunfire to me screams, hey, I want to play around Deja, right? You Shiv and you Archangel the Deja, you put the Edge of Night onto a Yasuo, and you Sunfire your Nunu. But Burt is such a good and flexible player TFT. He can go in a lot of different directions from there. And now we have Clear on his final fight. He would really like to preserve this streak as well. The only player full streaking. Will he go up against Darth Nub? And if so, can he deal with it?
Goes up against Omdi, who does have the Dragonmancer emblem with a Jewel Gauntlet already slammed. So Omdi angling for a Legend reroll featuring Anivia. This is a comp that I believe is also underplayed across the board, except for outside of China, or rather in China. China
and Mill
loves this build. They called it the Phoenix. And so Omdi ends up losing to Clear again. Reasonable amount of power coming up from Clear, but Clear also chose to not go to 7. This is something that's very distinct about the Cruel Pact. It's a very integral choice, because I wonder when Clear will go to 7 then, because he obviously can't stay at 6 for too much longer because his streak's going to get snapped.
Yeah, this is a lot of the skill of the composition, or sorry, of the augment, is understanding that you have to scout lobby very closely throughout in order to make that decision of when you need to spike, when do you need to go to 7 and enroll your gold as well. Joining Robin, who is at the middle of the pack HP-wise, 84 HP for Robin. He's been playing around that Mage's board. He's got the Rise early, plus the Spear of Shojin, plus that Mage Cap, so he's making it work. He's also getting a little bit of investment in Trainer this round, able to make 40 gold despite it, so solid performance from Robin.
See how Robin's able to flex this AP line. He's been playing a lot of Mages, and Itis shows up. Which, by the way, Itis with Mage Emblem is low-key not bad. We'll see if he ends up utilizing it or selling it. He immediately sells it for gold. What do you think about that? Do we know the item?
We don't. I haven't seen the item yet, so that could be part of it. It also looks like he really wants to play around hitting the spike now, right? He's playing this old version of Mages where he's rolling deeply, trying to go for this Nami 3 potentially. Oh, completely whiffs Nami on that shop. Such a big deal. I expect him to get this Rise back in, but I guess he could sell the Rise and just go full all in on the carry Nami. This is a style of play that was really popular in earlier phases of the set that most top players think is actually quite bad right now. I mean, I was having a conversation, I remember, with a couple players in the lead up to this tournament who said, yeah, if you carry Nami right now, you are inting. Carrying Rise and Mages is actually quite good, so it'll be interesting to see if Robin's beat on this is correct, or if this Nami's not able to take care of business in Stage 3.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on what you're hitting. If you're hitting those Namis, which he has 5 copies of, that makes more sense. Only 1 copy of Rise makes it a lot more difficult to justify. And he's going up against Pocky, who is at 5, who didn't go to 6, it didn't roll. And it comes down to these last couple of hits. At least it's a 1-unit loss. That was not what Robin was hoping for as we entered 3-2 augment, and it's going to be a silver.
Whoa. Do you just go vertical Mages here? It's an extra copy of Nami, which is really nice. He can't afford to re-roll. Triforce doesn't feel very good. Best Friends is fine. There's definitely value in Best Friends. Even people think about Best Friends as an AD-focused augment, but it doesn't have to be. Attack speed causes you to cast faster. Armor is nice on everyone.
Yeah, it depends on what Robin is open to. Personally, I think Mage Heart is actually quite pickable, especially if you choose to play with a Mage emblem on Sona, or you just use Rise as a primary. Because it just gives you a bunch of AP boost. So I personally like it a lot. Not to mention, this extra Nami helps, right? If you're trying to go for Nami 3, every little bit that you can kind of get close to that Nami 3 without having to roll a bunch of gold, the better. And so I actually like this pick from Robin. I think it seems kind of basic on paper. A lot of people at the intermediate level just like, well, yeah, of course, you're playing Mages, just pick the Mage augment. But there's a lot more that went into it, given the state of the game in terms of its meta and the way this lobby is shaping.
Yeah, going up against Bertosaurus's board, Bert is very strong, has maintained a meaningful amount of HP. Actually, might have won every fight since we last saw him. The Tiny Titans is boosting him up to 122 HP, and it looks like Bert's going to take care of business here as well. The double upgrades on the Senna and Jinx in the backline is enough, and Robin, after leveling early on 3-1 and rolling probably more gold than anyone has so far this stage, has now lost back-to-back fights. Very unusual situation to be in. Joining Clear, who is level 7 and has lost back-to-back fights. Things are getting very precarious for this Clear pact. Oh, Deja!
Deja!
Wait, what?
Hold on. We just passed Deja and Spell Sword. He is full committing to what looks like a Jade Core with Quirky. That is a very bold call on
He passes
my
Siphon
first
as
initial
well?
instinct is I heavily disagree with this. He finds a Yasuo, which would have been a perfect complement to everything.
He also passed Siphon, so he's committed to this Jade Core around Corki. Very, very interesting decision-making from Clear. I would love to pick his brain on it. My first instinct is the same as yours. I think that he is too tunneled on a single path here and not paying enough attention to what Mortdog is offering him.
Well, I mean, I understand why the instinct is the Jade Core. One, it's really powerful in the mid stage of the game, exactly where it is, so he gets to win. And, you know, again, his board is not bad by any means. He's level 7 at this stage of the game. And Jade also lends itself to finding Soraka and plugging and playing, and Soraka does get your cool packed healing, so you can go to level 8. That being said, it is very difficult for Clear to pull himself out of this deficit if he loses one more time. If he loses any time between here and the end of stage 4, Clear could go 8th, and that is the dynamic of Cruel Pact that has often made players shy away from it, and the stakes are just so high. There's a world spot on the line and thousands of dollars. Clear really putting money where his mouth is. He strongly believes that this is a play that would net the best average placement from here.
What?
He finds a Yasuo pair.
You ever just hit Yasuo 2 on 4-1, because why not? Never punished.
Another
3-5.
Deja.
Another Deja. Another Siphon. Does he want to play Shio Yu? Sell the Corki for Shio Yu, and then he has Titans BT on Shio Yu? I mean, Titans BT also very good on Siphon, by the way. Like, BIS Siphon, I'm really, really struggling to understand the decision-making tunneling so hard on one line in this situation. So he is going to slam the Bloodthirster. That's going to go Corki as well, so Corki is going to be his item holder. But if you're just playing around item holding, isn't Siphon the much better item holder in this spot? Very, very unusual decision-making.
Yeah, and you know, to your point, it's also not like the additional benefits from having a Braum 1 for the Guardian and having this synergyless Corki is that much more meaningful. It's whether or not you believe these units can actually get it done. And I think that even just having the Deja in, right, with all this, and having Yasuo hold the other items like Bloodthirster and Titans would have also, one, saved him a ton of gold, and two, be just as effective, if not more. Now, that being said, again, he's winning, and so everything is fine. It's just not fine the moment he loses, and that's why we're so kind of dialed in to the possibilities of what's going on here. And if Clear wins out for the rest of the game, then I'll never doubt him again. I just highly doubt whether or not that's actually going to happen.
Yeah, for anyone who's watching and saying, wait, why are these casters going so hard in the paint on Clear? He is winning these fights. He's supposed to be winning these fights. He's playing Clear Pact. He got to 7 early. He spent a bunch of gold here. He is supposed to be winning in this situation. The problem is we're worried about the scalability of this board. We know for a fact the current iteration of his board is going to get outscaled, and we also know he is now at 10 gold, stuck on level 7. It's going to be a really rough stage 4 for Clear unless he gets the exact units he's hitting for in a bunch of shops in a row. And it looks like we're going to be taking a loss here, although the Corki is on to this Tristana. The Tristana ult comes out, but yeah, it's just too much. Clear's going to take some big damage here, down at 18. Robin, by the way, down at 50. Robin actually just won his first fight of the stage, so after basically spending 20 plus gold on 3-1, Robin went 4 loss into 1 win at the end of stage 3, and this is why many players think playing around Nami is just weak. It just doesn't stabilize the board in the way that it used to.
Yeah, not unless you hit really fast, like Nami 3 still can get it done, but you also saw that Robin only had 1 item, had a Shojin, and usually another dynamic of what makes the mages really strong is you can get ahead of the curve. You have Nami 3 really fast, you have Shojin and Shiv and Archangels, you know, these kinds of items that really ramp up the fight, and people's boards aren't developed enough to deal with the mage front line. Speaking of frontline, by the way, DQA with a very solid Warmogs plus Stoneplate hits, and Anivia at 2 stars is now going for, okay, well, I thought was going to be a Trainer Jade setup, so I was getting ready to tee that up, but he has since taken it out because it is a weaker variation of the board. And in a Prismatic library like this, I like that. You have to respect the fact that people are going to play stronger than average boards. And you can look at it, Robin's rolling down. He found Rise 2, he found Alawi 2. 2 people are streaking. Dark Noob has reclaimed his built different streak. And none of those players are in his pool. Let's see what ends up being on the other side. Is Bertosaurus, the Reaper of Items, who has a Shyvana at 7 with 2 of the 3 best items you can possibly get on her. And the Dragon's Descent is going to land on the clumped up board. And everything just melts.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. So
Wow.
much damage.
And he hits him
Thumbs
with
up
the
from Bert.
thumbs up, Bert. You love to see it. That's my first round draft pick, my double point fantasy player on day number 4. Bert at 102 HP and styling while he is at it. Meanwhile, Clear takes another loss down there. Things getting very, very dicey.
DQA with Celestial Blessing, Guardian Crest, Blue Battery. All these options are okay. I think Celestial Blessing is the most generic. I actually think that there was a brief moment of merit to Blue Battery. I think that Blue Battery is not picked enough. I think people would just associate it as a reroll augment for Ezreal or Karma, and that's about it. Blue Battery is particularly powerful with Evokers. You can actually use it with Aurelion Soul, whose mana is at 60. And then now you have an Evoker emblem. You can go 4 Evoker. You can kind of see where I'm going with this. You just cast non-stop, and the cast ends up snowballing on each other because Evokers gain mana from allies casting. All of a sudden, Anivia, Sona, and Aurelion Soul are doing crazy amount of damage. That being said, Celestial Blessing 2 is still perfectly fine and an acceptable augment. I think DQ is going for what's tried and true.
Yeah, absolutely. Going up against Clear's board, Clear was finally able to hit that Xiaoyu that he has been looking so desperately for the entirety of the last 4 or 5 rounds. Is the Xiaoyu going to be enough, though? It's going to spend a meaningful amount of time auto-attacking in the front line. The Anivia is ramping up, and, you know, there's just no anti-heal for DQA, so it's just really hard for me to envision him actually killing the Xiaoyu. He's getting so much time in this fight, but enough time doesn't matter. The Xiaoyu is just auto-attacking and healing its way back up to full, so Clear is going to take a fight when DQA is going to take a fight loss. Actually, Darth Nub is now no longer streaking. I assume lost to Pokygom's board. Pocky, our only streaker. Big hit from Darth, though. Able to get the Corki 2 online. The strongest carry in built different situations because it just doesn't really care overly much about its traits and so puts out crazy amounts of DPS.
Holy moly. 3-star Nunu comes into the field for Pokygom, and if he's playing a Spell Sword Deja setup, that's going to be fearsome, to say the least. Another dynamic that we can talk about here is the fact that Darth Nub has also gotten Pandora's Bench, and Pandora's Bench is often best associated with 4-cost units, and he's going to be able to roll for a 3-star 4-cost in this way. Maybe play that double Corki board that we've seen a lot of people. He also has the luxury of staying at 7 for a long time now to make up the power in this way. You can see him, he's actually rolling mid-combat to pick up additional 4-cost to roll, but whether or not he's able to stabilize or even hit is another question. Pandora's Bench does not pull from the draft pool, so you could theoretically go over it if everyone's holding Corkis. You still could hit Corki 3, just very unlikely in that situation. We'll have to check back in with him later as we see another loss for Clear and a critical defeat for DQA, who might even beat Clear to that 8th place.
Yeah, he might. Taking a look at these augments, we have some very interesting things brewing. I have to call out Omdi, who we did not get a chance to talk about it, but he has late game specialist as a silver augment, and then he took Eye of the Storm, which is probably the best augment he could have been offered in that situation. He's playing around a frontline Anivia, which the goal is to get the enemy to clump around the Anivia. It has so much base AP with the 6 Dragonmancer Spatula, plus the Jeweled Gauntlet giving critical strikes, and then you add on top of that a Chalice of Power, plus the Eye of the Storm AP, and it's just disgusting. It's such a cool board. I am really excited to see that in action. I think he is going to be able to get to level 9 and make use of that late game specialist. I think Omdi is potentially in pole position to win this game.
I agree with that, and I also think that the highest cap version of that board is not the Anivia, because he has late game specialist. It's actually Shyvana. Shyvana with Dragonmancer emblem and Eye of the Storm is an absolute menace that tears everything up. And the reason why I know this is because one time I literally had to AFK, and I pushed Shyvana one Eye of the Storm with Dragonmancer emblem, and I won the lobby. So it's actually just that strong. I hope we can see it come to fruition. Speaking of Shyvana, we have Bertosaurus breathing fire onto the back line and itemizing very wisely this Xayah for secondary damage. Now, that said, Bert did not able to target the right side of the board. Shyvana goes for largest clump, and I think it was evenly distributed, leaving that Corki alive, so it does end up taking a loss here. But Bert's so healthy that I don't think he's in any real danger yet of going bot 4. On the opposite side of things, a player that is in danger is DQA, who is now going for the Aushin pivot. And this is a very hard situation to pull yourself out from, because the units on this board are good, Bryce, but everything's all 1-star except for the Lulu and the Heimer, which are probably the least impactful units right now.
Yeah, they are very low impact. This Heimer, no mages. He's playing Nomsy, but he's just started investing in the Nomsy, right? This Nomsy has 6 snacks so far, so it's basically useless on this board. DQA out of money and realistically out of hope. I mean, maybe somehow he's able to squeak out a bot 7 here, but I don't think so. I think there's a decent chance that he actually just straight up dies to Darth Nub's board here, and DQA goes from 1st place to 8th place. You hate to see it. Rough game for him, but he's a tournament veteran, very capable of bouncing back the rest of the day.
That one stings. Clear, still stabilizing. He did find the Shioyu too, now putting pressure onto Robin. And again, because of the Mystics having some good favorable matchups, right? You saw him do well against DQA's AP boards, doing well against Robin's mage-centric board. Has a Yasuo 2 at 7. That Yasuo pair that he had, I think with the glove, means that he picked it up off of Carousel, so that was a little bit of a miss on our end. Finds Titans as a possibility to just play onto either of his 2-star bruiser carries in Shioyu, as well as Yasuo. This is an entirely reasonable Treasure Dragon to take. It is a little bit awkward in a couple of fronts. Also, we'll still have no items onto the Nico unless he decides to put some of the other tier 2 items onto her.
He could death cap Nico. It's not terrible. It's shield boost. I know Goobums favors death cap as not a great item on Nico, but playable enough. So definitely worth thinking about in this situation. That's probably what I would do, is I would put the Last Whisper there, and then I would death cap the Nico to round it out. This is an okay board. It is a board that is capable of winning fights. It's pretty high roll, if we're being honest. The fact that he's been able to find a Yasuo 2 plus this Shioyu 2, considering how little gold he had and he hadn't found these units yet. The flip side is he had low rolled by not hitting any of them earlier. This is clearly the board that he had in mind. The question is, how far is this board capable of taking him? We haven't actually gotten a chance to look at X's board. He's down at 16 HP. Robin, we have seen, and I feel like his spot probably isn't very good, so it's possible Clear can find his way into a top 5, but with the HP gap and his board state, it's hard for me to envision him doing much better than that here.
A good time to fight Bird. He has a duplicator and he has a bunch of pairs on his bench, so an opportunity. But this itemization of Shyvana, the Dragon sent deletes the backline instantaneously. Does it seem like the Yasuo's going to be able to finish it off? No ability to get the Sweeping Blade cast number 3 for the execute. Still takes big damage, and we talked exactly about the situation. Once more, Clear is under the gun, does not have a strong board for stage 5, now behind the curve and cannot get to level 8. Another player that's struggling is Kurum X. Our top 2 finishers, DQA and Kurum X, previously are now going 7 and 8, which would just turn the standings on its head. This is a very tough situation too, because I'm looking at the board state and he's still carrying 2-star Tristana, 2-star Jinx, 1-star Siphon. This is a terrible board. I think Kurum's doomed for a 7th place, barring a miraculous fight.
Yeah, we haven't seen a board that I think he's particularly capable of beating here. It's an okay matchup into the Shioyu. If he had a Corki 2, I'd feel a lot better about it, but this is maybe his best shot. There's a Yasuo 2 wailing away, getting some CCs coming up. Not actually very impactful. The Shioyu is taking damage, but does have the Bloodthirster and is healing back up. It doesn't look like there's any anti-heal applied, but it is slowly but surely dying. The Tristan takes care of business. It's just Yasuo versus the world. Yasuo is able to get big damage there, but but Jinx and Heimer still alive. That was the only board I think Kurum realistically had a shot at beating, maybe Robin as well. So good matchmaking RNG for him at least, but he literally can't even afford to buy a Siphon 2 if he hits it. He's got no copies of Corki, and this might have just been a stay of execution.
His best shot is hoping that he can kill enough units, and maybe his teammate Robin Songs can help him fight for a 6th place. At this point, Kurum knows that it's purely about HP preservation the best you can. The caveat is, Namzi's at 4-star, and we've seen some Siphon do some crazy things but once in a while. And Darth Noob is still at 7, has not hit anything particularly strong. In fact, Darth Noob feels like he's playing the exact same board for about a stage now while trying to eco back up. And so it makes me think this is actually a really good time to play Darth Noob. This actually might be a Kurum victory depending on how things go. Corki's not immediately targeting Tristana. But Triss now gets overwhelmed. Can this Namzi be able to clean things up in time? I don't think so. There's just no way to challenge this Corki. Kurumex is going to be out here. Did Robin end up losing at all? Robin did end up taking the loss. Only -1, so Kurum does get 7th place. Team Liquid holding hands, friends 6-7.
Yeah, not an ideal finish there, but Kurum with a solid top 2. We had a 1st and an 8th, we have a 2nd and a 7th. Robin's the only one really struggling, did bring in some extra points today, so hopefully he's going to be in a position to be able to bounce back in games 3 through 6. Taking a look at this carousel, we've got 2 win streakers. We've got Darth Nub and Pokygom, who's been win streaking at 68 HP forever. We know he has a Nunu 3. We don't know anything else about his board, though. And then Omdi probably has been trying to get to level 9, is all the way down at 20 HP. Would love to check in on that board as well. But Pokygom is, he's cooking with gas. He's on a 13-round win streak. He's got solid items on his Deja. He's got a Nunu 3 with the Radiant version of Sunfire, which is terrifying. These new items are disgusting. And he's also got this Cavalier emblem teed up for a Yasuo at level 9, which he will undoubtedly get to because he has 80 gold.
And he has 2nd win. Like, this Nunu's going to stay so healthy. And the Nunu, I wouldn't be surprised if it almost deals as much damage as the Deja 2 in a full-length fight. We'll see. Darth Noob has 2 Corki 2s and Xayah. But his front line cracks almost instantly, and now we have to see whether or not these Corkis can get it done with the 10 seconds that were bought. An additional stun from the 2nd cast of Nico does end up stall for just a moment here, but Deja is now onto the Corki, and that's just going to be it. Another bite from Nunu! Huge damage. Pokygom has destroyed the streak of Darth Noob. And now Bert and Pocky are the players that are streaking. Omda has 9. Instantly finds Shyvana. Does not go for it.
And Aoshin! What? He literally skipped Aoshin too!
What is he trying to go for here at level 9 then, if that's not what he wants to play? We've seen Dragon Mancer 10-cost Dragon be a very powerful way to cap the board, because he's not just going to be playing these 2-star units all game, is he? I don't think this is good enough.
What is happening in this game? I feel like I was so excited about these lobbies coming in. The quality of the players overall is very high. I'd been relatively impressed with Clear and Omdi so far, but it feels like we're seeing extremely uncharacteristically bad plays where these good players are tunneling around the board they have in their minds and not paying attention to what's in their shops. You get offered an Aoshin, buy it. You get 2 more in your next one, cool. You have an Aoshin 2, let's play around that. He's able to take care of business against a Ghost here, but he's down at 12 HP. He's got a top 4 secured, but it feels like he could have been playing for top 1 here. We saw Bertosaurus go 2nd place on a 6 Dragonmancer Aoshin line that was very similar to this. I am very disappointed to see Omdi full commit to this board, especially given the lobby complexion. He's got 12 HP. We have 3 players that are 60 or above.
I see what he's trying to go for now, actually. Okay, so what Omdi's saying is, I want to go for 9 Dragonmancer. But he has to find Yasuo. And, to your point, Bryce, I do think that the line that we talked about is stronger. But if he does find the Yasuo, 9 Dragonmancer can provide comparable strength. On the Anivia 2, maybe not. But we'll see. He has to also find the Yasuo. If he doesn't find the Yasuo, it's all for naught. As we also take a look at Pokygom's roll down, which I don't think is particularly super consequential. Any legendary could do. You can justify Soraka, you could justify Bard. I could even put Lulu into the mix, given that she will buff the attack speed. But he is going up against Omdi on the other side, so we get to see what final Dragonmancer variation Omdi has. If he plays a bunch of 1-star Dragonmancers to get that 9 Dragonmancer online, it could be worth. But against one of the highest capped boards in the game, which is a full Spell Sword Deja, he did. He found the Yasuo. So here we go, the 9 Dragonmancer. But this is also a bad matchup, particularly into Deja with Spell Sword. Oh no, instantly losing a couple of frontliners, and now has to see if he can take down the Anivia. And with that Sunfire, the Radiant Sunlight Cape, I just don't think it's going to be enough. A valiant effort, but a lot left to be desired. Omdi solo contesting 4th place. But hey, look at the HP counts, Bryce. Maybe 4th place was always going to be what happened, given what happened with 60 plus HP for everyone above him.
Yeah, and that's not even the cap version of Pocky's board, right? The cap version is going to involve a Yasuo carrying that Cavalier emblem. So Omdi goes out in 4th place, top 4. It's a solid bounce back for him. He had bonus points coming in. He'll be fine. I just think there was a better line he could have theoretically taken, or at least been open to. Joining Bertosaurus's board, we see that he has the Shyvana 2. He's been sitting on that duplicator for a long time. He finally gets it going, and this is a pretty cool board for Bert. He's at 50 gold, level 8, 66 HP, so he's going to be able to get to 9. We're going to see some crazy cap here because the separation in this lobby was so wild. You have 3 players all with basically 60 HP left over, everyone else dead, so all 3 of these players are going to have to go for Omega cap in order to try to top 1 this lobby.
It's just difficult because you have to get to the Nunu 3 in order to get the right to challenge Deja. And you see Deja just ramping up. Pokygom still trying to see if he can take down this Yasuo very quickly and should be able to do so. Does deal damage to Bertosaurus. So everyone kind of beating each other. Pokygom has taken the loss, I believe, to Darth Noob, but beat Bertosaurus, who beat Darth Noob.
We're one away.
Quirky.
We have 8 Corkis right now going for the built different Corki 3, which is just disgusting. The cap here is so potentially strong. Darth Nub has played this game really well, understanding the value of the Pandora's interaction with the built different board, because you want all these 4 costs. Look at his board. It's all 4 costs basically, right? He's got the Nico 2, the Orin 2, the Hecarim 2 as his frontliners, and he can play around a Corki 3 win condition. He probably has the highest cap in this game when he hits it, but it'll be interesting to see if anyone can get higher because everyone has so much resources to work with.
Yeah, it kind of depends too about how Shyvana chooses to target. Ends up going for the Dragon Scent onto the front line. Now turns around and aims at the Xayah. Neither of the carries getting hits. And that is the pair of Corkis, and one more Descent is enough. And so Darth Noob has his bar. If he has that Corki 3, should be able to swing the fight. But it's not like his other opponents are trying to get any weaker either.
It's a useless Dragonmancer emblem, but it is a Corki 3 that Darth Noob is going to secure for himself. Very nice. Bertosaurus actually has a chance to get a Rage Wing emblem playing around the Rage Wing board. And what does Pocky go for here? Blue buff for a Yasuo sounds particularly very good to me. Thinking about a Spark as well.
Spark to try to get a little bit more of his Deja damage in. Corki 3 has arrived, but as you mentioned, at the cost of one of his items. Dragonmancer emblems, heck, emblems in general, quite poor in built different boards. What is the next unit on deck? He did have that Hecarim at 2-star, and looks like he did switch it into a Talon, which he's playing into it. I guess for now, he's just going to hope that Corki 3 is strong enough. Going against Pokygom, Corki does traditionally have a tough matchup into Deja, especially Spellsword Deja, because the Spellsword Deja just ignores the front line, doesn't getting the Shroud, and he's targeting the Nunu. Is this good or bad? I gotta admit, I haven't really seen Nunu 3 versus Corki 3. Nunu rushes to the back, bites the Nico. Nico stuns with her Blossom, trying to see if he can get another cast, and Corki finally gets past one of the frontline units and is now targeting the Deja, who has fully ramped. And Corki 3 not able to get it done. You see why it's a tough matchup, in particular because that Nunu 3 was tanking forever for Pokygom.
Yeah, it also might look like a Corki missile might have fizzled there. I saw one land on top of the Deja and do no damage. I don't think it would have killed the Deja, though, so I think it probably didn't swing the fight. Or maybe it was a dodge from Deja. Wow. I mean, either way, really, really interesting matchup. I can't say I've seen a lot of Corki 3 built different in Nunu 3 either, but I did like the positioning tech from Darth Nub, backlining his Nico to get extra AD from the stealing the stats from the Corki, and then also peeling for the Corki there. It wasn't enough, but it was very fun to watch. Meanwhile, joining Bertosaurus, who has gone win-loss, win-loss this whole stage, but it's okay. He's playing for a level 9 cap here, if at all possible. He's actually holding an Aoshin, which suggests to me he might think that Aoshin is going to be his ultimate pivot here, as opposed to staying on the Shyvana. Only time is going to tell. Going up against Pokigama, that Shyvana has landed, is doing big damage with the Deja so far away from the rest of the board. Very smart positioning from Pokigama to make sure that his primary carry is doing its thing in the back line. His two most important units are alive. This Nunu 3 just goes munch. There goes the Shyvana. Pocky with another win, slowly but surely increasing his health too, up to 72 with that Soraka.
I'm particularly fascinated with that Aoshin hold here, and you can see that Bert's keeping that window open. However, he also has his Rage Wing emblem. Yeah, he ends up selling the Aoshin. I wasn't really seeing it based off the way his board was setting up. I just don't think he would have made that strong of a Aoshin board, to be honest. So I like that Bert has thrown that away. He also has a Rage Wing emblem. I wonder if he wants to replace one of his Rage Wings. You can say, for example, take out Hecarim or Shen, and end up playing a nice legendary unit to
go 9
more mystics. 9 Rage Wing. Okay, so go the opposite direction and say, I'm just going to go 9 Rage Wing and try to get even more attack speed in Omnivamp. And that looks to be the case. He did make that swing too.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't made the transition yet, so we can't say confidently. Bert is such a good analyzer of the situation. So, okay, so he makes it and he sells it. He does not want to go for the Rage Wing. It was kind of a backup plan, I guess. Under the circumstances, this Rage Wing emblem, he reforges, he gets a locket, not probably doing very much.
Okay. Rage Wing Bard. Bard's not getting hit much anyway, so you just generate a little bit extra mana relative to what you'd expect. Nothing super crazy here. Here comes a Descent. Corki 3 again does get frozen. And now Shyvana is targeting, but drawing a bunch of the aggression. But look at that last hit. It does come down to a Yasuo 1v1, so it should be Dark Noob's victory here, unless Xayah is ready to channel her release set 7 form. Not to be so. Bert does end up taking the loss here. Looks like Bert is going to be 3rd place, as he does not seem primed to be able to take down Deja. And now we're at that point where Pokigam can start thinking about what other 3 stars he can pursue here.
Yeah, Pocky's still not capped, by the way. All these Yasuos, right? He would like to have a Yasuo 2 of his own, but this Spell Sword Deja is so strong. We talked about it from the outset as one of the strongest, if not the very strongest, versions of the Mirage trait. And when you couple that with this crazy early Nunu 3 with this itemization, right? Pocky had 2 Nunu 2s, I think, on his 3-1 fight, and so he just played around this win condition for the whole game. Going up against Darth Noob's board, which has improved considerably, this Yasuo is a lot scarier, but it's taking the early Deja aggro. This Yasuo is going to go down early in this fight, so it's going to be Corki 3 against the world. The CC from the Yasuo is in the back line, disrupting that Corki. The Nico Peel is there. The Nunu 3 is still alive in the back line. So many units left alive, but it is Corki with big damage. The Spell Sword ramp up from the Deja is enough to take down this fight, and this built different Corki 3, a board that you would often see top winning lobbies, seems like it might be destined for 2nd. Bertosaurus with a board that often could top win a lobby as well. He gets a 3rd. That's the nature of the beast in this prismatic lobby. And a Nico 3! Stop the presses. God. Is that enough to swing this matchup?
I don't even really know. Nico 3 now should be a frontliner so she can get the stall. She does have... So Nico 3 scales the shield amount to 2,000 and deals 1,500. Is that enough? We're going to have to find out who will be the one that gets the last laugh. Darth Noob has a lot of ground to make up, though, in HP. Here we go. The first cast. The onslaught does miss most of the board here, so Hecarim is down. Nico does cast, but only stuns a part of the board, and Yasuo has Quicksilver, so the stun isn't even that long. And now Nico 3 is being targeted by the Nunu, the Yasuo 2, and the Spell Sword Deja. But the shield is so big. Corki 3 is now directly onto the Deja. Is it a BT diff? It is not. And gods can bleed. Nico 3 has gotten the job done, but we have a Dragon Carousel the table here.
Hockey has a Mirage emblem available to him if he wants to go for that. There's also a Thieves Glove, potentially very interesting. Sin Spat could have been some interesting shenanigans as well. By the way, you could have Sin Spatted an Eco 3 and jumped it into the back line for Omega Disruption onto that Deja, although it doesn't sound very good. Most of that board is melee, so fairly low value. We see the rolling happening here. Pokygom is going to use that Mirage Emblem, looks like, to get off of the Yone and play a stronger unit. He still can't find this Yasuo 2, such a big deal for Pocky's board.
And the inherent glamour from Nico is so problematic. It's an Ornn 3. How many 3-stars can this man acquire?
Yeah, Corki 3 alone, not enough, but Nico 3 and Ornn 3? Are you kidding me?
Pass down the middle with the blue buff to the Thief's Gloves. If Pokygom loses, he still has a lot of life to give. We might go to a stage 8 sudden death situation to be the first time I have ever witnessed this. And Ornn 3 is staying alive. And we talked about how Deja has one of the highest caps, but that was within the bounds of normal TFT. Not this TFT, where apparently you get to sandbox and choose your 3-star.
This is so hype from Darth Nub. I talked yesterday about how happy I was to see him performing well. He's been a consistent high challenger player that has never quite clicked in a tournament, and he is putting on a show so far in this game, playing around the Pandora's bench and going for everything. He does not feel limited here. He is going for multiple 3-star 4-cost upgrades. It is a wildly capped board. Will the Yasuo 2 from Pokygom make any bit of difference?
I don't think it can. I think the Yasuo 2 is just making it a little bit more tanky, a little bit more damage. But we're talking about 8 seconds of stun, 1,500 damage, 1k from the Stampede. And Yasuo finally takes down the Ornn 3, but there's still Nico 3, there's still Corki 3. And the impossible just happened. We are going to stage 8.
We are going to stage 8, which is so fun and exciting. I'm not sure that there's a way for us to build up this matchup as capable of being won by Pocky. It felt like it was a definite Pocky win was just Corki 3. Then we saw the Nico 3 matchup, and it was very, very close. But now with the Ornn 3 as well, it feels like Darth Nub has just tipped the scales here, quite frankly. There's just so much unbelievable raw power on the board. The crazy amounts of CC from the Ornn, from the Nico, the crazy amounts of damage from this Corki. There's no real access to that Corki as well from Pokygom's board. So Pokygom putting on a valiant effort. This is a board that should top 1 the overwhelming majority of lobbies in this tournament, but I just don't see how it is meant to be under these circumstances.
I mean, Pocky is scouting. He does have a Quicksilver. Quicksilver is nice for the Yasuo to stop the 8-second stun that comes from the Stampede, as well as the chain combination from the glamour of Nico. Goes for a giant Reforge play. Gets Deathblade, I believe Redemption. I think I saw a Dragon's Claw. I don't think this is the combination that can get it done. Deathblade, Zoe, get in there. And what is guaranteed to be the last fight of this incredibly epic game, we have the showdown of not 1, not 2, but 3 3-star tier 4 units in Teamfight Tactics. You may never see this again in a competitive TFT match of your lifetime. Can you believe it? Here we go, Dark Dude with the winning missile. Pokygom, I am your father! That is an explosive way to end game 2 of the final day of the mid-set finale.
Darth Noob finding 3 3-star 4-costs in this game, using the Pandora's bench so exceptionally well to make this happen. And taking down Pokygom, who, Bryce, I wanted you to be able to hype up a lot in this, and I think you still can, because Pokygom's been playing insane today. I feel like the transition points into their late game boards, they're doing so many creative things, like going for Nunu 3 before they even have the Deja 2. So, Bryce, I wanted you to be able to talk a little bit about Pocky and Burt, because they've both been having such a solid tournament so far, and they're your 2 fantasy picks as well.
Yeah, the only 2 players, I believe, who have top 4'd both lobbies so far. It's been very impressive all around. Burt actually both times with really strong boards, so it goes 3rd and 4th just because the lobbies have been so bananas. I can't believe what we just witnessed. Pokygom putting on a valiant effort, really understood everything about that board. He was positioning really cleanly. It was a lot of thoughtfulness in the way he built his board, the way he played around the Nunu 3, right? The Gunblade, knowing he was going for Nunu 3, and so it was going to be a secondary carry option to complement that Sunlight Cape. It was a beautiful board from Pokygom. It was taking care of business against a Corki 3 built different, which is not an easy feat, but a Corki 3 and an Ornn 3 and a Nico 3? Are you kidding me, Darth?
It was so cool for him to recognize that too, that he just like needs to rush for all of these 3 stars because of how capped Pocky was. Like, this Pocky board is insane. I should never beat it. All right, screw it. We're going for as many 3-star forecasts as possible with this Pandora bench, always sitting. You know, he would just 2-star a talent. He'd put it on the bench. He would just 2-star, you know, any of these forecasts, put it on the bench and just try and get there. And the fact that he made it was so cool. So, I mean, let's go ahead and see how that shapes up the scores, because I know a lot of that got flipped on its head after game 1 with DQA going from 1st to 8th. And Frodan, just break down some of the scores for me.
I mean, the player that went first went 8th, and the player that went 8th went first. Just your average placement of a 4.5 over a 2-game sample size. Also, poor DQA. This man had time to queue up another game. After he went out in 8th, Darth Noob and Pokegov said, all right, hold on. We got to settle this mono-e-mono, and then play each other 1v1 for about 10 minutes. So we'll see how DQA is doing. I'm sure his mental is doing just fine. I just thought it was funny about, 20 minutes ago.
I mean, he probably got in a full Valorant game and mental reset, so he is chilling.
They really sat him down and said, take some time to think about your actions in this one, take a minute to think about what you did wrong there and come back in game 3, make it look a little bit more like game number 1. But I mean, this is just absolutely delivered so far as the final day of the mid-set finale. We've had 2 incredible games. We have a ton more to go. We're going to hear from our friends over at Ball Street before we take a short break, but don't go anywhere because these games are crazy, and Dragonlands mid-set finale is going to return in just a minute. Welcome back to the Dragonlands mid-set finale. I'm Casanova, joined by Admirable and mean Mr. Kien. This has been an absolute barn burner of a couple of games, and I don't see any fire extinguishers in sight, Admirable. I feel like it's going to keep going crazy. What do you think could even top this previous game where we just saw three-starred forecasts?
Look, I was kind of thinking the same thing about game number one, because game number one was just a heater. And then it just feels like every single time that Bryce and Dan get onto the mic, it's just like something ridiculous happens. And it's starting, to get to a point, honestly, where I'm kind of getting a little conspiracy theory-esque here, where I feel like Mortdog is actually pulling a lever on this one. You know, I'm watching these games, I'm seeing chat, I'm seeing how everyone's reacting to this one. I love just listening to Dan and Bryce in general, who doesn't. DQA blamed me for the prismatic opening in that game because I called for Mortdog in such an exciting fashion, I think, at the end of that one. And frankly, I don't think I blame him on that one. But when are we going to get the prismatic line? That's something I want to know right now, because I want to see everything go at stake like that and just have everything just flare into the sky and have this perfect storm take place where just there's no telling what's going to happen.
Yeah, it feels like you wanted the prismatic lobby, and then Bryce and Frodan got it. You didn't even get it. So how can it even be your fault, right? You know, how could it be your fault at that point? I mean, it's definitely, the games have been so hot that Kien had to take off his jacket. It took him a second to get it on when he came back in. So Kien, I mean, how have these games been treating you? I know they've been absolutely wild throughout the entire day.
That was an amazing game to watch. I'm going to one-up the conspiracy theory here. I've never seen Bryce and Mortdog in the same room. What if this whole time we've been flaming Mortdog for pulling levers when it's actually Bryce who has control over the entire fate of the NATFT scene? Just sitting there, you high roll, you low roll. You never know with lawyers. They have a lot of mysterious power.
This would make a lot of sense for how accurately predictable he is. Like, in terms of, like, every time he makes a prediction, it just seems like it comes up.
That's what I'm saying.
That's true. A lot of our, like, you know, pre-show when he's playing TFT and he keeps calling for things and it keeps showing up. I don't know. I think Kien's on to something. I think he's really on to something. Bryce might be the one pulling the levers after all, but we'll see if he pulls a lever for an exciting game number 3 as we're jumping right on in. Admirable and Kien, take it away.
Final day of the Dragonlands mid-set finale. We're coming up on the halfway point here. Bryce is definitely pulling levers. We have had it confirmed by absolutely no one whatsoever other than my pure speculation here. Darth Nub going to be kicking things off. What a game that they finished off of. And just, I mean, my gosh, they needed it so badly. Finished in 8th place in game number 1. Finished in 1st place in game number 2. I feel like another 1st place here is not unwelcome, but, you know, neither is like just a general top 4 here either.
I'll always take a first. You know, half the viewers tuning in here see this Heimerdinger. It's like, oh, that's a Namzi angle. People love Namzi right now. I'm going to tell you right now, it is not a Namzi angle just yet. You do not lean. The Namzi's kind of an awkward force. You haven't seen it really pop up and have strong performers yet on this first day. We'll see where Dark Loves go. Yeah, he just pops in immediately. We got a double Karma. We got a early Herrick. This could very easily be a strong Jade opener, especially with the Rod. You're able to get Morello onto the Karma early.
A lot of different options always available, it feels like, for the start of the game. It just feels like, you know, what stage is it going to be going? Like, what's the depth to it? It just feels like there's so many different ways to go about it. And this is one of the things I love about this set, is that the early game just has such a big depth to it, honestly.
Yeah, this is my favorite opener, personally, is Karma 2 with Jades, especially with Morello. So you definitely a very strong leaning here, but whether you take it or not says a lot about a player.
Look at that, right after the clock ticks down too. You don't want everyone else to know that you have a 2-star Karma. Don't let them know. Everyone's thinking about their own boards right now.
So the reason he didn't take that is I'm thinking about what possibly could drop here, and it could be a lot of gold drop. And so in order, so you don't have to play an extra unit, you're able to sell everything else and potentially get up to 10. Is the reasoning there?
Well, I will say that this is a very interesting start here. Again, I'm pretty much on the dynamic of, like, Weak Spot is one of the best augments in the game, but when you have Sunfire, Morellos, or Locket as your opening, the Weak Spot feels a lot weaker.
I am very surprised he re-rolled that. I think worst case scenario, you take Weak Spot, you just have a lot more anti-healing. It doesn't really matter if you have extra anti-healing. It's never bad to have extra, especially because Morello and Sunfire aren't always going to be applicable, and sometimes that unit dies early, and that last final fight, the last couple units autoing each other, that Weak Spot could really make a big difference. I'm very surprised to see him re-roll a silver augment there and then lean into this built different. I don't expect built different to be something he sticks with. We saw it do well in the last game, but that's because it was prismatic built different. Silver prismatic, silver built different just is not as good, obviously, and so I'm curious to see what he does. A lot of times with the silver one, you can try to win streak the first stage and then just transition out of it entirely to the point where you just don't run and you're just down a silver augment, which isn't a big deal.
You know, I'm going to have like a slight disagreement with you on this one. The build difference scales based on the stage that you're in. And the silver one gets upwards to 70% attack speed at the very end. Like, this thing can be enormous at the end of the game. I think a lot of it has to do with how your tempo pans out as well. And like, imagine you hit a gold build different. Oh, that's an easy sailing point.
Yeah, if you're able to chain it with a gold one, for sure. I do think silver built different is one of the more divisive augments in the game, where some people think like, hey, yeah, this is definitely something you can run with quite a while, and some people don't. I am certainly on the not camp of things, but we'll see what he chooses to do with it this game.
Going over to Pocky's board, and Pocky does have the Jade Crest as the silver augment here. Definitely not a bad one. Jade has just consistently proven itself to be a very powerful team composition that does, I think, rely very specifically on how your items are going to end up panning out, and very much less on positioning. The positioning, I think, is much more subtle nuance that's involved in this one. But Birdosaurus also has a Jade Crest in this opening as well. So I'm kind of curious to see like how this ends up being contested, if players are going to lean into the Jade or use the Jade as more of a splash angle.
It does feel bad to see another Jade person here, because that means your Shioyu is going to be contested. But I do think that is still an insta-take augment. I think even by the numbers, it might be a top 3, top 5 augment. Personally, it is my favorite silver augment. I think I always do well when I'm able to get it. He's also got the early Anivia. The Jade, it just lets you go up to 9 Jade, and Jade on 6 always feels like, okay, I'm going to be fighting for a 4th or 5th. With the 9 Jade, you have very clear angles to take first. 9 Jade feels so much stronger, and with this augment, that's going to create an easy path. I would expect to see both players push for a fast 8, because you do need to be level 8 to get the proper 9 Jade in.
2 stars also is going to help in this one as well, and this is a pair of every Jade that they have right now, including the emblemed Jade. Bakigom's got a really nice little spot here, but without a completion angle, this is going to look a little bit tougher. And I am liking what I'm seeing so far. It feels like these boards are panning out to be strong early on. Birdosaurus, you notice, that's the other Jade Crest. Ash 2 and Karma 2 already.
Yeah, and he's got a Volibear. Volibear is one of the best holders for Shioyu early. Obviously, Volibear will run a lot of the same items. Loves Bloodthirster, is capable of holding Edge of Night, can hold Titans. Very, very good unit to be holding for it. So would expect to see a good run from both of these Jade players. It's just a strong, strong opener.
I glance at Clear's board there as well on the win streak with a slight little bit of healing, plus that Shiv that's in place. 2 players chasing down the win streak right now with Darthnub and Clear. EQA on the lost streak angle at the moment does have meditation for their augment in this spot, and that does let you kind of hold back on where your items are going to be. You know, take some time in building your items out and just, you know, try to pick off some units as you're going. But right now it's looking pretty rough. 78 after 3 rounds.
Something that I think is a little understated as I look at these augments is what happens is when you're playing back-to-back games against the exact same lobby, but you go from a prismatic opener to a silver opener, there could be a little bit of whiplash in terms of how you approach the game. Your brain might be confused by the previous game, thinking, oh, that was a really high-roll game, and it might cause you to play for a more high-end board, when that's not necessarily the case. It's a silver lobby now. Your lobby's just... or the boards are not going to be as capped as they were in the last game, and so it's one of those things that I think is hard to quantify, obviously, but is something to keep an eye out on here, just because the overall board strength is going to be much weaker because it's not a prismatic lobby.
I also loved seeing Clear here just like stick the Jades in real quick and get a glance at the board, be like, what does this actually look like? And then decided, nah, I think my previous one was a little bit better here. Pretty interesting little just, you know, thing that you get to glance at.
Yeah, and a lot of these are just, it comes down to just kind of gut feeling in this early game. It's one of those things, AMD was talking about it yesterday, that actually playing in gold double-up games helped him, because it helped him learn early games more, because he would see other players play really weird early game comps that high-end players are more avoidant of, and so he was able to identify, hey, this unit is actually not that bad in the mid-game, and so we'll see. That's one of those little nuanced things where it can be very difficult sometimes to know of, like, hey, this is definitely better or this is definitely worse, and there's always generally an answer, but it's much less defined because you're much less likely to play this exact board of 5 as you are like an endgame Deja board that has a very clear defined set of units that need to go in.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting take, you know, just kind of opening up the idea of creativity. You know, where can you get that inspiration from? Just the fact that they were saying that it was from gold double up, which very, very unusual. It's something I certainly wouldn't have expected to hear.
Yeah, and whether it actually helped him or not, I think is debatable. I certainly have an opinion on it that I don't want to flame him for, but if it helped him, it helps him.
Going to clear here now, chasing down to the 5-win streak angle. The only player in the lobby to have it, and Robin kind of leaning into that aspect, sitting on level 4, going for the loss streak aspect of it here.
Yeah, and it's
a terrible loss.
It's at this point where players like Robin, who've struggled on the day so far, do need to kind of pick up the slack a little bit. You definitely be looking like, hey, the first couple games were rough. But Robin last game played mages, which is not something that anybody really wants to be doing. I think most players at this point are going to realize that the mage, especially centered around a Nami carry, is just not going to cut it. And so he'll be looking, I would imagine, to play something a little more comfortable. You do see a lot of those calves potentially indicating a lean back into Mirage here.
Pakigom's board is looking quite good, I'd say, for the Jade aspect. It's really surprising to me that Pakigom's at 68 from the spot. Oh, okay, we'll spike the Karma off the bench here as well.
Yeah, I think he just started hitting some stuff, maybe get some bad matchups. But being at 5 loss from this spot, I am certainly not angry if I am him. The other thing is he just wasn't able to slam any items, so it's literally just the Jade Crest, and I think that's going to be a huge difference. You'll see most at this point in this level of play, in this stakes, most people are going to be slamming items. Paki was unfortunately unable to build any items he wanted early. I would expect to see that change now, and yeah, you'll see Titan's Hodge get immediately slammed. It's an interesting decision. Those are great Shioyu
that's a heavy
items.
Into the Jade, yeah.
And the reason he did that is because he has an item remover, so it's easy to pluck that off of the Anivia and slam it onto the Shioyu when it does come onto line.
I mean, this is a pretty heavy commitment here, but again, that commitment felt in place with the Jade Crest.
You just have to slam. You have to slam items. I don't know if it's ideal. I don't know if that's like nobody's gonna sit and be like, okay, this is exactly the items I wanted. But they're pretty good items, and you do need to start making some items. Otherwise, you're just gonna keep leaning out. And this again is a comp that you do want to go to level 8, so you can play 9 Jade with the Lulu in, and have a really strong board. But if you keep bleeding, that's tough. But clear level 6 has an early Corki, and he's gonna keep win streaking here.
I mean, that clears the player you expect to go to 6 and protect that win streak as well. Paki, unfortunate to face it at that angle. But we're on the gold augment now, and not exactly an ideal-looking spot here.
Yeah,
He's rolled already, and these are pretty medium.
Yeah, pretty medium. The funny front line is just not going to offer as much on a Jade comp. You have these 3 extra Jade statues already coming in. Jade is not a comp that needs extra tankiness. It's a comp that wants some extra damage. The Penitence is a kind of another similar situation as Funny Frontline. It can help stall the board. It can help defend against you, but it doesn't really add the extra damage. And so, Blue Battery being the one option that does add damage. Blue Battery is actually not bad on something like an Anivia, which is going to get the Evoker in once you get the Lulu online. With the Evoker, it lowers the Anivia cast from 90 to 70, and Blue Buff starts coming in a lot better. I think it feels just as good as the Shojin if you have Evoker in.
Again, just going to go with the second Karma. Say the Blue Battery's going to have to be enough for now. The target is level 7 and find Shioyu.
Yeah,
it's pretty straightforward.
So it certainly looks like he's able to stabilize a little bit here. If he's able to kill this Siphon, and he is, even if he ends up losing this fight, and it's looking like he
honestly, he might prefer to lose this fight at this point.
Yeah, he will lose the fight, and it's a great loss. It's a 1-unit loss. He maintains his loss streak, so the econ is still looking good. This is a level 6, 50 gold spot for Pakigom, and there's a double Deja there. I'm curious to see if he decides to pivot into a Deja Jade board. This is something that I think is actually a little underrated. It's pretty easy to flex in 3 Jade at any point. It's always just, you just need Nico, Nar, and 1 Jade. Usually it's Soraka, but you're not mad if you have to play Anivia. And so I'll be curious to see if he actually decides to make that pivot, or if it's just going to be a commit towards that Shioyu.
DQA getting the Stand United here. I feel like this is one of the highlights for the idea of the Namzi Mage style of lineup, instead of necessarily leaning towards the an AD aspect. I feel like that Stand United is one of the highlights for being able to go the Mage aspect, because that sidebar on the left, that is going to get filled with traits as you continue to build out this board.
It's a lot of handshaking with this comp. So, and especially this is basically best in slot. If you're looking to play around Namzi, you do want to look at augments that can still affect Namzi. So of course, meditation is one of the best augments you can get, especially at silver for Namzi, to help him cast a little faster. And then you have the Stand United come in and add a little bit of AP and AD to Namzi and the entire board. It's looking like great augments. Unfortunately, DQA is sitting at 10 health. He's one of those players that is happy to roll down early and try and spike his board a bit earlier, but this is going to create the situation I've talked about all weekend, which is you are stuck at 7 rolling for a siphon, and that could really just be, you just slowly bleed out if you are unable to hit it.
Be curious to see how this one pans out. Bertosaurus sitting with the Dragon Horde. That is the additional damage aspect of that Dragon augment. And really, not too many highlights across the board here. Portable Forge from Ambi spot, and Earth's Grab Bag from Liquid Kurum's spot. I'm curious to see what they're going to end up making of this spatula. It looks like Pokkigam did take the option to Swift to the Deja.
It is easy for him to still pivot off. If he finds one Shiou, I would expect to see him just to sell those. But if he hits the Shiou too, then at that point you might as well play it.
Whoa.
As an
Does
early...
Aurelion Soul change your mind?
Okay, so that gives you the Evoker early. Yeah, so you're going to see him pretty commit towards... this to me tells me he's 100% just leaning towards playing the Shiou. As soon as that comes in, I would expect that Aurelion Soul to be sold off. But for right now, it's a great unit. It gives Evoker to your double Anivia hit there as well. One of the other augments we saw that was interesting, though, I want to touch on real quick, is that Bertosaurus hit a Dragon Alliance. And that is going to be a really nice option. He already had the Jade statue. I would expect him to play maybe just 2 dragons, which is really interesting middle ground there.
Wow, Pocky's board. You pretty much nailed it, I think, on Pocky's board with the double Anivia 2-star. Having the Evoker in on that one, that's really the big highlight, I feel like, from that angle.
With the blue buff as well, they're just casting quite quick there. And so, wow. At this point, it might just be an all-in on a 4 Evoker angle.
Weird legend angle there at all?
Potentially. I've definitely seen legends with it in the backdrop. Yeah, Bertosaurus here with the dragon. With the extra dragons in, he's sitting with 2 Shious already. He's level 7 with 40 gold. This is a spot that's really fascinating. I think it's really great when you're able to have this Jade statue. I think the actual highest cap is to play just 2 dragons, and so you play 6 Jade, and then your last unit is going to be something like an Aoshin or an Aurelion Soul or even a Shyvana that can come in. Those are, because one of the issues with Shiou is oftentimes it's a single point of damage and it's melee, so it can really get stuck, and Anivia isn't always going to be the best option to duo carry with it. But if you're able to get Aoshin in, you're able to get in one of the 10 cost dragons, suddenly you have a lot of extra threat on the board.
I think it's a really good explanation of that too. I feel like he does have Dragon Horde, which is the different aspect. It is the extra damage one, and so kind of honestly, it highlights the aspect you just talk about. Your dragons aren't going to be as defensive, so magnifying their damage does feel like it can be a positive perspective there. And I feel like just the option that you have for 9 Jade, or that you have for the dual dragon 6 Jade aspect, both of those feel like they're strong. It's just which one shows up first at that point.
Yeah, this is a very rough spot for Robin. He's sitting in last place. He was already coming into this game from a point of struggle. There's a Siphon sitting there. He doesn't really have Siphon items. I wouldn't be surprised to see him hold it just to hold it, but certainly looks to be... He seems to be looking for the Deja here. He already had a low finish with Deja earlier, though, and Warlord, I think, is one of those comps where you do need the Deja to come online early, so I would expect to see him roll it quite heavily here, because if you don't start winning, you get very little value from that Deja. From the Mirage stack. Yeah, so you see him roll here. So there's the one Deja. He could opt to sit here at 50 gold still. And but I don't know if his board's good enough to start winning and getting the stacks. So I would expect him to roll here, and he does roll a bit more. He does need to hit at least his Nunu 2. With the Deja pair, I would see him roll down to 10 here. Maybe he's able to hit the pair.
Just these 2 stars on the board. There's just nothing's happening here.
It's so many pairs. This is a very, very sad spot for him for sure. But so many pairs also means that you're so close to hitting. Unfortunately, he hits Bert, who does hit that 2-star Shiou already. Bert, you're going to see be able to just push 8, push 9 fairly easily this game. All he has to do... Yeah, I mean, you should see him probably 4-5 it and roll down for 1 Aoshin, roll down for 1 Shyvana, something of that nature. Just give that extra damage. You already see the Jewel Gauntlet on that... on that Karma in the backline, that indicates it's going to get sold pretty quickly.
I just feel like Bertosaurus has constantly found himself in a spot with this very strong 4-1 board, and then a coast to 8 with 50 gold. It feels like this keeps coming up. How does Bert do it?
Bert is getting some good help from his buddy Mortdog today, but he's also playing his spots very well. Bert has been on a tear the last few games.
Okay, so this was an instant Mirage take.
So the Mirage Crest is really good when it's. I think especially when it's Warlord, because at the very minimum, especially at 6, it's 450 health. At 8, it's 600 health, and you're never mad about slamming an emblem that just gives a unit 600 health, a bunch of AP, and you'll probably see Robin just kind of roll for a bit here. He's stuck on this Deja 1. Unfortunately, he does need the Deja 2 but at this point he's hit everything else, so this might be good enough to start winning some rounds and start stacking those Mirage stats.
Are you willing to sell this on the bench to get to 10 gold? Like the Soraka and the double Lulu.
It feels very bad because either Lulu or Soraka are definitely your next in. Wow, he just shivs
like
the Hecarim
so bad.
with the extra cast. Pocky here is still sitting on... Oh, he gets Jeweled Lotus to go with that backline. Aurelion Soul, that is going to be hard hitting if it can get there. I'm not sure he has enough tankiness on the rest of the board to get us to that 12-second threshold, though.
And a Nivea 3! Pocky's already got a Nivea 3. It's 4-2.
Hey, I mean, he just said that. So we saw he had 7, and so he just rolled it down and recognized, hey, this is what I need to do right now. A Nivea 3. Unfortunately, doesn't have any items on it. There's multiple threats in the backline. He's got the blue buff in, so it's a very unique board from Pokygam.
Wow. Looking at AMD's spot, this Nomsy has been fed for the entire game, it feels like so far.
Another big Namzi. Unfortunately, he does have kind of awkward items on that Siphon. I always find Guinsoo to be kind of weird on him, but it can certainly work, and especially if the fight drags on long enough. It does have the 2-star Silas to help out. And on early Bard.
Kind of curious where the rest of these items end up going with this. You know, you have a belt and you have a sword.
It's kind of a low damage board now, though. If anything happens to Siphon, he's guaranteed to lose this fight, especially because he took out Tristana, which means that the Namsi is not getting that extra 200% damage. And so everything rides on whether this Siphon is able to stay alive or not. And it does fortunately have 3 items, including Triforce, which is, by the numbers, still one of the best items you can get from Portable Forge.
That was after like the big nerf it took as well. It feels like this item just keeps getting ticked down and keeps showing up in a strong performance. I do feel like the Namzi right now is a good idea to, kick this Tristana to the bench, take the utility line, and say, you know what, this is going to be soaking up damage. This Siphon is absolutely going to have enough to crank through some wins here, and that's exactly what happens. But this is against Robin.
Against Robin.
Sitting in the last place spot. And normally I talk about the canyon between first and last, but this is a canyon between 7th and last right now. Pocky at 43 and 7th, Robin at 7 in 8th place.
Yeah, Robin's board is I hate the Warlord variant. I think it's so awkward to force it when you're not able to hit the Mirage early. If you can't hit that Deja, you can't hit those stacks early, and you're just playing from behind, you're playing catch up, and if you're not able to hit a quick Deja too, this is kind of what happens. Is Robin has a lot of other units hit, but it doesn't matter. You just watch that Deja there. It couldn't attack. There was no attack speed. Cast very slow, and even when it does cast, it's not that strong.
3 Jeweled Lotuses are in play right now, and how often do you see Exiles with Phony Frontline?
Well, it's one of those things that your brain kind of breaks when you're just trying to position properly. It's like, oh god, how do I gotta move this here, this here, this here, and you do see him start to adjust it. But I think
you don't need to Exiles everything. That's important thing to keep in mind. But where is it most valuable? That's going to be the hardest asset I think to identify here. And right now, this is a lot of 1-star stuff in play. And it's that front right spot. You're going, you know what? I don't think you need the Exiles. You're pretty good with just what you are right now.
Yeah, but you could also easily just move that Jade statue back down a little. So it's a little bit slight mispositioning on there just to get a little bit more Exile value on one of those units there. But like you said, it's one of those things you don't need to get on everything. But if I'm playing, I'm getting on everything because why not? Rather go 8th.
I kind of just want the Jade to be on the Deja at this point.
I think it should be on Deja. The Deja doesn't really need the Exile at this point, and he's still he's pivoted a little bit away from that built different. It's a little awkward to be running that Deja, so at this point he's kind of forsaken the built different because his carry is not getting the extra attack speed anyway.
It's a very unusual position.
Yeah,
it's almost entertaining to watch. It's like a Tetris puzzle that's being put together here.
Yeah, everybody else playing TFT, he's sitting here playing Tetris. It's like, ooh, I got to get this little stick. He needs a stick to kind of clear his board here.
No. He's got the nice setup. He's reserved it now. The 2-star certainly helps, but there's a lot missing. This is a lot of 1-star on the board. I mean, he's got more 2-star phony front lines than he does the rest of the team.
Yeah, there's just so much stuff on the bench as well. I do believe that the phony frontline does get the extra health from the built different. At least it also stacks then with the Exile. So there is a lot of tankiness in front of him. Unfortunately, like I said, this Deja on the Warlord variant just isn't going to be that great. It came in very late. It's got 1 stack built in, and it's still 1 star. It's going to be very hard for it to do much of anything, and you're going to see it get popped there. Pakigam seems to not really be winning that many fights. He's still pretty low health, pretty low gold. It's going to be hard for him to stabilize and push for top 4. So at this point, Paki's probably got to adjust expectations in terms of how high he can finish this game.
Very unusual opening here to the Treasure Dragon for Liquid Kurum at this point. Kurum sitting in 4th place at 48 at the moment. Decent looking board. You don't have too much gold to work with. Are these items good enough? I mean, this is a Bloodthirster for a Siphon.
You do love the Bloodthirster. It does mean he's unfortunately probably going to have to force the Zephyr onto his front line, which you don't like, but it's a free Bloodthirster, so...
You know, I'm kind of down for the Zephyr here. How bad could it be? Maybe this actually, like, just, you know, kind of secretly charges through the frontline aspect now.
Yeah, it's one of these things that's certainly more of an aesthetic look. It's not going to add too much combat value for him, but maybe it's one of those mental things. Maybe his dragon just really likes having a little bit of wind. You know, that's his element.
I'm seeing some, like, very unusual things where that Zephyr ends up mattering. I'm going to continue to look for this when I see Kurum's board in this spot. Everyone now is starting to shore up some things up, though, but this is like such a crucial round. Robin absolutely needs to not have a bot 4 here, and it feels like that's nigh impossible from this spot. Sitting at 7 health with the way that the board was pieced together, like a bottom 4 for Robin is a catastrophe.
Robin needs a little bit of help from Mother Nature. I believe he could get out of the bottom 4 if the other players all surrender. But otherwise, I think he is in a bit of trouble here. Maybe they'll have
by a meteor.
Yeah, maybe they'll have power outages, something of that nature. But otherwise, it's looking a little rough for our buddy down there. Kermspot, however, is looking pretty strong. Even though he had to slam the Zephyr here, it's still a Bloodthirster, it's still a Spark, and the rest of his board is a lot of upgrades. He's got this Sona in that has a lot of damage. So Sona being here, a bit of an extra carry potential. Not to mention that Amzi that's obviously stacking up. He's got Jeweled Lotus as well.
Robin gets the win. I want to point out in this one, the Zephyr actually picked up that Nard that was on the solo front line and changed the Rampage angle from Siphon in that particular fight. So the Zephyr has already done something to the combat aspect on that one. Looking at Robin's board, too. Robin's board got pieced together pretty nicely here.
Yeah, he did hit everything, and it's starting to look good. You see him on a 3-win streak, which means the stacks did start to pile up a little bit. The items are looking great, especially one of the things with the Warlord variant is it gives you at 6 Mirage, I believe it's 45 AP, and so you do need that first sweep to really clear a good chunk of the board, and IE plus Jeweled Gauntlet's going to help you do that, and we'll see if it's enough to stabilize here. Still, as you mentioned earlier, the big gulf between 7th and 8th is still there. Paki's at least on 2 lives, so Robin needs to win at least 2 more fights to at least avoid an 8th.
He's got the right angle for it in this one.
And here's the chance. This was against Paki, so he could help earn his own destiny here.
Missed the Deja as well. This is going to be a big crit that comes
out. And that blew up the board.
Holy smokes, Robin! Certainly starting to spell out some possible change here. Pakigam taking a big hit in this one. Going down to 9. Robin on a heater. Amdi on a heater at the first place finish, and it cascades down the line. It's a drop-off from the 6th to the 7th place spot right now, but Robin is showing that they're coming back.
This lobby's getting close. You're looking one more fight for Robin here, and then suddenly maybe he can put Clear in striking range as well. Maybe Darthnub, maybe DQA comes down into striking range. They're all within 2, maybe 3 fight territory of being knocked out here.
6 Jade available. You have the 2 Shapeshifters already. It feels like you're definitely going to be buying this Nico. The question is what you're going to be selling. It looks like the Nars are getting sold.
Goodbye, Nar. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot riding. It's 3-star Nivea in the backline as well. Unfortunately, it's only on 1 item. A lot rides on what this Shyvana does. And the question is, can Shyvana get a good jump onto a cluster here? And against Clear, he does fortunately avoid... so there's a huge clump on the right there. So if you see Shyvana aim the breath towards this Corki, it could definitely wipe it.
Oh, boy.
But if it turns around and shoots the front line... Oh, wow, did that just do... Not enough damage.
The damage just did not come through on that spot. What is going on here? Pakigam's board, it looks so strong. Is it just not good enough? Is everyone else is just too strong? I mean, this Corki felt invincible this fight.
Yeah, the Shyvana just not enough there. There's not enough tank items on the Nico. There's not enough stall. Robin does, unfortunately, still go 8th despite cobbling together a board. We have a fun...
boy.
All right, so I was talking earlier about the cap boards maybe not being as good, but here we go. We're getting a Force of Nature. This is a very, very rare carousel. This is going to allow everybody to kind of slip in an extra unit. You see a lot of people were donkey rolling it at 8. This will let them get in a critical 9th unit, and this is going to really turn this lobby a little bit. Now you're going to see everybody, I think, just continue rolling. It's going to be hard to push 9 when everybody's doing an extra 2 damage sometimes with this extra stat in.
Already at 9 is the thing. Like, Bertosaurus hitting 9 and then hitting this Tactician's Crown, that's a massive update. Do you have the gold to support that is really the question here. For Kurum, I definitely agree. Everyone who's sitting below like a 20 gold mark at this point, that is a fist pump when you see that Tactician's Crown, unless your board was just absolutely, pretty stacked from that point, and your only option was for 9 at that.
Yeah, and you see it's easy to slip into Zoe now. It's like, oh, would you like to add a free Zoe to your board? Of course. Let's put it in. So looking great here. A good spot for a lot of people in the lobby. Except, and you mentioned Bert, he hit that early Shioyu and has dragons. Like, it's a very strong spot for Bert. Bert's in another spot where you can win, and we'll see if he's able to capitalize after having... Ooh, that is a Zephyr. That's a Zephyr gap. Oh my god.
I'm telling you.
And the Corki goes down. Clear is feeling sad.
This Zephyr on the front line has absolutely been massive so far.
It always would have circumvented it, but it also what happened there is it allows stuff like Tristan, it allows Corki, it allows all your backline units to walk up and just start hitting the backline there. Clear is put on 2 health because of that loss. Darthnub goes out in 6th.
Bertosaurus here, 9 Jade.
Wow, Bert is still... So Bert is... looks like you're going to see that Anivia get sold pretty quickly here. As soon as he finds this Aoshin, that does seem to be where the items are lined up. He also has the Celestial Blessing at the hand, ready for it when it comes in. So it's got 3 items. 2 of them are damage, 1 with the mana generation, and he's got the healing augment. So his cap here is very high. Unfortunately, he has no money to roll at the moment, but he is, as you mentioned, already level 9.
I feel like there's a lot going on here. I mean, is it the Anivia that gets sold immediately? Because you're dropping 9 Jade at that point. Like, you could drop the Assassin angle, which really, you lose Guild and you lose Assassin. If you drop those 2 for that instead, you do need to shift the items over. It's just when can you shift them over?
Yeah,
9 Jade's a big sacrifice in this one. His board's already pretty strong. Bert's got plenty of time, I think, to cap this out.
Yeah, because of that font, he doesn't have to sack the 9 Jade anymore, so he's able to play 9 Jade plus 2 Dragons, which is an incredible spot to be in. And it's just a matter of when he can find it and when he's able to transition. There's an Aoshin or Aurelian Soul sitting there. I think that's not quite good enough, especially with those items. It'll definitely be looking to drop Pike, drop Sona, or drop Talon, drop Pike. You could drop any number of those just to get another dragon in here. I would expect the final board here to be something like drop that Sona for a Lulu and play a dragon over the 2 Sins and then move the items on Anivia.
Like you mentioned, though, low gold to work with, so time is the aspect here. I think from Bertosaurus' side, top 4 secured in game number 3 as we approach the halfway point. Anivia shows up! So you do have, like, the shift the items angle, at least from Bert's side, but Clear is on the chopping block right now, and I will tell you what, this is a beautiful looking sidebar, but it doesn't feel like quite enough just far. Going up to 9 and saying, desperation roll, I need something.
He's very strong. The CB1 is not quite enough at this point, but you certainly have to have at least some healing on the Corki. A lot of it just comes down to, if it's a front-to-back fight, this Itis is still going to be able to buy a lot of time, and it just kind of depends whether or not he gets favorable matchup here on out, or if there's something that can circumvent backline.
Twitch adds in a lot of attack speed for this fight.
But Bart, I was like, there's the Aoshin I was saying was going to come in, and there it is. This is just so hard to deal with. It's a 9 Jade Aoshin. It has Celestial Blessing on it. It's going to cast so quick. And not only you have to get through this Shioyu, you got to be able to get through this Aoshin, but
that's kind of working.
Did not do enough damage. It was just not. It's just that 1 star.
It's a big stasis from the Bard in the back line as well.
It also got stuck in the corner. Oh my god. Okay.
It's so close.
It's very close. I don't think it has enough. Yeah, it's very close there. Part of that was it got stuck a little bit in that corner. I'll be curious to see what the repositioning. Just not a front line on Bert there to handle the damage coming out of Clear's board. But he still has quite some time to roll, and maybe he can hit that 2-star Aoshin. But if he hits that 3-star Aoshin, that's lights out for the lobby.
Clear hit a Bard too on the end of that one as well, and Kurum now on the chopping block. Clear showing that their composition is absolutely able to pull it through. This is another beautiful sidebar on Kurum's side, and again, we've seen this Zephyr working, but it's starting to get to that point where you feel like this Zephyr might want to hit like a more critical unit. It just doesn't have that option, it feels like.
Yeah,
Always, where can you get this rampage charge to target?
So a lot of this comes down to where is this thing gonna. Namsi up's actually pretty big. That delays the anti-healing, delays the charge into the back line. Unfortunately, oh my god, that just deleted the entire left side of the board. That Namsi is not messing around. That jeweled Lotus Augment coming in with a huge crit there. But the Corki is still left untouched. Yasuo's left untouched, and it's not enough for Kurum. Even wipes the whole left side, but he needs the right side to be wiped out.
Oh, it was so close to getting another breath.
And unfortunately, Kurum is going to go out here in 4th. Oof. He was so close, too. He really needed 2 more fights. He was able to get Nami in to be 5 mage, get some Mystic online. That would have been a huge spike for him, but he was unfortunately unable to get there. And that was one of the situations where he was playing for a higher first-place finish. Maybe if he rolled some more, maybe he hits Zoe too. It's very unlikely. I think the play he made was correct. Just unfortunate to lose that fight there.
You're getting a lot of extra gold from the party favors, able to tailor up parts of this board. AMD's board looking very similar to what it was before. This Siphon has definitely proven its worth. Namzi sitting on 3 trainer now, definitely proven its worth as well. Bertosaurus did drop a fight down to 14. Bert's getting the ghost on this one. Nice little gift for him there. Clear, though, on the chopping block for this one. Can they take down AMD, who is on a 13 win streak right now, and it is destroying the board?
Oh my god, goodbye, Corki, and that'll do it. That is Siphon in a nutshell for you. Sometimes you just get eaten, and sometimes that eat takes you out of the round. That is going to send him into a... Oh no, he still has a lot of health, so he's able to come back a little bit. No, Andy's the one that won. I am mixing up their health. Yeah, but Clear just goes out. Does not matter.
Bertosaurus loses to the ghost!
It's a double kill. The ghost is too strong this whole weekend.
The ghosts are far too strong, and AMD gonna start to turn things around. Finds a first place, trying to repeat some success from day 2, because they were struggling at the start of the day. I know even in game 2, Kien, you were pointing out that AMD maybe didn't have the strongest performance. Maybe there were nerves, maybe there's something else, but they are popping up in this one. I'm just curious, Kien, what are you feeling about this final day? There's been a lot of pressure on these players, and are people really delivering on these last days, or do you see a lot more mistakes and shakiness in the first 3 games?
There's definitely been a lot of shakiness in the first few games here. I think it's going to come. It's been 3 days of TFT. People are going to be tired. They're going to be a little bit burned out. They've been playing a lot of games against a lot of high-level players, and a lot of that's going to contribute to fatigue. It's going to contribute to just nerves on this final day as well. And you know, so mistakes just happen. Nobody's a perfect TFT player besides me, but like for everybody else, a little bit of nerves here. I can see it happening. And in this game, fortunately, AMD was able to find the early Namzi, get the stacks rolling, was able to find an early Siphon, which means you don't have to roll it as much. He's had a lot of items on it pretty quickly, and he was able to snowball that into a win. Like we saw the last fight there, all it takes is some good geometry from the Siphon, and the fight's over. It was 1 dash here, 1 dash there, and boom, Corki's out of the board, and he passes his geometry test. He gets an A+. You're moving on to algebra.
Well, in Admirable, I know you had mentioned a couple times that Siphon with the Zephyr being able to change the trajectory. So I wanted you to be able to kind of explain a little bit more on how that's able to move the Siphon and set up for those big backline access plays.
Really, the big thing that's punishing is going to be the solo frontline aspect. So I'm picturing like Nico there. We did see it against a Gnar, which was kind of standing in place for a Nico at that time waiting. But the whole point is you're moving that frontline aspect up, and that moves that Siphon forward by 1 entire row. And when now that entire row's changed, that whole backline is set up for the rampage charge from Siphon at that point. It leaves everything critical. When it's the 3 rows away, that Siphon, who knows where that thing's going? It's going to go to the left. It's going to go to the right. It's going to take a pilgrimage down to the south. Like, who knows where that thing's going at that point? You move it up by 1 row, and suddenly that whole back row is what becomes vulnerable at that point. So a very unusual spot to have a Siphon with the Zephyr there, but I think that was one of the contributions for Kurum actually to move up a couple spots in that one, was a couple fights just went way his way because of that solo Zephyr.
Yeah, that Siphon was definitely popping off. Let's go ahead and take a look at the scores, though, see who's popping off right now in day number 3. AMD, with those bonus points at the start and getting a first, has moved their way into first place, with Bert and Pokygum not too far behind. Kien, are there any big surprises for you on this scoreboard as we've made it through the first 3 games, the first half of the day?
Yeah, Robin being dead last, I think, is a big shock to me, and it's not even by like a close margin. He's dead last by quite a bit at this point, where he could flip out. He really needs a big flip at this point if he wants to secure that first. It's going to be really tough for him going into the game 4 here. He needs a big performance, and you're at a point where I think a lot of times it can really snowball, where a lot of people will look at the final results and be like, oh, this guy went 8th 5 times in a row, but that actually should be what's happening if you're playing it properly, because if you're at a spot like Robin is now, and you're playing safe these last 3 games, you are not, like, that is complete wrong play to make, and I know Robin's much smarter than that. Robin will be playing for these first place games, and when you play for first place games, sometimes that's going to come back and bite you in the ass, and that's gonna possibly create these more consistent like 8s and 7s, but he has to play for those first place spots, and I expect to see that from him going into the last 3 games of the day.
And Admirable, how does that change the dynamic of these lobbies, right? Because when you are in that position, does Robin just shift and say, you know what, I'm playing for regionals? World's probably not gonna happen. I'm playing for regionals now, and starts to push towards that. Do a lot of players have that mindset shift, or do most people, do you think, still kind of look for those 1st or 8th, trying to get that world spot?
Right now, it's just we're at the halfway point, so we've really set the context of whose strategies have to shift and who just continues to play TFT at this point. I'm looking at AMD, I'm looking at Bertosaurus. They get to keep playing TFT. If you're in that same striking distance with it, you get to keep playing TFT. But you have to echo what Kien said here. If you're in Robin's spot, it is first and first alone. If you are getting a 5th place finish, 6th place finish, 5th place finish, no way. It's very rare to say that something is wrong to do in TFT. It's virtually impossible to figure out what the exact thing to do is in this one. This is part of the beauty of the tournament format. It is giving you a setting of what you're supposed to be doing. Robin is supposed to be taking big risks. Robin is supposed to be having big finishes. If they're not having them, they're effectively all the same. They're all 8s effectively at that point.
Well, that may be a good strategy for Robin, but a good strategy for you if you are playing Fantasy TFT from our partners at Ball Street, maybe to spread your investments early and lessen the diversity as the market progresses and you make decisions on who is unlikely to win. So you might be selling your Robin stock right now and moving it over somewhere else if you are playing along. So go ahead and check it out over at fantasytft.com. We've got plenty more TFT to go though, right? This is just the halfway point. There's still 3 games of TFT to determine who's making it to Worlds, who's making it to Regionals. So don't go anywhere. Dragonlands mid-set finale will return right after this. Welcome back to the Dragonlands mid-set finale. I'm Casanova, joined by Bryce and Frodan. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff today. We saw 3-star forecasts. We've seen 6 scale scorns. We've seen Swain take a game. But one thing that we haven't seen too much of, that we saw a lot on day 1 and day 2, is Deja. And Bryce, I'm curious why you think that might be the case.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic when mini metas form within tournaments. Deja, by far, our most played comp across days 1 and 2, but a lot of our Deja mains, if you will, aren't here anymore, right? We don't have Dish Soap, we don't have Solus, we don't have Milk, we don't have a bunch of these other people where Deja was really their core game plan, in part probably because it was so contested, right? We saw multiple lobbies on days 1 and 2 where there were 3, 4, 5, sometimes even 6 Deja players, and everybody's like hard stuck Deja 1, except for the one person whose undertaking has been like blessed by Mort Dog. And so a lot of our Deja players aren't here anymore, and despite the fact that we had Spell Sword, Mirage, the S tier Mirage for games 1 and 2, and then Warlord, a very solid Mirage, we just have not seen a ton of Deja play. We've also seen some of these Deja players low roll and miss their Dejas for a long time, so it's been a brutal combination for those of you who are fans of the Deja Mirage line.
Yeah, I mean, it really has been just kind of non-existent in this first half. And of course, that means that we'll probably see a bunch of Deja players as we go into this next one, is that self-fulfilling prophecy. We are going to be jumping into that game, though. We've reached the halfway mark. We've got the last 3, the back half. So, I mean, really, all we can do is send y'all into game. Frodan, Bryce, take it away.
Thank you very much, Casanova. Welcome, everybody, to game number 4 of the grand finals here of the Dragonlands mid-set finale. Hopping on board with Omdi, a player who is just kind of putting it all together. Omdi flew under the radar prior to going to the event. It was highlighted that in a lot of our fantasy drafts, plural, he's been left off of multiple of teams. And people are saying that he is the best player that just gone undrafted across all of these formats. So I feel like that's starting to come to fruition, Bryce. We're really starting to see Omdi come to his own. Yeah, he's been getting getting very lucky in a lot of situations compared to some other players. But I also feel like he's navigating some of those very fortunate spots to easy first places whenever they are delivered to his doorstep.
Yeah, he's constantly, when he's winning lobbies, he's oftentimes winning them by a couple of touchdowns, right? He's just smashing the lobby like we saw where he's, on a 10-plus win streak, 50-plus health, not even close to capping out his board. So he's been really good when playing from ahead. I, in particular, have really enjoyed his play when he's played around the trainer opening. It feels like he has a really good understanding of which combination of units to play around, which items to slam, and how to ultimately snowball that early trainer high roll into success. He doesn't have any of those units right now, though. It's definitely not a comfort zone opening, at least as I perceive it, but he has shown quite a bit of flexibility to his play as well. He's been one of the wider players in terms of the different types of compositions he's willing to play. So I've really enjoyed watching him a lot this weekend, and I'm looking forward to studying the VOD when we're done.
Yeah, it's accentuated by the fact that yesterday he had a very unconventional Dragon Alliance, multiple dragons holding an assassin emblem. It was Assassin Shyvana, Assassin Siphon. It was pretty whack. Maybe run it back. I mean, we'll see. He has some transformative emblems available to him in terms of Warrior Crest and Earth's Grab Bag. Mirage is Pirate's Greed, so Hallucinate is a lot less appealing, but you could theoretically lean into it. Pirate's Greed is such an interesting Mirage to see how far you want to push the envelope, because you can use it to lose streak and get a bunch of gold. You can also utilize it to capitalize on the fact that a lot of people don't play Deja, therefore you might get a really easy uncontested Deja 2 and play for a nice top 4 instead of try to crush through the normal Mirage variations. I think a lot of people forget that Deja is just a good unit, even regardless of the Mirage bonus.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. If we talked in the lead up to this about how Deja is really strong and hasn't been seen much of today. There are a lot of players who are still willing to play Deja on Pirate, particularly from a tempo situation. I don't think that this lobby is one of them. I don't know if there's anybody in this lobby who is kind of brave enough to go down that path. Omdi choosing to go in a different direction here, taking the Earth's Grab Bag, slamming out on Spark, and I really like this because he's got a strong enough board here to deal some damage to clear and potentially to win some fights in Stage 2, but he doesn't have to be overly focused on whether or not he goes full win streak, which this board is unlikely to do, but that's okay because he should be killing units and he's going to be farming some Pyro Gold while he's at it.
Yep, Spione pair, and he could end up either using that Earth Grab bag to, say, make a Tactician's Crown or go into Assassins, which we have seen Amdi do in the past. We'll check back in with him later. There's another player who has taken an Earth's Grab bag is Birdosaurus, the player that was power ranked number 1 going into this tournament. One of the few players to ever go back-to-back power rankings at number 1. So much hype going into it. And I feel like he has largely lived up to it. I feel like even if Bird doesn't win this tournament, he has definitely proven why he has gotten the respect of his peers. Off to kind of an awkward start, though. Titan's Resolve is not the best item on Senna. You can see why that is. It's almost the end of the fight. And we just finally ascended to Titan status just in time to get overrun by the rest of the Cavalier board. So you can see why Bird's going to be on a kind of an awkward win-loss. I don't think his board is bad by any means, especially after that upgrade. He's just trying to stall out for as long as he can while stacking these trainers for as much mileage as he can get.
Yeah, and he's investing in his future, right? He's already got 4 Nomsy stacks, which means he's had these 2 trainer units in since 2-1. So we've certainly seen the power of the trainer when it gets ramping. 4-star Nomsy is an absolute menace in the late game. It's essentially like having a second dragon on your board just from the raw stats. It's so powerful. So Bird's in an okay spot, even though he took a pretty bad loss there. Wow, he's going to play back-to-back level 5s. That feels so bad. Mortdog does not have him. He goes up against Pokygom, who went to level 5 1-2-2, and then now Omdi, worried about playing Pokygom and wanting him to preserve his streak, is going up against Bird, and Bird is going to take big damage here. Can he kill anything? Everything is taking some damage, but...
Nice.
Okay, we
got
killed one unit. Not bad, but Burt with an okay board state down at 84 HP just because of the matchmaking RNG. We also have an interesting battle brewing between Omdi and Pocky, as well as Darth Nub, actually, all at 100 HP, potentially fighting for that win streak in Stage 2.
No spatula for Birdosaurus off the carousel. I think that's something that he was also okay with losing. I know it stinks to get hit by the level 5 player super early, but the caveat to that is he had a chance to potentially get big with the Tactician's Crown. 2 tomes being picked up, Clear and Kuramek. So a lot of the emblems are going to be coming into play. We'll see if they can get things like Whispers or Revel or anything else that's transformative. DK with an Ascension. Robin with, I believe, his Hot Shot. And Pokygum with that Cavalier emblem, who does have 4. Clear has a Whispers emblem from Tome on 2-3. We talked about that possibility, and the fact that he has it means that there's going to be a lot of Deja that's on the table here. And Pokygom, by the way, just because he has Cavalier Emblem does not mean that he's going to be leaning towards the Mirage line. There's a widespread belief that Cavalier Emblem is actually one of the best, if not the best emblem that you can put on Olaf. So if anything, Pokygom might go back to scale score.
Yeah, I think that's where we're probably heading with these item slams, right? The Cavalier Emblem is really good on either Olaf or on Diana. The Sunfire is really good to be held on any of these tanks or Diana as well. He's got the early Olaf. He actually has all 4 scale scoring units on 2-5. Definitely comfort zone for Pocky. His Olaf just dies there. Not a bad situation for him. And this is the big fight. His set 2 with that Cavalier emblem and that Sunfire is just doing so much work. The assassin version of Yone is fun to look at, but definitely not going to take care of business here. Pocky maintaining a streak. Darth actually lost his fight as well, so our lone win streaker right now in the lobby is Pokygom.
I mean, set with a bunch of health and he gets his knuckle down is so hard to deal with in the early stages of the game. It's just, he gets essentially a full stack Titans like when he uses his ability. So add to the Cavalier tankiness, it's just lights out. So it's not too much of a surprise to show that one of the most dominant stage 2 units with Cavalier is that much more effective. Amdi did end up committing to that assassin emblem like we talked about. It seems like something that he was open to. We'll see. Going up against Darth Nub, who does have that 3's company, but looks like he sold everything for gold, by the way, while opening with pretty generic items of Hand of Justice, the Edge of Night. So not exactly sure where Darth Nub's going to go. Has several directions. Could end up angling for Jade based off of the Karma and the Tarek that's currently on his bench, and these are fantastic items to play on Shi OU. We'll have to see as Pokygom cruises to a relatively uncontested win streak at the end of the stage. On the other side of things, Burt did beat Clear in what looked like to be a situation where Burt wanted to 4-loss streak, ends up going for the dreaded bookend. He won his first and his last stage 2 fights. That's not good.
Yeah, really not good. Burt, I believe, our only player that's been in the top 4 all 3 games so far, so it's definitely a rough opening from him, but more than capable of bouncing back. Joining Kurum, who went win-loss and then a couple of wins to end the stage. He's okay economically, a little bit broke, and his board is okay as well. He's got some upgraded backliners, and upgraded frontliners to accompany these 2 frontline tempo-oriented slams in the Sunfire Cape and the Spark. He also ripped his tome and got a Mystic Emblem, which is generically pretty powerful right now in the meta because there's so much magic damage.
Yeah, especially if you know that people are going to be playing things like Whisper Emblems. I know that it might feel like it's a moot, like, oh, well, if they're going to shred everything, why even build resistances? It's even more important sometimes to have resistances, so that way you can make sure you're at least tanky and not basically taking pure true damage at that point. So we'll see how effective that Mystic Emblem could be, but if you're current Max, you can't help but feel disappointed. That's probably not the emblem that you wanted.
Yeah, not ideal, but it is okay, and Kurum is a very flexible player in the mid-game, so he's going to have a potential way of teching in the Mystic. He actually decides to level there to put in that Lulu to activate the Mystic trait, going up against Robin, who also leveled to 6. This is kind of unusual. Normally, you think of leveling to 6 on 3-1 as players who are either like crazy ahead economically or trying to protect streaks. Neither of these players have particularly large streaks to protect, but one of them is going to be very disappointed here leveling to 6 and losing on 3-1.
It looks like it's going to be Robin because he did level to play mages, it seems like, or second cannoneer, and both of them are okay, but they're not particularly too strong. I do know that Robin has the cannoneer augment based, so he probably made a decision off of that. However, that being said, Robin's still ramping, so the more he can protect that Namzi, the better. Let's take a look at the 3-2 augment.
Gadget Expert's the one that immediately jumps out to me. It does kind of overlap with the magic shred that you get from the Ionic Spark that Kurum already has slammed. We talked a little bit about Ascension yesterday. It's been performing horribly in the data. Blue Battery does have some niche use cases. I'm just not sure that this is the board. You could also talk me into a re-roll here if you wanted to go that path.
Yeah, considering that he already has Ionic Spark, that makes me like Static Shiv much more since it'll deal more damage. Ionic Spark, Bramble Vest, Ruin's Hurricane, Static Shiv. Those are the direct damage items that you can leverage. The only thing about it is that I wish you would consider just a tiny bit of rolling to maybe get 2 stars. I guess that R2 is good, but it just feels like his board is built on a house of sand. Oh, okay, subbing out the Tarek. If you put all these items on Nara, I like that way better. Let's put on the Dragonmancer unit instead, though.
Yeah, I get that. The Dragonmancer, the use of the Dragonmancer means that it's going to get a nice boost in HP, so it might wind up being his tankiest unit. This Volibear has lived considerably longer than the Gnar in the fight, it looks like. Gnar's going to drop now. The Dragonmancer, buff onto this Volibear is actually keeping it alive and winning this fight. It's nice job. And this is exactly what I was talking about when I was talking about Kermex's strength. He's very good at kind of seeing the different options for best board. He moves off of the board that he'd been playing around because he didn't have those upgrades yet. Oh my god. Are you kidding me, Clear? This man is built differently. He rips the tome early. He gets Whisper Emblem, which is the generically best emblem in the game by a fairly wide margin, actually, and then he gets the best holder of it in Deja.
Yeah, this is gross. And he's farming gold in order to do this, so Clear's in a really good spot. He's also not unhealthy. Clear, I think, for all the reputation he's developed with what some of his opinions on the state of the game, and a lot of people consider it to be hot takes, I do think that he has strong tournament understanding of what he should be trying to do in a lot of different spots. I think his macro read on a lot of specific spots in TFT is very interesting and a little bit different than what you might normally expect. Now, that being said, most people understand Whisper Deja is very strong. And the fact that he's able to kind of play it with the Pirate actually might suit his benefit because that just means less people are going to be trying to take these Dejas. Because I have seen Whisper Deja lose a lot. I have seen Whisper Deja bot 4. We saw that with Soju yesterday, who had Whisper Deja and Rageblade and everything set up and still end up bot 4ing. Wow, ends up losing to Kurum, and Kurum preserves his streak. A huge moment for Kurum X as he didn't roll at 3-2, as I said, to try to make his board stronger, and he's just narrowly, by the skin of his teeth, keeping that win streak. And that is the mark of an elite player, to be able to tread that line carefully and get away with it. Excellent job in Stage 3 so far by Kurum X.
Yeah, really nice Stage 3 from him. Bursaurus, our other win streaker. Taking a look at the augments, we see Omde wind up grabbing Oni frontline to play around his assassin-based composition. Better together from Bursaurus. Is that Penitence from Darth Nub?
Either Penitence or Eternal Protection. I think it is Penitence, just because I think Eternal Protection has like a little heart icon on it. We'll have to actually take a look once we get a chance a little bit more in depth. Meanwhile, from Clear's perspective, he's going to roll here at 3-5, or is he just going to park it? It seems like he's committing to rolling at least a little bit here. See what else he can pick up.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if he chooses to slam a QSS just to guarantee the ramping onto this Deja, or if he wants this glove to be... Okay, there you go. That answers that question for myself. Thank you, Clear. So he's just going to really focus on guaranteeing that there is no CC that will be getting onto this Deja in the first parts of the fight, guaranteeing the ramp, which is important to the stacking of the ability power that will come from Deja being a Whisper unit, going up against Omdi, who has that Assassin 2-star Yone in the backline, but walking away from the Deja for now. The nice thing from Clear here is he's favoring the right side. You see him staying there consistently. The reason why he's doing that, you're seeing in this fight, we see multiple units, only 2 units can actually step up and stand to the challenge here, and so Clear is able to actually get basically a 1v6, it looks like, with his final cast against the Olaf, because it's on the right side. If he was on the left side, there's 3 units that can surround that Deja, then it's just too much probably onto the Deja, and it winds up losing. Very, very thoughtfully done there from Clear.
Yeah, and the reason why QSS can be very strong as well on that Whispers, because he already has Celestial Blessing. I think a lot of people forget that Whispers is pretty strong, but you want a healing source because Deja oftentimes has to be winning fights. That's going to be the first of many rounds. We're going to see Deja have to fight and clean up everything herself. Everybody else is just a paid actor. Speaking of hyper carries, when you hit Shyvana at 7 and you triple item stack her like this, you might watch some pretty powerful things happen. Pokégon with the Cavalier Diana, as you were saying, could end up being able to play the spoiler of it, because Darth Noob is trying to turn around his loss streak. Dragon Descent does clean up some, but not everything. This Diana is zipping around, seeing if she can go toe-to-toe with the Rage Wing Queen herself. The Edge of Night does end up proccing the third cast of Dragon Descent. Not really getting it done. There is a lack of damage onto Shyvana. Oh no! The second Cascade from the Diana is able to get it done. Big loss here for Darth Nub, because with that loss streak being snapped, he was hoping to carry his momentum going to stage 4, and now he's going to have that much less gold.
Yeah, meanwhile, Pocky showing why he is the master of the scale scoring line. That Cavalier emblem, a lot of people would just immediately put onto the Olaf, but he doesn't have Olaf 2, and he doesn't have Olaf items yet. And so instead, he's playing around this very utility-oriented Ionic Spark, Sunfire Cape, Cavalier Diana. It's so tanky, it's applying anti-heal, it's shredding magic resistance. You also get extra damage from the Ionic Spark because of the scale scoring trait interaction. So very thoughtful board once again from Pokkygom. Darth is able to get a couple of big upgrades here. Do you think that's enough for him to be able to skip level 7 and try to get to level 8?
I mean, he has a couple more pairs, so he could roll to see if he can get 2-star Nard, 2-star Ashe. And it is kind of relevant because, you know, upgrading those units just makes your Dragonmancers and your Jades a little bit stronger and gives you a little bit more support for the Shyvana. That being said, I think another wise thing to do is wait for the augment. If it's Prismatic Augment, let's get level up. Utilizing your gold before then would be ill-advised. So I like at least like the wait here. It goes up against Amda. Perhaps another reason why Pokkygom has to change his game plan is because he's contested. We're actually seeing contested scale score, and Olaf eats the breath from behind, and Darth Noob's gamble ends up paying off. Even if he ends up losing here, would not be a bad loss whatsoever. Wins convincingly, puts Amdi under significant pressure. DQA also under the gun at 35 HP. As we take a look at the 4-2 augment, it's a triple gold.
Yeah, it's a triple gold emblem. He does have Penitence already, so he can go Jade Heart and just use this Shyvana as a, you know, cosplaying Xiaoyu for the time being. I don't think we've seen anyone else on the Jade line, so Darth feels relatively comfortable with the notion that he's going to be able to get to level 8, have enough HP and gold to work with to get the board the way he needs it to be, right? We have no copies of Nico, no copies of Xiaoyu, and feels like he doesn't want to spend a bunch of gold at this time. Oh, we start to see him rolling there, so maybe he's changing his mind. Meanwhile, Clear actually gets a dragon-based augment at the end. I believe that is Dragon Alliance. So he's got, well, a bunch of 1-star dragons.
Yeah, his board is is interesting. It's actually quite fragile, but at the same time, it's surprisingly tanky because you do have the Guardian and the Bruisers in. It's just one of those things you just have to see case by case. This is a player that's playing Xayah 2, so kind of disregard everything else about being weak. We found a weaker board. It is a Xayah 2 from DQA. DQA is going 8th. There's just no way that you're playing Xayah in the grand finals of the mid-set finale, DQA. Please.
Listen, he's been playing Valorant. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe the last time that he was playing
knows.
TFT.
He knows. No one is more aware of how 8th that board is than DQ 8th.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he had no other option. Super hard to say, but we can say definitively that DQA is in a rough spot. Meanwhile, Clear, I really, really like this board composition. It makes a ton of sense. And he hits the Deja upgrade, which is such a big deal. He's got a great frontline, dragon to play around in Itis. He gets to go vertical whispers because of that dragon, plus the whisper emblem. So he gets 6 whisper Deja, something you don't get to see very often because you don't get to play the Siphon along with Deja. There's a lot of potential power here. I'm not sure that I would make this Elise. I actually kind of like his board construction. Maybe he's thinking about an 8 whisper Deja, but he does not have Pike currently.
Well, I mean, I guess he just has to settle with a really strong board here at 4-3. Well, against Bert, who has Mage Emblem on the Ornn. It's going to be the calling of the cattle. Double Stampede. He does have another Siphon. Oh, Ornn didn't even finish 1 cast, let alone 2. And this kind of board is exactly what Clear wants to go up against. One of those stall inevitability boards. And also a 1-star Dragon versus his 2-star. Bert taking some pretty significant damage, now going down to 20 HP. DQA does get a win. So Bert actually might be raising DQA for 8th place because I think his board looking quite weak.
Yeah, I'm really, really worried about Bert's board. He's top 3 to all 3 games so far, but he's in a much, much rougher position than we've seen him in. There is a spat on the carousel. We've seen a number of people that have had spatulas at one point or another. I believe Omdi has an open spat right now and could take this for a Tactician's Crown. He's beeline for it, so is Pocky. Pocky's actually passing on it. Wow, Pocky is giving Omdi the Tactician's Crown in order to get this tier. Maybe he wants the Bard. It's a little hard to say right now. We haven't gotten to check back in on Pockygom's board in a little bit, but Omdi, our current points leader and favorite to qualify for the World Championships of Set 7, just got a big boon to his board.
Oh my god, Pocky's going for Deja, and he has the Cavalier Emblem. He found Yasuo. He's going to pivot out of the Scale Scorn and just build a Dragon board himself to try to go toe-to-toe with Clear. That's a Deja 2. And we talked about how because Deja is uncontested in Pirate lobbies, it's much easier to hit, which incidentally gives Pockygom exactly the unit he's playing for. And he also has 6 Mirage, by the way, which gives him, I believe, the Admiral's chest, which allows him to potentially farm items moving forward. He's going to get a lot of gold injection to hit the dragons and maybe able to farm the best in slot items for every unit that he wants.
Yeah, this is classic Pockygom situation. He's thinking about playing around Scale Scorn, but he just winds up using it as a placeholder. He's actually such bad fight RNG here on these wind blasts are missing DQA. DQA gets back-to-back fight wins. He heard us talking some trash about that Xayah.
Yeah, Bird is not looking strong on the other side of things. He's gotten the raw and the deal of the 3 trainer. The 3 trainer boards, they need to decisively be ahead of the curve with Namzi, but you need to upgrade the rest of the board. I think a lot of people, unfortunately, get caught in that vortex Burtson where you can't stabilize, your Nami's not tanky enough, and the rest of your board can't support. Just kind of leads to loss after loss. Bird does hit Siphon too. Maybe we'll see that end up being the case here to swing things as Pockygom has the very top and the very bottom available in this pool. Looks like he's going up against Birdosaurus. Bert needs this win. He cannot fight the rest of the game on single digit. He has to stop the buck right here, and hopefully that Siphon 2 can get it done. Yasuo does get Polymorph for a brief second. The double stun from the Crescendo with the Mage Sona on top right, trying to buy some time. And time is what he will get. And this Rampage is going to clean a lot of things up. Looks like Bird has turned a corner, and it's not going to be enough here for Pockygom to get the win. A huge dub for Birdosaurus.
especially since DQA lost now. Bird is just trying to eke out as many points from this game as he can. DQA going down to 11 HP. He's hoping he'll go 8th. Omdi takes another loss. Darth takes a loss as well. So Bird is feeling like maybe, just maybe, he got stable enough to get into a top 6, top 5 situation. Only time is going to tell. Rejoining Kurum for the first time in a while. Kurum doing what Kurum does. This is a mishmash board of Jades. He's got an Ionic Spark on his Shio Yu, and he is win streaking alongside Clear and Robin, actually 3 full win streakers. So all the people on the lower end had some bad matchmaking RNG throughout Stage 4.
Yeah, that's such a good point. You don't really see 3 people streaking at the end of Stage 4 in this regard. It just means that they all took turns beating up on all the players who are very weak. Nico 2, huge hit. Could think about if he wants to play Sona 2, but I think with Lulu already set, less likely.
He could actually drop Anivia here if he wanted to drop Anivia, because he's got the 6 Jade even without, so Anivia is not really adding anything.
Well, I mean, Anivia is adding a lot of magic damage, so... but he also doesn't have another unit to play at 8, so I guess Sona goes in, 3 Evoker. I mean, any mana is good. I think it is also worth talking about the items that he chose off Treasure Dragon. He thought for a very long time about this possibility of going double Zeeks. And that's just a build that I guess is near and dear to Kurum's heart. He's kind of a double Zeeks man. This is multiple times today we've been seeing him try to itemize his Shio Yu with support and leaving items open. Because Niffy's also going to get hooked here.
Yeah, Kurum is also apparently allergic to getting max value out of double Zeeks. That we were off broadcast for the other lobby where he did this. It was a Jade board just like this. It was double Zeeks just like this. And for whatever reason, Kurum really does not like giving double Zeeks value. He only really focuses on giving it to the Shio Yu and does not really give it to the other units. I would love to see him get optimal value there, because there's basically no unit on his board that would not benefit from having double Zeeks value. It's much earlier past in the fight.
Yeah, I can understand that, right? He's even playing Static Shiv and Gadget Expert, so getting that extra damage would, even on Ashe, would be not irrelevant. But it's working out for Kurum so far, and I think the counterpoint to what you're saying, Bryce, I think sometimes people tunnel way too hard on max Zeke's value, max Locket value, max Banshee's value, and they sometimes sabotage themselves in terms of fights. And it's easy for us to say it in a vacuum. Kurum's the one under the pressure that has to make those hard decisions. And so far it's working out, so I'm going to reserve my judgment for then. But the judgment that I can pass onto the Xayah board, well, it does have Shyvana, so that does change the equation a lot. Can Xayah turn back the clock? Shyvana didn't even cast! There's no Dragon's Descent! Kurum is going to farm this Rage Wing and send DQA into DQ 8th. That's not going to be good for DQA's chances here to even go top 4 in this tournament. Starting off so hot with that first place and having 2 8ths in the next 2-3 games.
Oh, and Bertosaurus takes exact lethal damage against Omdi. Bertosaurus, we talked about fighting on this lower end, trying to find his way into as many placements as he can. Omdi getting a huge fight win for him, because that is not just implications for this lobby, it's implications for the tournament. We only have 2 games left after this one. Omdi came with a 2-point lead over Bertosaurus. He is going to expand this lead. The question is, how far? Is there any world in which Omdi can eke out another top 4 placement, widen that gap, and really cement his likelihood of going to Worlds through this tournament?
It kind of depends. There's a lot of strong boards here, and still, Clear and Kurum X apparently do not play each other for the rest of this game. That is 2 Cav Emblems, by the way, for Pokegom, with a Siphon charged to the back line and trying to muck things up so to buy time for this Deja's Wind Blast, which is money. It shoots across the entire back left side. Can the unit stay alive? Diamond Hands has cashed. Robin does not have anything left, trying to use Diamond Hands on Tristana, but cannot withstand the pressure. We do not have any more eliminations here. Dark Nub ended up taking a loss. Omdi does get the win. Look at Stage 5 Carousel to see if anybody can grab things that can swing things dramatically here.
Yeah, there's a Guardian Emblem here, which might be interesting to Pocky. I can't remember if he still has Itis on his board. There's a Yasuo. Not a great item on Yasuo, but at least the stats are pretty good for anyone who's looking for that unit. Wow, looks like we're going to see a Stage 5 Carousel Yasuo actually go unpicked. This might be a first for me. That unit is so strong. It works on so many different boards, but everyone had other things that they needed. We're rejoining Robin. He does have the Corki too, thank God. He's finally got his board online. It feels like Robin, you know, he's had some struggles today, but he's also, it has to be said, low rolling a little bit. He has been rolling tons of gold, and it feels like sometimes he's just playing a different game than everybody else. Everybody's getting their dragons, getting their dragon upgrades, whereas it feels like time and time again, Robin is just not able to hit the core units that he needs, but he is online now. He has 30 HPs in a solid position to top 4 this game, though he does need as many points as he can if he's going to be competitive, because he is way down at the bottom in last place.
Diamond Hand's Itis is very good in this matchup in particular, not to mention that Corki just has a very strong matchup 1v1 versus Xiaoyu, because Xiaoyu has to go front through back unless you're able to navigate around it. So in terms of the matchup, this is really good, and Robin could end up being a huge beneficiary just based on what the final 3 players will be. The exception being Clear. Clear, ever since hitting that Deja 2 with Whisper, has just been relaxing and kicking back his feet. Pokygum out in 6th place. Amdi looking likely to go bot 4 as well, pending on his matchups. I just don't think this Assassin scale scoring board can get that much more mileage. You can see the result of 2 players who wanted to play the scale scoring line. Both players might be holding hands, but at least it's not a 7th or 8th. It's probably going to be a 5th or a 6th, as right now both Clear and Robin are both in their pool. I'm not entirely sure if this board can cut it in both those matchups.
Yeah, it feels like this has gone as far as it can, but that's actually totally fine. Not every game of Teamfight Tactics is meant to be a first or even a top 4, and for Amdi, the really important thing is that the players who are most competitive with him, scoreline-wise overall, have struggled even more in this lobby, so it's not bad, you know, if you wind up in a kind of low-roll situation to pilot your way into a 5th place. He is going up against the Ghost board, so he's able to get some work done, but ultimately, this Whisper Deja in that corner is just sitting back there and free-farming Amdi's board. Amdi is going to be exiting in a solid 5th place performance, scoring 4 more points for his World's contention run.
Yeah, Amdi's getting very close within striking distance. Oh my goodness, hold phone. Rift Herald providing 3 items, and so for Darth New, that Shojin, very solid onto the Anivia, one of her best items. Unfortunately, the other 2 are so good for Nico, but she already has 3 items spoken. So it does feel like it's going to be a little bit awkward here for Darth Noob.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal items that he was looking for. It's not bad. Sometimes when you're one of the weaker boards, you would like to see a 3-item neutral camp here, because sometimes you can high roll, others can low roll, and it can really spike you. But this does not appear to be the combination of items that is going to lead to a significant spike for him. They're not terrible items. He can make use of all of them, but they're not outstanding either. And Darth's board is solid. He's got a nice iteration of the Jade composition. It does feel like he's been outscaled a little bit. No one seems to be contesting Clear. I do think Darth Noob is capable of beating Kerm X's board. Robin's board, though, is much tougher. You were talking about that Corki into Xiaoyu matchup. Xiaoyu does not do very well into this true front-to-back Corki board, but last-second repositioning is there a world in which this Xiaoyu can get access to the Corki and circumvent this Itis?
I mean, that's what the Namzi and the Thresh are for. The items for Robin were okay. He got Redemption, Deathblade, and Edge of Night. 2 of those went on Tristana to add for some secondary damage. But the Diamond Hands and the Namzi 4 is just so tanky, making it really difficult. Another round of cast gives additional attack speed and shield. Can Corki get it done? Itis has lasted just long enough, and it looks like Darth Noob is dead here in 4th place. Kerm X ends up taking a pretty severe loss to Clear. It looks like Clear's lobby to lose. Clear rolling it down. Looks like he's still trying to actually find just 2-star versions of his current units, while also secretly playing for Deja 3. Finally hits Itis 2. And that's the kind of scary thing about this composition. It's been doing this well with these few 2-stars.
Yeah, he also has Diamond Hands that he hasn't gotten online yet, so he's just been stomping people so hard that his board is just, he feels like running away with his lobby. It's hard for me to envision anyone beating his current board, let alone where his board is going. We do see this decisive fight of Kerm X against Robin. I feel like Robin is heavily favored in this matchup. Kerm feels that like he has the weaker version of Darth's board, but you never know. The Mystic Emblem plus the double Zeeks could pay dividends. Kerm has actually been able to hold up decently. The Itis is already down, but the Namzi 4 in the middle of this fight is just so tanky. There's not enough damage left for Kerm, and Kerm is going to exit with a very solid 3rd place in this game.
Yep. And so the pecking order has been established. Kerm had the best Jade board, but the Jade board does lose to both Corki and the Whispers Deja very hard, because Jade is a composition that works on a style of attrition. You try to out-heal and outlast a bunch of the big burst waves, and then you try to use your confrontation method of Xiuyu and some of that supporting magic damage to finish it off. Just not going to happen. For Robin versus Clear, though, the question really becomes if there's any chance for Robin to find a way to get to Deja. And with Quirky, it just feels like you have to play very honestly. I don't think there's a real chance that Robin can do this, but let's find out here. As the first hook does end up pulling Tristana close by, nothing is challenging the Deja with the Quicksilver. An attempt for a crescendo is not going to even stun it. And now, with the Idas about to drop in a moment's time, Quirky's about to get overwhelmed by the remaining dragons. Another Thresh Hook, another Wind Blast. There's just no way Clear's going to end this game right after Carousel unless something miraculous happens to Robin.
Yeah, Clear is our clear winner of game number 4. He's just way too strong, and he hasn't even capped out his board. Still no Diamond Hands, still no Siphon 2, let alone potential other spikes he can go for if he decides he needs to uncap, maybe drop a couple Whisper units and then, play up towards Legendaries, but he just doesn't need to, quite frankly. His board is clearly strong enough to be able to take care of business here. He is going to make this Lulu this time around. Maybe he goes for Lulu 3, because why not? He should be able to get a Nico or a Duplicator out of the Diamond Hands. Meanwhile, we see Robin rolling. He's got 2 Corkies on the bench, 1 Corki on the bench. No real changes to Robin's board, and it feels like no real way. Wow. We're getting off of Idas, actually, and on to a Shyvana 2 here from Clear. He's that much stronger, although I will say that this means that he's going to drop tank aggro in the front line. Maybe Corki gets cheeky access to the Deja somehow because Shyvana jump.
We'll see. Here comes the first Dragon's Ascend. The idea is maybe the CC is good enough. I mean, also, he just has so much stats. And the Corki's just taking a lot of damage. That's just going to do it. Pretty straightforward game once you get the Whisper Deja online. It is just too much. And Clear is going to put himself in championship contending as he has improved game after game, result after result, landing in first place.
Is so well done by Clear, and I just want to continue on this run here of talking about Clear and talking about this game. Frodan, he played this Whisper Deja right away, noticing that he got the Whisper, immediately goes for the Deja, and then ends up with a Dragon Alliance to kind of round out that composition. And I kind of wanted to pick your brain on, was this more of an execution on the Dragon Alliance building a really fantastic comp, or is Whisper's Deja just really that strong?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it is just that strong.
It is just that strong. I'm pausing for dramatic emphasis. Whisper Deja is the strongest combination that you can go for. If you look at the data, the most powerful prismatic opening you can ever start with is Whisper Crown. And that's largely because as long as you get a single copy of Deja, not only can you top 4, you can win the lobby as long as you protect Deja enough. And because of the way dragons work, you get an inherent 700 health bonus, I believe, if I recall off the top of my head. And so people kind of look at dragons about like the raw power of the trait they give or whatever their abilities. But if you just put 3 dragons with 2100 extra HP and you give them tanks, they're going to tank long enough for Deja. Not to mention they can also kill units on their own right. It's just a match made in heaven. So if you get Whisper Deja, you get Dragon Alliance. That's one of the most strongest boards that you could possibly have currently in Teamfight Tactics.
Really just finding that combination in that last augment kind of sets it up from being just probably a top 4 guaranteed to oh no, this is a first. Like, this is going to happen. Let's take a look at the scores, because something definitely pretty crazy happened in that last game. We had the top 3 players all bottom 4ing, and Bryce, this sets us up for such incredibly close scores going into the last 2 games.
Yeah, it does. Omdi is 3 points clear of Clear in this situation. Kurum moving up to 20, Burt falling down to 20. This is still very much anybody's game. Omdi has the lead that Omdi has right now is literally just the points he came into today with. So he's had some good scores overall, but it's not like he's been a crazy dominant performer day, at least not like he was yesterday where he was just absolutely rolling over lobbies. Basically, everyone is competitive still for that top 1 spot except for Robin and DQA. It would be really, it's not mathematically eliminated by any stretch of the imagination, but it would be really hard to envision either of them leapfrogging the field fully. That being said, it was a really nice bounce back from Robin. That's the start. And either DQA or Robin are still very capable of getting into that top 4 position, which would automatically qualify them to the North American Regional Championship. So we have a lot left to play for in these final 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be really fighting for those top 4 spots at this point, right? They're like, okay, probably not getting my world spot here, but I could get it at regionals, right? We've seen Robin at regionals have insane performances. We know that they could do it again if he can find that spot. I mean, this has been a really wild day so far, and the fact that we have our last 2 games with the points so close is incredibly exciting. Frodan, I just wanted to pick your brain on some of the players that have really impressed you that maybe aren't the ones that are just at the top of the tables right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to say, but I want to point out that X has been very consistent and kind of sticking to his style. This man, just quite frankly, doesn't win many TFT games, but he's always putting himself in position to win. And I think that's the most important thing that you can ask for any consistent player. We might have a situation where, Kurum just keeps putting thirds on the board. It just wins off the virtue of everyone else having top 2s and bot 2s. I would love nothing more. On the second part of it, I also want to say that Pokigom has had some brilliant moments and some moments that blew up in his face. And I think you can't really judge him just based off the fact that he tried a 1-star ASOL with blue battery, which we did call out before, and he actually went for it and hit it in Nivea 3. And while it didn't work out, I mean, that's the only way Pokigom knows how to play TFT. Yeah. I've been really impressed, even if the results haven't exactly lined up for that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I am looking forward to these last 2 games because it is so close on the scoreboard already. And we've had some very, very exciting games of TFT so far. We've got just Game 5 and Game 6 to go. We're going to go to a short break, but Dragonlands mid-set finale will return after a word from our partners over at Ball Street. Welcome back to the Dragonlands mid-set finale. I'm Casanova, and I'm joined once again by Admirable and mean Mr. Kien. We've got Game 5 coming up, and so we've seen a lot of TFT today. We've seen 4 games already, and it's looked very different than our previous two days. I mean, it took a Whispers emblem for us to really see Deja shine. And Kien, I kind of wanted to throw it to you to talk about maybe some of the trends you've seen throughout this day that have looked a little bit different than 1 and 2.
I think it's come down in large part to anomalies, and this is just what happens with TFT is sometimes you get on a smaller sample size day where it's like it's only 6 games, things can be different. We've only had 4 today, where one we have a prismatic lobby, and prismatic lobbies are always just going to throw a wrench into the kind of final boards we're going to see. We saw a Fawn Carousel on stage 5. We also saw just now a Whisper emblem right off the bat. That is not something you're going to get very often, and as something it was talked about extensively by Bryce and Dan is, hey, this is a really strong emblem, especially if you compare it with the Deja. Even in a lobby where it is Pirate Screed, you actually saw a couple people playing towards the Deja there. One of them did not have the Whisper emblem. They did not do as well, but the Whisper's emblem was the big difference there, and I think that's going to really dictate what we've seen in the last 2 games today. Is one, what's the Mirage variant going to be? If it's more Pirate Screed, you're probably not going to see it come up unless there's a Whisper's emblem. So I'm excited to see what hands out here, but you do see, I think, people leaning a bit away from the Deja here. It has not been as consistent, and kind of we're seeing more Xiaoyu come in. We're seeing Corki do well again, and so it just kind of depends. Once it's front to back with Xiaoyu, you're going to see more Corki follow in, and if you see more Xiaoyu come in, maybe we start seeing, you see Corki come in, maybe we start seeing more Siphon come in. So it'll be interesting to see how the last 2 games pan out.
For sure. And Admirable, just a really quick one. Do you think you'll finally get a prismatic lobby?
No.
Okay, that's all I needed to know as we jump into game number 5 of the mid-set finale. Admirable and mean Mr. Kien, take it away.
2 more games left. We will have our top 4. We will have our champion. We'll find out who's going to Worlds, who's going to Regionals. But until then, we're going to have 2 more games to figure it out. If you're in Robin or DQA spot, you are looking for first and first alone. If you're in AMD spot, you are looking for some not bot 4s. AMD gets to keep playing TFT. Clear gets to keep playing TFT. Kerm and Bursaurus pretty much in the same spot. But these bottom 4 finishes we have right now, Darth Nub, Pokigam, Liquid Robin, and DQA, you're going to need some high finishes and stat.
MD, if you want to take a bot 4 here, just to keep things a little spicy going into game 6, I'm sure that Bryce and Dan would love for that to happen. So if you are Team Bryce, Team Dan, just go ahead and eat like a 6 here, and let's make the lobby extra interesting going into 6.
Hey, I'm down to see it right now. Dawnbringers. I feel like we haven't seen really Dawnbringers at all so far this tournament.
I was reading I keep calling it fun. I mean Tactician's Crown. I was reading a funny comment where somebody called Nidalee basically reverse Force of Nature or reverse Tactician's Crown, in which playing her means you're down a unit because she's very bad right now. And I thought it was very funny. I wanted to share that with everybody because I also think Nidalee's the worst unit in the game right now, which is unfortunate. I love Nidalee.
They better be the worst unit in the game. They nerfed it like 4 times.
They've nerfed Nidalee a lot. They've nerfed Astral a lot. And rest in peace, Nidalee. Your negative presence on the board. You should actually get extra points if you're able to win with Nidalee on your final board.
She dominated the metagame for like patches. Every single time it was like nerf to Nidalee, nerf to Nidalee, Nidalee 3, Nidalee 3, Nidalee 3. This unit crushed the game for way too long. This is a 1-cost unit.
It was very strong, and I'm glad it has been nerfed into the ground because it was way too easy to hit. And
ooh.
It's a good amount of gold here. Nami, rough unit. Oh, here we go. You were wrong. You said no, and Mort Dog said yes.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
We got a prismatic lobby. All right, so when you're in this spot, let's say that you could assume you're going into a prismatic lobby. What is the number 1 thing that you would want to see?
Well,
quick, right now, you have to pick.
Number 1, prismatic. I love getting level up. I think that is. Ooh. I think that most people would agree. You get level up, you can go fast 9, fast 8, and you roll it down. When you hit, you go first. If you miss, you go 8th. It is great. I love high octane TFT, and nothing matches it quite like that. We got best friends coming in here with a double cloak bow start.
What do you do with that situation?
Oh, wow. We had some fast. Okay, I love this play here. I think this is excellent, and this is one of my favorite things to do. I've seen people do this with multiple comps. Usually it's best with set, but also very good here on Aatrox. Aatrox 3 is one of these units that can just snowball you and let you go fast 8, fast 9. We got a 3-star Aatrox carrying us here.
Holy smokes, this is... You said you loved a high-octane lobby, and you have it at this point. We have Cavalier Spatula on the other side of the board as well. Robin taking a hit here. This Aatrox is going to absolutely carry to that. This is like a coast to 8, it feels like.
Yeah, expectations out the window. Unfortunately, it is another needlessly large gem. If that had been, say, Draven's Axe, this game would just be over. This thing would just perma-stack it for so long. But the needlessly big gem is still going to be good going into endgame here. This Aatrox is going to be sitting on this board for quite a while. I do expect it to transition out eventually. But the rest of the lobby is looking at Darthnub and praying they don't get him. Though, again, it is a prismatic lobby, so other people are also theoretically going to be much stronger. But this 3-star Aatrox with a Hodge is going to be difficult to take down early. We have the immediate cap slam. That is a very, very strong Anivia.
Whoa. Double crit with the Cavalier Spatula. AMD is in a fantastic spot in this one as well. You're not happy to like lose this round by any means, but I don't think you're disappointed in AMD's seat right now.
Yeah, that Aatrox, that's like the shyest Aatrox right now, and everybody else in this lobby is like G2. You're getting like a full 4-person ultimate. I'm sure a few people in chat hopefully understand that reference, but that is a big Aatrox there. I love seeing stuff like that early. Aatrox 3, it's so fun. I think you can also do that with High Roller. Get some dice and you just roll for that 3-star unit right away. It's really fun to see, and I'm glad somebody did it. This is going to give us a really interesting lobby because a lot of people are going to take more health and damage than they expect when they run into stuff like that.
Goodness gracious. I can't wait for y'all to see these augments across the board. There is not a single bad augment, I think, across the board right now. Everybody has something that is valuable.
Yeah, a lot of good fun in this lobby. We're sitting here with a Cybernetic, and this is going to be a little bit of extra attack damage across the board. By a little bit, I mean a lot. And so what you want to pair this with if you're Pokegam is from now on this spot, any augment you get that can offer extra items is going to be super welcome. It's just going to help pair up with this augment super well. And if you can able to get the endgame spot where you're able to slap on everybody, it's so much extra health and damage.
Yeah, and in Pocky spot, you're hoping that you just see more Cybernetic the entire way through as well. You know, stuff like that helps, even. You did only kick off with 2 item components at the start, so that is like a bit of a low roll, I think, considering that Cybernetic was the take here. Bertosaurus already on 5 with the double Thieves Gloves here as well, and this is a big hit that Bertosaurus is delivering to Pokegam, and I feel like this is one of the biggest things that keeps happening in prismatic lobbies, is if you are on the lost streak angle, you have a reason to have to kick that around super fast. It's because when you're losing rounds, you tend to lose with a much harder hit.
Yeah, and DQA was upset with you earlier for the prismatic lobby. He's sitting at 74 health, which is about as low as it's gonna get at this point in the game. And DQA, what did he draw? So he drew Cybernetic as well. It's unfortunately not gonna have as much value early game because you don't have enough items to really spread out. You don't have. It's just the value is much lower than some of the other augments we're gonna see coming in right now.
It'll shift across with time. I cannot wait to see how these unfolds. Gosh, when the pressure is this high, I just love it too. Really, honestly, when I have to take a look at it from a top-down perspective, though, I feel like Darthnub is coming out in number 1 right now with the 3-star on the Shiver scale, and I feel like the second one is actually AMD with the double crit and the Cavalier Spatula. Your definition in terms of your direction is really defined, and you have a very powerful aspect of that, so as soon as that is able to kick off, you're going to start demolishing boards if you can put it to place. So I feel like, in my head, those are the 2 that I'm looking at the most for some expectation.
Yeah, Bird Spot's also extremely good here. He's got double Thieves Gloves already. I think this is one of the more boring augments to take early if I'm playing, but it's very strong, especially if you're able to get a couple 2-star units in that can utilize it right off the bat. He's also got a Sunfire and a Spark already. If anybody's going to take down Darthnub, this is going to be it. Because the one thing you need to have is anti-healing to deal with this Aatrox, and he's got it right there, and he's got some stall, he's got some backline damage, and so we'll see if he's able to take down this Aatrox. It's going to be pretty close here. You see it gets another cast up, but the anti-healing, yeah, it goes down. But the rest of the board is still up. It's going to be pretty close here. I don't think there's enough damage to take down the set, though. I do expect Darthnub to take this loss here.
Senna's not getting challenged at this point, and Senna's about to cast again.
And that's very unfortunate for Darthnub. If you are taking something like Think Fast into an Aatrox, you do want to be win streaking this whole stage, because at this point, the transition options are very awkward for him.
Wow, Bertosaurus here. able to break that up. That is a huge win for Bertosaurus. Like, that is a game-shaping style of win.
Yep. Bert is that's gonna be the biggest threat. He's looking at the lobby at this point. He's got 3 people he should be scouting for. Kurum's looking at 98. Probably has a fairly strong board cobbled together. But Bert is looking quite good here. He's got the Rage Wing on the line. He's got a lot of items. He's got anti-healing. He has everything you really need early game, and he just rolled some pretty good items on his Thieves Gloves for this particular fight. He goes against Amdy's double crit Cavalier.
Yeah, Amdy kind of cobbling together like a back and forth, like the seesaw win-loss here. But everything, when it's piled up this way, that is the crucial hit for Senna. Just so much damage spread out along that little radius there, and just these number of 2-stars, it's just too hard to overcome. Bertosaurus kicking off with a 5-win streak here. And let me tell you what, Bertosaurus is not a player you are happy to see with a 5-win streak in a prismatic lobby. That is dangerous for the rest of these.
Bert's a great tempo player, very good at flexing and just playing strongest possible board, and Thieves Gloves is great for a player like that who's able just to get good units on the board and just need decent items. Clear here is showing the Varus angle. We've talked about it before. He's been one of the only players who has leaned into the Varus, and he was able to nab a win with it before. Having Best Friends, one of the better augments you can get for Varus 3. A lot of it's still going to ride on the next couple augments he's going to get, but I do think in order to win with Varus, you need 3 good augments, 3 good combat augments. But his econ's good. He's able to manage a 5-loss streak. He's got good items already set up for the Varus, and this, if there was a spot in which Varus could do well, this would be it.
Here's already demonstrated a pretty deep understanding of this line. And this is, again, kind of what caught my attention, but I remember when Gangley was telling me about this, he predicted this way before he saw Clear actually start to perform at this one. He said, hey, keep it in mind, I feel like he knows quite a bit here. Like, he's forced through on the Varus angle, but a lot can happen from this player's perspective.
Great items. So he finishes off the Winsu here. He gets a belt for anti-healing. It's definitely a strong spot for him.
Use a Shioyu for any amount of time? Do you not want to? Do you want to take another loss for the economy perspective?
Oh, this is interesting. Level 5 roll. I'm curious. I would love to ask him why he chose to roll at 5 here instead of just sacking another, because at this point you're just going to loss streak anyway. Would you not just go 6 next turn and roll for 2 stars? But
might just be like the Jade pickup idea, like maybe you 2-star the Tarek plus you get like a Gnar or a Nico or something, and it changes your mind. I think it's like lots of little details that are being taken into consideration, but Jade plus the Best Friends doesn't feel like it's possible.
Yeah, you definitely don't play Jade if you have Best Friends. It's a very interesting roll there. I'm not quite sure what the reasoning was. He ends up losing anyway. There's only a couple rolls, so it's not the end of the world. And a lot of it just comes down to what this augment's going to be.
Well, here we go. I'm terrified of the idea that it's a second prismatic one.
I'm not. I would love to see it.
Oh, goodness.
And badge. Okay, so we're looking at 3 decent augments here. Tiny Titans from this spot is going to give him a lot of health. But like I said, with Varus, you do want triple combat augment. And the Tiny Titan's going to buy you some time. And Best Friends is a strong combat augment that's going to, big time, a lot of reliance on that third augment. It needs to be something very good, like a Triforce, like a Press the Attack. Otherwise, this is, as I mentioned yesterday, a C tier hop at best. And you're playing with augments that are maybe not ideal. This could be a quick bot for Clear, especially if he's unable to hit this Varus quickly.
Yeah, this is a lot of misses on some of these rolls right here. You have 1 2-star in play.
Yeah, your board's 1 star, and you're in a prismatic lobby. Even with the Tiny Titans, you're about to take 10 into 10 into 10. 3 turns later, you are down a silver augment. Yeah,
this could be really dangerous. Not a strong pan out so far.
Yeah, where's Kurum gets Handshake. The Stand United is going to be one of the best augments you can get for silver options. And with the Jade Soul as well, this is a very easy 9 Jade game for Kurum.
Kurum is gonna lose this fight, it looks like, though. Wow.
Clear has a very good understanding of what's strong or not, because I did not think this Varus board looked remotely good, but it was able to handle Kurum's board quite easily. And it's not like Kurum's sitting on low gold, too, so it's not like Kurum's just full gold rolling, skipping levels and everything. So props to Clear for having a good understanding of when Varus can stabilize and when it can't. Because I think a lot of people would look at this board and agree with me that it does not look very good. Oh,
QA sitting on a lot of
Is that a Varus contest? Oh no.
Whoa. It doesn't even look like this is necessarily temporary from this perspective. Like he rolled again there? Is that right?
Oh no, DQA is about to go 8th and pull Clear down with him. That is not... What, you're contesting Varus in this meta? Oh my god, that is not ideal.
I feel like this is one of the spots where the reputation idea is really getting to me as well, where I'm like, against Clear, no less? Like, this was a player who demonstrated that this was something they understood. This is something they favored.
DQA's, I think it was Dan who called him DQ 8th last game. Maybe taking that a little too seriously here, because this is,
Hey.
I was talking crap about Clear spot. This spot looks even worse.
I will say that DQA does have to have, like, back-to-back top finishes to have a shot at top 4 here. We're looking like first.
Yeah, but if you have to go first, I'm not looking at the list of comps I can play and be like, oh yeah, let's play Varus. I gotta get a first.
This could be temporary. Hang on. This is not a permanent idea yet.
Okay, true. He could pivot into Xayah and still go 8th.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
It
No
is,
rebuttal.
It is a rough spot for DQA, and I hope he proves me wrong. It is not a spot that I would want to be in. I will say that.
Women's across. A lot of items got taken on this last one. Darth leaned into the shimmer scale aspect as well. I'm excited to see where that one goes.
That's an interesting spat. So the only reason he took it is because on Nico, and he's playing Jade. Because Spat is very scuffed on Jade comps. There's not really much you want to do with it. Sometimes an assassin Shioyu can be kind of good, but otherwise, it's mostly just you love getting the Nico. Nico is, again, the linchpin of that comp. You do want to 2-star it quickly.
Robin going up to 7 and starting the roll. Ooh, very tempting. Yep.
Okay,
I'll take
yeah.
it.
I mean, it's Dawnbringer's determination, as you see in the bug on the bottom left there. He has the Cavalier spat already as well. So a very good spot to lean into it. So finding the early Deja is huge. You do want to get the next 2 in, though. The threshold between 4 and 6 Mirage is massive, because at 4 Mirage, you're only healing once. But at 6 Mirage, you heal twice, which is a significant difference. But Robin's board's looking quite strong still. I don't know if it have enough to take out this Aatrox 3. Now it has the Titans as well.
I mean, it's a Cavalier Talon that's in place, though, so that really doesn't take a ton of damage when it recovers from its fanned out aspect here. This Deja, I don't think it has the time, but it might have the damage. Honestly,
it's pretty close. It's coming down the line as a cast,
wow.
And it does. But I don't know if it's enough. Yeah, it's about to be knocked down by that Shen. And something really interesting is that Darthmouth was able to pair that Aatrox 3 with a Shimmer Scale Silver Augment. That is extremely lucky for him. Now that he doesn't have to worry about what transition he's going to make out of this Aatrox 3, he can just commit to the 7 Shimmer Scale angle, and he's able to run this Aatrox for the remainder of the game.
That's a big deal. And it's going to take a little bit of time for Robin to clear up. He is focused on economy here for at least a couple rounds while this gets cleaned up, but Robin's position here I think is quite strong. The front line here with the Sunfire plus the redemption on the Nunu, that's going to keep that alive for a while. The Cavalier Spatula with this Mirage comp is also, to me, just such a big highlight. Like, anything you need to be whizzing around this board and dealing damage, you have the idea for that now. In addition to that, it's highlighting your front line as well. So if he can find the devastating charge with this Cavalier Spatula, that is a massive difference on that third augment idea.
Yeah, Clear's sitting on just 20 gold. He's playing Varus. It's contested by DQA. This is not where you want to be. He does have the Nami 3, but Nami 3, Nami 2 feels like no diff sometimes. And I'll be curious to see if he's able to actually stabilize from the spot, but it does feel like he got a little unfortunate to have somebody contest it. And he's going to take a loss here as well. So, rough spot for Clear. Robin, as you mentioned, is going to be good in this spot. He's going to be able to hit 40 on Wolves, be able to hit 50 after Wolves, and it should be able to push for 8 by 4-5 at latest, and then send it or a Yasuo. If he's able to hit an early Yasuo this time, the Robin, you could definitely see stabilizing with Dawnbringer. Mirage is a very strong variant of it.
Second cybernetic augment for Pokigam here as well.
Yeah, Pocky,
and a pretty nice spread of these items too. I'm kind of liking where Pokigam's spot here.
Yeah, Pocky has a lot of options here. Double cybernetic, and he's got some items on this Shioyu. He's got a Corki in the backline. This is a very common comp that people have been playing lately, is Corki with Deja in front of it instead of playing traditional Siphon or traditional Idas. But I do think this is one of a very strong alternate type of comp you can play here.
Very nice too on the items. Like a lot of options available here.
Yeah, you can see
Pocky
him roll here,
definitely
sitting on a pair of Corkis.
Ooh.
He's just sitting on too many 1-stars, so he has to roll. And now he's got a lot of pairs on his bench. I would expect to see him roll to 20, maybe even 10 if he starts getting more and more pairs.
I feel like this composition's pretty happy to take this style of line, though. Like, it's very much is about like tempo and then like a slow bleed out for the top 4 spot. Pokegum does need 2 strong performances, but he doesn't necessarily have to have 2 like astonishingly strong performances. Just 2 that really matter. And so if he can pick up one here and then find himself in a position for a first or a second in the next game, that's a top 4 spot for Pocky.
Yeah, sitting at 68, I actually think that second Corki might have baited him a little bit. I do think he may have rolled. Well, maybe he has to roll out. If you're looking at, he's getting slapped right now. So at this point,
by Pertosaurus, his board's just still nutso right now.
He's still able to make 20 if he sells these Talons. I would be a little surprised to see him keep the Talon pair. But you could definitely play Talon over Corki instead. So maybe he's just going to play whichever one he hits. And maybe center it around the Shioyu. I think he might have liked to see a bit more on that roll. It was a very unfortunate roll. He had 2 Corkis early and pretty much hit nothing of value on the send down after that. Whew. You do love seeing Blessing here. He does not have the Bloodthirster yet. So that's going to be nice for that. DQA, 3 stars to Varus and the Alawi on 4. So DQA, Clear is fuming right now that somebody actually contested a comp that's not particularly good, and that's a huge hit. This Corki hit, this Sona hit, this is going to really stabilize Pocky's spot at this point. He's still able to make 10, and you should see him sit and try and econ back up to go for 8 by 5-1 at this point.
Yeah, this composition definitely does not focus as much on the Cannoneer aspect for the bonus damage. It's supplemental damage from the Corki's aspect. It just sits in the back and has the Jade thing going on. You get the Revel with the Evoker from the Sona in this one. This is a very common build that I was going for in the last 2 patches. And honestly, it just feels very powerful. Like, once you get pieced around this board, your losses tend to be fairly weak, and your wins, they crop up pretty often here, especially with that Celestial Blessing. Plenty of time to kind of slowly bleed out and get yourself into a top 4, top 3 spot.
I'm a little surprised to see him not slam the glove on the Sona here. It's a lot of extra health, a bit of extra AD as well. And the glove isn't really going to be great anywhere else. Maybe he's saving for a Hodge or an IE even for this.
Look at this Aatrox. Full Titans plus the death cap here. The healing is so much, but if you just get CC'd to death.
Oh, it does half damage, but yeah, it's just getting full punched. Full combo.
Wow. That's one of the first losses Darth Nub has taken as well, to 85 off of that one, and that's a pretty big loss, honestly.
That felt like one of those like fighting community games where that Shioyu just full juggled that guy. I believe that's the term. Look at me. I'm an esports knowledgeable person.
Daigo.
Oh, Aatrox with
Tell
the
me
parry.
how old you are without telling me how old you are. Yeah, that's what that one is.
Oh, Kurum, 2 stars.
Good here.
2 stars to Shioyu down there. Yeah, DQA hit the 3-star Alawi, 3-star Varus. Unfortunately, he's still playing Varus and Alawi, so we'll see if that is able to reel him up. I think a lot of it comes down to what the third augment is. And he did manage the Celestial, which I think is one of the better augments you can get for it. And he also has 3-star Nami. Yeah, I mean, DQA hit everything. He's still level 6, unfortunately.
Board, it looks really good.
It looks quite good, but he has no money. And so it's hard to see how he scales up from this, but I do think even if he wins out the remainder of this stage, by stage 5 it's going to really catch up to him, and he's only at 38 health. You can see he's already struggling with this fight here. This looks like it could be a loss. Yeah, here comes another juggle, and it's,
oh boy,
this Varus is about to be finished off here. Like
boy.
I said, you hit the Varus early, and you're still playing Varus Alawi. I do not understand why we have 2 people leaning towards Varus in this lobby. I don't get it.
Darth Noob with 7 Shimmer Scale as well. You called it out. Kurum with double handshake as well. O-Cage business. Vertosaurus, is that a Pandora's items or a Pandora's bench?
That would be Pandora's bench, and so that's gonna be so Bert with Pandora's bench. We've talked about this. We saw earlier. We saw somebody running. I can't remember who at this point, but somebody was playing the. They had the 3-star Orin, 3-star Corki, 3-star Nico. So you play around 4 cost or 8 cost. Dragons, I think, are very, very strong to play around it. So I'll be curious to see what Bert ends up going for with that Pandora's bench. Yeah, Darth Nub sitting with 40 gold, level 8, is starting to stack items on all of his carries here. Yeah, this Talent 2 is going to be able to come in and just flex into this board quite nicely.
Wow.
Yeah, and the Yasuo comes in to give Warrior for the board as well. This is going to be a lot of damage items. This is a really interesting spot for Darth Nub. This is not a spot you expect to see very often. I would not be surprised if he's never played this spot before this set, having a 3-star Aatrox this early.
I wouldn't be surprised if no one's ever played this spot before, just in general on the TFT server at this point. Like, how often does these kind of situations crop up? It's the beauty of TFT is everything's so different on it.
Now somebody somebody for sure in like gold elo double up has done it. Is as we learned from AMD. I'm sure. Somebody in chat here is like, oh yeah, I play Aatrox 3 every other game. It's my thing. gold 3 with 2 LP, but Aatrox 3.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Time is a real thing. Look at Robin picking up Cybernetic uplink. I feel like is a big upgrade to this team as well. Like the mana, a huge aspect from a situation like that is we start to see this lobby starting to tighten up a little bit. It was like a big precipice of a drop off in second place to third place, and now it's starting to even up across that where it's cascading downwards.
Oh,
instead,
wow.
speaking a lot for it. And this is exactly what I want to talk about was the Pandora's Bench aspect from Bertosaurus' side. In Jade Cup, we saw them have to go all in for a Deja aspect, and they made Deja 3 in the final game of Jade Cup, and they lost to a Soraka 3 at the end of that one as well, no less. Like, pretty unusually bizarre scenario that ended up cropping up in that one. If you haven't seen the game, I encourage you to go back and watch Jade Cup, the final day of that one. It was an absolutely nutso day. But Bertosaurus, every single time I've seen them have a Pandora's Bench, it has always been just chase down 3 stars that don't make any sense, because the Pandora's Bench opens that window.
It's really exciting. You see he's really close to this Itis 3 already. One of the things that's nice about rerolling dragons, there's only 4 of them in the pool. So you can only theoretically, there's always a 25% chance that you're going to roll into this Itis here. And as soon as he hits that Itis 3, then he can sit and he can push for levels. I'm a little surprised to see that he's not rerolling one of these talents, for example, to try and push for this Corki that's still stuck at 1 star. Would be curious to see what the rationale is behind that. He's got 12 gold just sitting on the bench there, not being rerolled.
Could be that you want the 2-star to reroll first.
And Robin here, well, Robin was able to, I would assume from this spot, if he's still level 7, he probably rolled it a bit on 4-1. Was unable to hit anything, but he does have the early Yasuo. And so now he's got quite a bit of gold, and he's able to level pretty easily here. And he does need to hit this Deja 2 at this point in the game. It's pair of Yasuos. That will take that. Oh, Deja waiting room, unfortunately. 7 Nunus. Soraka is going to be able to buy quite a bit of time. Yeah, I would expect to see that come in. And at this point, it's a little awkward. You don't have any Deja pairs. You probably do just sell one of these Lulus, make 10 gold. And then at this point, I think you roll again once you hit a natural Deja 2. But otherwise, it's really difficult to just magically find 2 Dejas out of thin air.
Yeah, no, it really is. This is one of the toughest spots, I think, in the game to identify of, like, what you're supposed to do. Are you supposed to be chasing down the idea of, like, well, a 3-star Nunu's still a big spike, so maybe I should just donkey roll for this. You have a pair of Yasuo still, but there's a carousel coming up and you're on a healthy life total. Like, there's a lot of angles here I think that you can justify pretty much down the line. And the thing I'm seeing here was the takeoff of this Treasure Dragon, where I was a bit curious about it. It felt a little bit weak to me, but when you take into account the cybernetic value of this, having those items just across the team, the Yone is the one unit that doesn't care about that right now. He has no mana value whatsoever, so that's there purely for the trait value. Everything else now is taking advantage of cybernetic uplink across the board, and you're in a spot where once this gets 2-starred, you are in a pretty strong spot for that top 2 finish.
Yeah, there's a couple of options here for DQA. For Robin. Even if he doesn't hit this Deja early, he could still hit this 3-star Nunu, and that can stabilize him for a while. He can hit his 2-star Yasuo at this point, and that can stabilize him for a while. And you're seeing here, as we hit stage 5, I was talking about how the Varus would start to fall off. It still might be able to pull off this victory here, though. It's going to be pretty tight. I think it does end up losing. Like I said, the scaling potential for Varus comps is just so low. I think it does have potential if you're able to hit it quickly, but if you're sending it at 6 and you're stuck at level 6 on 4-1, it can be very hard. And there is the Itis 3. You're going to see shields across the whole team for this unit. Woo!
A huge find for Bertosaurus now. 3 items sitting on the bench, no less. So Bloodthirster getting added just for the sake, I think, of just that little bit of extra damage plus some shielding value here. What do you go for next?
So the issue with this spot, though, is Bert doesn't have much damage on the backline. He is fortunate that it is gem. This is one of those situations where you do like the fact that it's gem because that helps add damage to your team. But his Corki's still on 1-star. Even if it's 2 stars, it's sitting on Thieves' Gloves, which isn't ideal in terms of damage. You see the shield goes off. It just gives so much shielding to the entire team that it's so hard to break through. But because the damage is so low, if the other team is able to push through it, it can be a difficult spot. Okay, and there goes the Ascension. There should be enough damage, and DQA should take the loss here. Yeah, the shielding is way too much. But it is getting perma-stun, though. Oh, but another shield goes off. It's a combo of...
Really, I mean, the damage on Bertosaurus' side is just so low.
Yeah, he has no damage, but the overtime's going to do enough. DQA is going to take a big loss here. It's going to send him directly to 1 health. Like I said, him and Clear kind of held hands playing one of the lesser comps in the game, and... they're going to be punished for that. Oh, 2-star Ocean early. Wow. Wow, he transitioned off of the 3-star Aatrox. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. He could have stuck with 7. This is a really interesting spot. I'm very curious to see what happened that led to this decision. But this is now
all the itises got found.
This is an extremely strong board to be at this point in the game. A really interesting game played from Darthnub here, who started the game with Shimmer, went to 7 Shimmer, and then scaled down entirely. He's not even playing Shimmers anymore. Sold the Aatrox, and is now sitting on a Aushin 2 at level 8. That is a very fortunate find for him.
And I will say, if there's one thing that counters an Itis 3 at an angle like this, it is the time that the Aushin actually casts in this spot. You want to time it so that it absolutely misses the shield on this spot. But right now, it's going directly into shields.
But it's still going to blow up the backline.
Crippled, though.
There's just not enough damage on Bert's board. And so this is one of the issues. Any camp that can circumvent the front line and just get right on the back line. Oh, but yeah, Sunfire and Spark is enough. And that's going to finish him off. But Bert is still stable. Like, Itis 3 is no joke. To be able to beat Darthnub's board is really strong. And it's perfect conditions to beat him, too.
Everyone alive at the Stage 5 carousel.
There is a Yasuo on the board. There's a Corki. I know a few units that people still need to be able to pair up here.
Corki with a Cannoneer, no less.
Yeah, it's a really great pickup there. I would be surprised to see Bert get it, but maybe... yeah, so it's gone here. The Yasuo still for Robin. I believe that gives Robin Yasuo too. That is an extremely fortunate hit here. That Robin is able to get Yasuo too. The Bruiser Crest, not ideal, but you can easily play an Ornn. You can play a Shen with it. And yeah, you'll see the Yasuo 2 for Robin. That is going to give him a ton of power. He should feel very comfortable with this spot now.
Kurum with just the 2-star hunt has begun for Kurum's side, and it looks like it has not been here for quite some time. Kurum is hanging on by a thread right now, and this lobby is no joke. There's so much power across the board. It feels like Shioyu, where this truly shines, is when the boards are strong, but they're not out of control.
So one of the issues is you see nobody in this lobby playing Siphon. It's a lot of front-to-back comps, and I think this is just a misread in terms of, or I mean, honestly, it's just misfortune, because you're taking the Jade Soul early. There isn't really much options for transition, but almost everybody else in the lobby is playing a front-to-back comp, which bodes very poorly for this Shioyu, who needs to go from front to back. He's just going to get stuck often on front line, but he did manage, this Aushin might just never cast.
The Edge of Night plus the Shroud. It pushes Shioyu to that corner.
I don't know if it's just not enough. Darthnub was in such a strong position, and he's staring at a potential 8th here, despite hitting an Aushin 2 with pretty much everything upgraded. That just speaks to the power of a prismatic lobby.
Wow. This is just out of control right now. I mean, depending on how these last matchups pan out here, so we're looking at Darthnub's board. They could play against DQA. If they do not play against DQA, there is a chance that we're seeing everyone alive for Stage 6.
Yeah, this is a wild situation to be in. Like, if you look at this board by Darthnub, it looks so strong that I am very surprised to see that. If this ends up being an 8th, I would just be scratching my head. But that's, again, this is just a prismatic lobby. Sometimes that's just what happens. It doesn't matter how strong you are, because other people are going to be even stronger. Like, what happens if he draws Robin here, who already has a Yasuo 2, who already has that Deja online? So he's DQA, but unfortunately he eats the full Shroud, and that is gonna be you hate seeing that. This Aushin's gonna take forever to cast. It's gonna hit hard when it does, but no Shojin. Oof.
Soraka gives an extra 2 health. That's basically no difference here.
He's bought a decent amount of time. It does look like this might get the cast off, but it might. Okay, so it does get it off. It depends on this. Yeah, the Varus goes down. But it's not enough. Everything's left on 1 health. DQA is gonna survive. That's gonna send Darthnub to an 8th, even though he has 2-star Aushin. What a lobby! That's a Shroud gap. That's just all it is. He just got hit by the Shroud, and that sends him straight to an 8th. Because he could have easily stabilized still and won some fights, but that's how it rolls sometimes.
DQA on 1, Clear on 1, Pokygum on 9, Kurum on 14. And then a big jump. AMD on 37, Bertosaurus on 38, Robin on 41. What a tight lobby. 6 players alive as we head into stage... Or, I'm sorry, 7 players alive as we head into stage 6.
The 2 Varus players not going 8th, looking at each other, breathing a sigh of relief here. Sitting, looking at... They're like in the back seat of the car. I'm like, wow, we're okay?
The true stand united.
Yeah. They may, however, still go 6-7, but hey, maybe anything can happen at this point in the game. All it takes is one good positioning, especially when DQA has that Shroud here. That is going to be Nunu 3, Robin is still stuck on this Deja 1. I would expect him to hit it here,
There
and
we
he
go.
does. So the Robin spot, I would say, looks extremely good. He's got one of the... Oh my god, that... Oh, Bert just re-rolled his itis. That is... I didn't even think about doing that. That is so smart.
During the creep round.
So just
sit
during
there,
the
think on
round,
bench.
he just stuck it on... Oh my god, so that's a 3-star siphon.
Bert is an absolute genius.
I am very impressed. And I don't think many of us would have thought, oh, let's re-roll our itis. But here's Bert. Wow, what a play.
I mean, what dragon comes up that's bad there?
I think with those items, I would not have liked to see Deja. But the other... yeah, but this is probably best case. Oh my god, and it's going to lose.
Oh my.
It just got... Well, I don't even think that was particularly close. That 3-star siphon just got rolled.
Oh my gosh.
Well...
What's going on here? Pokegam is out. The Varus is going to clutch the round.
Oh my god, the
Both
Varus is
Varus
gonna
players
survive.
still alive.
Both fair plays 5 and 6. Oh, he's level 7 too. That doesn't even make sense. But again, this is a matchup issue for Kurum. It's a really bad matchup for the Shioryu, especially the position's a little awkward. Shioryu needs to circumvent the front line, and it is unfortunately unable to. Those Nidalee's looking nice. This could be a nice Nidalee pivot if you really think about it.
Bertosaurus hitting a lot of 2-stars on that one. It looks like some transition is taking place. Getting fixed up for that 3-star siphon you have.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe it's okay. I do think surely Varus does not win again here. Surely it loses to this Caviasso, this 2-star Dawnbringer Deja.
I mean, 2 Rudons here. You're kind of chipping away at the rest of the board. But I will say this sweep is going to be powerful. ZZ Rot kind of directing the hit from the Deja as well.
The positioning is very awkward for this Deja. So Deja is finally on this back line.
Oh,
It's going to be very close. He still has 1 heal left, though. I believe this sweep should finish it. Oh,
It did not.
It's
but
stuck,
the
it's
second
stuck.
sweep.
another sweep. Okay, and there it goes. Oh, but they were slipped up. Kurum actually took a bigger loss, so DKI slipped into a 4th somehow. That is incredible. We have a 4th and a 5th from a Varus contest. That is not something I would expect. That should have been a 7th, 8th, but hey, they were able to navigate their position and play it, so kudos to them for making that comp kind of work, I guess. 4th and 5th for contested Varus, you certainly take that.
Bertosaurus hunting down the 3-star Soraka here with the mage emblem as well. Having this siphon be able to try to carry through on that position. Robin at 45, 37-24 for Robin, AMD, and Bertosaurus respectively. 3 players eliminated on the final round. DQA, honestly, kind of playing the idea of just the tournament spoiler at this point, competing for the prize dollars almost exclusively given the point totals from here. But at every single step of the way, something volatile feels like it's in place. A 3-star siphon already showing that it's contested in this one. However, in this particular fight, it's looking like it could shine through.
Yeah, it's going to get there. It's going to get the full bite here. It just did a little too much damage.
Oh,
Wow. 6,000 damage out of that bite. Nunu goes down. It's at this point, it's Bertosaurus versus the Dejas, and both Deja players are looking very strong, but Bertosaurus is rolling for 3 stars here. That 3-star siphon, these fights still being this close just shows you how powerful Deja can be given the right items with the right variant.
You know what you take in these situations right here. I'm
Yeah,
kind of looking at this. I was looking at this mage special, seeing if it was viable anywhere.
Be very surprised if it was. At this point, Robin already has Yasuo too. We'll see what item he goes for. Shiv is always going to be nice to have if he doesn't have any shred already. Yeah, he does have the Ionic Spark on the front line. Oh, this is AMD's board. Yeah, getting this Yasuo Cav Spat is going to be good. You're going to stick this on the Yone now. There's going to be 5 Cavaliers, and the 5 Cavalier spike's actually quite big, so this is a very tanky board on top of the Dawnbringer, on top of Second Wind, on top of Celestial Blessing. It's going to be really hard to cut through this. You do need whatever unit is applying your anti-healing to stay alive for an extended period of time in this fight, so that's the key thing to be watching for here.
Yeah, the Cavalier jump from 4 to 5. 85 armor and 85 magic resist for Cavalier 4. 110 each on Cavalier 5. A massive jump.
Yeah, you do see the Sunfire Cape is on the Siphon. Unfortunately, Siphon doesn't have any way to heal, so it is immediately focused by this Deja, and it's going to go down instantly here. That Siphon got tube cast off, didn't do very much here. That's going to be the difference as this Deja is going to clean up. Bertosaurus needs to be a little careful with that Siphon positioning. Can't be targeted instantly by the Deja.
Bertosaurus had 8 Sonas with 2 4s being rolled on the bench.
Nope.
Ooh, not there, but does have a couple natural rolls here as well.
Nope.
Not it.
And that's unlucky. But he needs to be a little more careful with this positioning. I think on some levels you want it to be on the same side because it has a chance of dashing in and just one-shotting the Deja. But if it doesn't one-shot the Deja just keeps aggro on the Siphon. Siphon has no Bloodthirst, has no Hodge, has no way of really healing. So once it takes damage, it's going to keep that damage, and you have to be a little careful with it.
This is such a crucial fight for Bertosaurus here. Looking at Liquid Robin's side.
Bert does get the Ghost. We have seen Ghost be very dominant this whole week, and Robin,
true story,
being level 9 here with the Yasuo 2, I would lean towards his board with the Nunu 3 as well. I would expect Robin to have the stronger of the Deja variants, but you never know on Deja boards.
Soraka here. That little bit of healing that Soraka is providing is actually feeling like a big deal here at the end of the day, too. This Nunu is staying topped off because of the Redemption, suppressing some of the AoE damage that's taking place here, and then gets to that back line, isolates that Deja. Big win for Robin in this spot. Bertosaurus gets a win as well.
With that spot, that basically guarantees a top 2 for Robin, because Bert and AMD will fight off one more time before Robin has even a chance of dying. I would expect Robin to guarantee top 2 at this spot. Very good for him. He is somebody that was really struggled the first half of the day and has been able to bounce back phenomenally here.
This is a big deal for Robin here, too. Robin's sitting in 7th place of the 8 players today with 15 points.
I love seeing this. I think he needs to reroll this. I think Idis is actually better in this matchup than the Siphon. You've watched the Siphon just kind of get rolled. I think Idis can actually stall long enough, and so we'll see what Dragon this rolls into. This is, if it's Deja, a Deja 3 sweep, even with bad items, could still be good, but a lot rides on this. That is tragic. It re-rolls into itself.
The Sona 3 is going to feel like it's so crucial here. The Corky 3 feels like it could be crucial here. Something's got to give.
Yeah, so he really, if he got the Idis there, maybe he could have stabilized. But unfortunately, the Siphon says, "You thought you could get rid of me? Not so fast." And comes right back and is about to just get one-tapped.
Here we go. Robin with the reposition aspect.
Yeah.
Strong in that back line.
Okay, so this time he does eat the Shroud, but at least the Siphon isn't going to immediately be killed off by this Deja here. So we'll see where it charges. That's one charge. And then now it's being focus fired.
A lot of CC that's happening.
It gets a second charge off. Doesn't quite hit anything useful. And it just gets eaten. And the whole sweep. Yeah, just unfortunately not enough. That is, maybe if the Siphon had perfect items, it could have contested these boards, but with kind of scuffed defensive items, we were praising Bertosaurus earlier for the shift away from the Idis, but in hindsight, now that we have the privilege of doing so, I believe the Idis would have been a little better into these 2 matchups, but it was hard at the time to predict which players were going to make it to the final lobby, so I don't blame Bertosaurus. I think it was a really fascinating play, and maybe it got him the 3rd. Maybe 3rd was just his cap this game.
Very possible. Bertosaurus looking for back-to-back top 4s to finish in the top 4 spot for this one and secure that spot at regionals. For AMD here, pretty much the same direction, securing top 4s to secure top 4 spot, albeit they are in a race for the first place finish here. So AMD finishing in the top 2 here, a major deal. They were already in the lead. And for Robin here, they need big back-to-back finishes to find themselves in a top 4 contention, and they are absolutely putting that together here in the last 2 games. 2nd place in the last game, looking like they could get 1st place in this game and set themselves up to come from an absolutely devastating start to the day and suddenly be in a position to find themselves at regionals.
A phenomenal comeback from Robin to take the game there. AMD, a 2nd place finish, extends the lead he already had on the rest of the lobby. He is in great position to cancel more dinner and lunch plans with his girlfriend. We'll see what happens going into the final game of the day.
Yeah, he's definitely got to cancel those plans. He's going to have to cancel a ton more plans if he punches that ticket to Worlds after that final game, and he needs a great spot to do so. I wanted to ask Kien, you were pretty harsh on Varus there, and they were unexpectedly went 4th and 5th, and I was curious if you just had anything to say to Varus at this point in time.
No, they had good. They hit stuff, and they both hit, and they still went 4th or 5th. What do you want to say, Varus? If you ask the Varus player, you ask DQA, hey, were you happy to be playing Varus in that spot? He would tell you absolutely not. Nobody wants to be playing Varus. I don't even think Clear wants to be playing Varus, and he's one of the guys that actually plays it here or there. So, I have nothing to apologize for. I think the Varus apologizes for existing.
All right, Kien, that's exactly what I wanted anyway. Let's go take a look at the scores, because this is what really matters, right? We have done this is the penultimate game. We've got the final game coming up, Admirable, and Omdi has 31 points, a 5-point lead going into this final game to secure that spot in Worlds. Other than that, those regional spots are up for grabs.
They really are. I think it quite literally almost every way across the board. I don't know exactly how the math breaks out here, and frankly, I'm leaving it up to Dan and Bryce on this one. Thank you, Mort Dog, for the order of the cast here. AMD, though, padding the total because of the bonus points from yesterday, they are absolutely in a great spot to find themselves at the Dragonlands Championship here. Bertosaurus and Clear, however, are in striking distance for this one. For Robin and for Kurum, I think it's basically impossible at this point. Even if they got first, they'd be at 31 points, and AMD getting 8th would put them at 32 points. So for Robin and Kurum, they are outside of the distance to make themselves into the World Championships from this next lobby. However, for Bertosaurus and for Clear, that is still up for grabs. So AMD here, with a strong enough finish, they're going to find themselves at the World Championship. Without that, though, it's up for Bertosaurus and Clear to determine who's going to be getting that.
Look, and Kien, when you've got just a 5-point lead going into the final game to lock in first, you only really have to get, a fifth to secure your spot at Worlds. Does this change the way that you approach the game, or do you feel like you just have to keep doing what you're doing?
I hope it doesn't change. I think that's the big trap that players can make, is if he thinks, oh, I just need to not go 8th, I need to not go 7th. That's going to put him in the wrong mindset. I think he needs to play the same TFT he's been playing all weekend, and I think that's going to be what secures the spot here. I think if you go out playing the best TFT you can play, and it's still a 7th, it's still an 8th, you're not going to hate yourself over that. You blame Mort Dog, it happens. But if you are switching your style of play up just to like, oh, I'm afraid of losing here, and you end up losing, you are going to remember that forever. So I hope that he's able to just continue playing his game, because his game has clearly been very successful throughout the course of this weekend.
I think that is some really fantastic advice, Kien. So this was the last game I have you two for on the mid-set finale. It has been so fun to have you both, but I wanted to give you some time to give some shout outs, whatever, some final thoughts on the full event before I send you away. Admirable, let's start with you.
It's just been an absolute blast for these last couple weeks of tournaments. It feels like everybody is willing to help out with some sort of angle. Everyone's willing to answer questions, seemingly except for Milk. When you asked him, he told me he was just simply too lazy to answer them. So I can respect that one as well. Kien for just having excellent analysis and being able to articulate the thoughts super well. Just pretty much from everybody. If you're doing something in TFT right now, it's pretty much just thank you. The community feels so tightly knit on this one. I feel very privileged to be in a spot like this, and I cannot wait to see who's coming out on top in this final game.
And it's been fantastic having you on the desk, sharing this time with you, Admirable. As always, Kien, I want to get your final thoughts as well.
I just want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in this weekend. Thank you, Admirable. Thank you, Casanova, for joining me. And, of course, thank you, Bryce and Dan, for being the other co-pair casters. I am excited that we are approaching the end of Set 7. I've put a lot of hours into this. I think there's a lot of potential for it to get better. And with 7.5 on the horizon, I'm excited to see what the devs have managed to cook up for this. I have a lot of faith in that team, is ability to, one, recognize what the feedback is, and then two, apply that feedback, and hopefully set 7.5 is going to be one that we do remember extremely fondly. I'm very excited for it, and I'm excited to watch the 6th game here to wrap up set 7, and we'll see who ends up taking it. Let's see if AMD is able to keep his head cool.
Well, you two have been so much fun. I look forward to working with y'all in the future. We're going to go to a short break, but while we're there, make sure to check out Fantasy TFT. They've got a great how to play section on their app with an in-depth strategy video that our good friend Gangly put together. So check it out on the app and you can learn more. Let's go to a short break, but when we return, the actual finale of the Dragonlands mid-set finale. See you in a moment. Welcome back to the Dragonlands mid-set finale. I'm Casanova, joined by Bryce and Frodan, and we're about to decide who is going to the World Championship. We're going to decide 4 players that are making it to regionals, and right now it feels like AMD is on a warpath to claim that spot at Worlds. And Frodan, I know you've been able to watch some of AMD's gameplay throughout the weekend, and I wanted to just kind of ask you, pick your brain, what are some of the things that have been so impactful in AMD having such a great day 2, such a great day 3?
Well, there's 2 things that really stick out to me when I look at AMD's play a little bit closer. The first is that he does try to play some unusual boards in the early mid-game to help always keep his tempo high. If there's one thing that you're noticing about AMD is that he's always trying to preserve his HP. So good fundamental TFT there. The second thing is this dude is a dragon magnet. My God, whenever he kind of needs a dragon, it just kind of shows up in his shop. And he's been able to play and kind of mix and mash across different kinds of boards. And he's also fairly wide. I mean, he's playing compositions that a lot of people aren't even taking a second look at, right? You saw his scale scoring attempt where he landed 5th, which is ultimately a really good result relative to where he wants to be in the tournament. And he's just looking at a very wide array of compositions. So I think AMD, he's not doing anything particularly super impressive, but that's not what it takes to win a TFT tournament. You have to be good, and you also have to get fortunate, and the stars are aligning for exactly that. However, it's still, job's not done. There's still a possibility where AMD goes 8th or bot 2 and somebody else can steal the spotlight. So he's got to make sure that he's consistent all the way to the end.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, that is the big thing, right? Just consistency is key in this game. He doesn't have to get first, but he does need to play some damn good TFT to ensure that he locks in that spot at Worlds. I really look forward to seeing more from this player, and I look forward to this final game to see if he can do it. Can he earn that spot? So Bryce, Frodan, for the final time of the mid-set finale, take it away.
Welcome, everybody, to the grand finale of the mid-set finale. It's Game 6. After these next 30 to 40 minutes, we are finding out who is joining us. The Dragonlands World Championship happening towards the end of this year. It's Frodan and Bryce here to bring you the coverage of the action as AMD, the player who's currently ahead by 5 points thanks to a string of pretty solid consistent performances and bonus points, totaling a lead of 5 placements over Bertosaurus in second place. Can AMD do it? About to find out.
Yeah, he has a really good chance of doing it just based on the raw points. And then when you look at his consistency across this tournament, it has been very, very impressive. He actually had a brutal start, going 7th and 8th in his first 2 games on day 1. And yet he has managed to bounce back impressively. And this is maybe a little less surprising if for those of you who are paying a lot of attention to competitive TFT in Set 7. Yes, AMD is not a known name. But did you know that among players with more than 20 tournament games in Set 7, AMD actually has the highest average placement of any player in North American Teamfight Tactics? Did you know that heading into this tournament, he actually had not gone 8th a single time in a tournament? He has won 8th across all of his tournaments in Set 7, and it was game number 2 of day number 1. Otherwise, he's been lights out this tournament. He's been lights out throughout Set 7, and he's putting on a clinic of Teamfight Tactics and in a really good position to qualify for the World Championship as a result.
Yeah, his matchmaking profile, too, for solo queue is also relatively recent. So, you know, maybe AMD's played some TFT here and there back in the day, but in terms of his serious grind, it's still relatively new since Set 5. And if anything, serves to be a point of inspiration. Let's take a look at the augments at 2-1 to see what AMD is thinking about. A lot of specialized gold tier augments here with Essence Theft, Tantrum, Blue Battery. They put you into certain directions and buckets. And AMD chooses to prefer, it seems like he likes to be more generic, and this reroll makes sense, into Portable Forge, which can keep him generic. AMD trying to stay open and flex. You love to see it, not just going to hard force anything. And remember, his goals are different. He just has to place, I believe, 5th or better, and it's in the bag. And with an Infinity Force to start things up, that's a really good chance that he's able to do that.
Yeah, it is. He winds up with a Jade board early, which makes me a little bit nervous. I feel like if there has been shakiness to one of his lines, I feel like he hasn't been quite as clean in the Jade line specifically. But early Infinity Force plus a Jeweled Gauntlet, AMD doing what he does. He's preserving HP. He's not remotely committed to Jade from here. In fact, we didn't get a chance to talk about the Deja line. Mirage is Spell Sword. Once again, for the 3rd time today, it is the strongest Mirage variant for Deja. We saw Omdi, you called him, the Dragon Magnet. He hit the Dejas when he needed. His spot last game was looking a little bit rough, but he hits 3 Dejas and a Yasuo on his roll down and is in business and gets a top 2. Can he find those Dejas again? If he gets an early Deja, he is essentially locked for that World Championship spot.
I mean, you're missing the important context. That was all on level 7, where he was able to hit all of that.
Yeah.
And so Omdi was able to make a massive come-from-behind win. But hey, play to your outs. You can look at Bertosaurus, a person who has been playing a lot to his outs. Bert, it's an incredible Pandora's Bench game that just didn't end up getting over the hump. And not only that, ended up landing in 3rd place, which was kind of a surprise to everybody there, given the lack of power that Siphon 3 felt like it was having. Bertosaurus, what is in the stars for him? Cluttermind's a good start, one of the most broken economy augments that you can get. It's a pretty stark contrast to Clear Mind. People might think it's similar, but it's quite different in that you get to hold your pairs, versus Clear Mind encourages you to choose which pairs. And so we'll see if Bert can make some magic happen. For him, his game plan is pretty straightforward. At the worst case scenario, as long as he puts a nice foot forward, he's still going to guarantee a spot in regionals and can take it easy heading into 7.5. And so even if Bert can't play for the number 1 spot, if Omdi has a good game, Bert can still play for that prize money in that regionals.
Yeah, he absolutely can, and he can also play for first. You never know. Omdi has been so consistent, but if Omdi finishes 6th place or lower, and Bertosaurus goes first or second respectively, we'll have to do the math based on what place Omdi is finishing, then Bert can theoretically pass Omdi. He's really the only player with a good shot of doing it. I think him and Clear are the only players who are not mathematically eliminated heading into this game. So Bert, he's such a good player. He already has a bunch of qualifier points. He's so good consistently across all these tournaments. I expect him to be playing for first here. I expect him to be swinging for the fences and trying to get that automatic qualification spot into Worlds. He's really the only person that has a decent shot of disrupting the coronation of Omdi in this game.
All right, well, here to play spoiler for multiple people is DQA all but out of the running for that first place spot. Still could theoretically sneak into that regional spot. He did get that first place to start the day off, but has had quite a rough set of games since, as he did end up contesting Clear for the Varus. Stopped Clear actually from making that huge comeback because of how much disruption there was. But Clear's still in that running, so maybe DQA can also continue to play spoiler.
Yeah, and the nice thing is we do have a clear gap at the top, but no one is mathematically eliminated from those all-important auto-qualification into North American regional spots, so everybody very much feels like they have something to play for here. Taking a look at the augment selected, nothing really jumping out at me. Maybe Kurum's Luden's Echo, not an augment we see picked very often because it really feels like it was balanced around mages and their double cast ability, but because mages have fallen out of favor, it feels like this augment has fallen out of favor. Kurum taking that unusual augment and actually getting a rise with a tier off of the carousel, so if anything's able to make it work, maybe Kurum has the pieces to do it.
We'll check in with him in a little bit. Meanwhile, hopping on board the Robin Songs, who's in 4th place. Honestly, Robin just being top 4 and just being so consistent in his tournament just should be commendable in itself. Robin has also made deep runs in previous mid-sets where he went, I believe, 2nd in the Reckoning mid-set. I mean, this guy is just constantly, and of course he went to win on regionals in most dominant fashion. He's had an incredible series of tournament results, and even if he's not able to go for first today, very much wants that regional spot on the line. And but in Robin's words, he says, even if I get to regions, I'm still going to compete in Dragon Cup and everything because I just love competing in TFT.
Yeah, absolutely. And it has to be said, how impressive is Robin's mental here? He opens off the day going 6, 7, 8. There are a lot of pros that would have essentially checked out. They would have said, hey, there's no chance I'm making Worlds anymore. I might as well just phone it in. And he did not do it. He got a 2nd place and then a 1st place in games number 4 and number 5. He is actually in a tie for 4th place despite starting way at the bottom after 3 games. Such impressive comeback from Robin, and he's streaking once again off to a really nice start in this game.
Yeah, off to a nice start, challenging DQA for that streak. DQA playing that better together tempo board. You can see that Robin doing kind of the same thing. No real direction. Clearly wants to land onto some kind of Deja type board because he has that dual gauntlet. We'll see what he ends up doing here as he's scouting his opponents, likely DQA, to see if he can get the optimal positioning against it. And then Darth Noob, who's playing that Dragonmancer board, and Pokygom. The matchup will be against Darth Noob, who does have that 2-star Ashe. Ashe is actually kind of an underrated item holder, particularly for scaling AP. I've definitely seen Ashe pop off if your front line is able to withstand it. And there's 2-star Dragonmancers across the board. So we'll see whether or not this Ashe can actually get it done and play the spoiler for Robin's win streak, because, again, this Ashe is about to hit very hard with that volley.
Ooh, God, Ashe was actually able to heal out long enough to get another cast off and survive the Senna cast, but it's just not enough damage. Robin takes a very clean 5 streak into neutrals, as does DQA. Actually, 2 win streakers able to avoid each other. Very good. And then on the flip side, we have Clear doing what Clear has been doing a lot of today. He has been the most common open fort player. He said in the preview video, kind of the player intros going in, that he's the most 1st or 8th player in the tournament, and he has proven it.
Pokygom has picked Whisper Emblem, by the way. That is a very strong combination. So we see 3 people who are angling for Deja. Oh my goodness, I just got word notification. Guess who has hit Deja in stage 2? It is Omdi. He has a Deja with the Jewel Gauntlet and the Infinity Force. What did I say, man? The Dragons can't keep off of him. And a Duplicator off the Krugs. I mean, Omdi, is it all but squared away? We have to find out, but I mean, it's as close as it's going to get to basically crowning this guy the champ.
Yeah, he is doing really, really well. Both playing well and hitting. It is a brutal combination. It is really what you need in TFT. Show me any winner of any tournament in Teamfight Tactics history, and I promise you we could point to some pretty high roll moments, but yeah, that is a really high roll moment, and he's getting it when he absolutely needs it. It's very challenging for me to envision a world in which Omdi does not get a top 5 in this game, which means it's hard for me to envision a world in which he is not the winner of this tournament. But, you know, we're going to put a little pause on that. We'll have to come back in and check in as we're getting closer to eliminations for the Omdi coronation.
Yeah, and on the flip side, right, there's still more to play just for the championship title. There's regional spots on the line. Clear, if he goes bot for these last 2 games and he goes 8th, there's a risk that Clear, who is in such a good position to maybe even win this tournament, misses out both on that world spot and regional. So we still have lots to play on the line. Double trouble appears. Where was this last game, Bryce, when he was playing Varus?
Yeah, he would have loved this last game. Very much not in the cards from this game. He's committed to the 3-trainer line. I imagine he will be going best friends here. It's very, very strong. You have an extra unit on the board with Nomsy, so you get a little bit of extra value throughout the game from the best friends. And it's just a really generically powerful augment, particularly when you're trying to play around this line. We talked about earlier, it doesn't matter whether or not he winds up playing Corki. You don't have to be playing an attack speed focused or attack damage focused board to make use of best friends. Ability power stuff does it just as well, so you can play the mages version of the board. Looks like he is going to start to roll down a little bit here. Picks up a Silas, definitely one of the units that he is looking for. Another Jinx in the shop as well.
Man, I don't need to mince words. This board sucks. What is going on here? We're playing an all one-star board with no items. We're seeing if you can maybe slam BT to get a little bit of presence onto his board. Clearly setting up for what should be the Siphon unit, but Siphon is a far cry from Skarner 1, as it looks like Pokygom with his Whisper Emblem, Shisana is going to run through the rest, and Clear takes big damage, and what an unceremonious way to exit if Clear dies. Even, he's currently on pace to die before his 3rd augment, by the way, which is kind of a bingo card challenge at this point.
Yeah, not likely to happen. I assume we're going to spend some of that gold, get strong, and at least win some fights along the way, but you never know. We actually have Robin and DQA continuing to dodge each other, still at 100 HP, and then Omdi with that Deja at 94 HP. He is chilling. He is coasting to a tournament win most likely. Checking out DQA's board, very interesting. He's been playing kind of fluidly. He's got this Mirage emblem on this Olaf. It looks like he's going to transition from an Olaf carry to a Swain carry. I really like this. I know you really like Spellsword Mirage on Swain and have played it many times this set.
I'm so glad we got to see this. This is a tech that I discovered about like 2 weeks into the set, and I was telling all the pros, I was like, Mirage Spellsword Swain is the truth, because people at the time were like playing Archangel Staff as a way to scale his ability power, and Spellsword does that so quickly with the attack speed. It's the same concept as Deja, as you do see, speaking of Deja, Amdi does have that Deja in place and has been basically streaking since. And unless this Wind Blast is able to wipe, this Swain will show you the way. In the past, in previous patches when Swain was really good, this 1-star Swain will allow you to fast 9. And I'm not even joking about that. You play a 1-star board, 1-star Swain will allow you to fast 9 and then play for Siobhan and everything else. I'm not sure currently. It's been a few months, basically, since I played this last variation of it. I'm not sure how good it is, but I'm glad DQA is giving it a shot.
Yeah, I am as well. Taking a look at the augments, we have a lot of generic choices. We have a Beast Den from Kermax. I'm trying to figure out how Luden's Echo and Beast Den wind up together on a board. I have no idea. I am definitely down to take a look, though.
Yeah, it seems like with Beast Den, Kurum might end up transitioning more to a Swain board as well, which would be quite unusual to say the least. Let's see what Clear can do. Rolling, he instantly hits a Zoe, one of the most important pieces of this trainer. Find Siphon. So the two most elusive champions show up in his shop, and Clear all of a sudden has put himself back on the map. That said, he doesn't have a lot of HP. He doesn't have a lot of 2-star units. The units themselves is good. The quality has something left to be desired.
Yeah, this is the board he was looking for. The mage variation of Siphon and Trainer is considered the stronger one than Corki right now. He hits the Siphon, he hits the Zoe, which is such an unbelievable spike. It just provides so much utility on these boards. By far the best mage unit. I'm surprised. Yeah, okay, he's going to stay on the Edge of Night, exactly. That's where I thought that was going to go. This is a really good version of 3-item Siphon. Siphon actually used to be bugged with Edge of Night, but now that it works again, it is in a really good spot. And DQA, very unfortunate time to be going up against Clear. Clear was basically a free win for the entirety of this game, and then, of course, DQA hits him right in that moment.
Yeah, and his loss is Robin's gain, as Robin is still streaking. Kurum, as we take a look, did seem like he was gearing up for a little bit of that Swain action. That was the only way I could kind of envision based off a Jade opening. But he hasn't really committed to it. In fact, his Dragonmancer hero is set 2, which is not exactly what I was expecting us to be carrying at this interval of the game. Set is one of the best 2-stars that you could play around in stage 2. Around this point in the game, or like somewhere around right after your second augment, Set starts to fall off dramatically. You can see that's resulted in Kurum having an uneven stage 3. Going against Pakagam, who does have that Whisper emblem. No Deja has magically appeared in his shop, so it seems like Paki has had also quite a middling stage 3, winning a couple, losing most of his fights. Not that bad of a loss, though. Just only 3 units. We'll see whether or not Pakigam can find that Deja, but at the same time, Deja's a very wanted dragon. Everybody feels like they're trying to angle in some capacity for it.
Yeah, absolutely they are. This spot could be good. We saw, obviously, Clear natural at Deja, playing around the Whisper line earlier and just making it work, but Deja is contested. It's not an easy unit to find. You could easily roll to 0 here and not hit it, so you need to have a backup plan. Meanwhile, Kurum would be interesting to kind of check back in on that board in a little bit because he is right on that bubble with 23 points with some unusual augment selections. If anyone's capable of duct taping a board together and getting top 4, it is Kurum. He is such a good top 4 oriented player. Pakigam's items are not really what you want here. He would love to have a bow-based item for a theoretical Deja. I guess the static Shiv would be pretty good if he can get one bow off of the carousel, but first things first, we have to find that Deja. There it is!
Oh! Here we go. And this 1-star Deja with Whispers should be good enough to hard stabilize Pakigam. And remember, Paki, he's 3 points back from Kurum and Robin in 6th place. He needs to have a decisive top finish. And in top 4, it might not even be good enough relative to where Amdi, Clear, Robin, Kurum, and Bert, who are all ahead of him. Kurum hits Shiyu too. This lobby is heating up.
Yeah, it is heating up, and remember that Clear's coasting to a first wasn't just off of having the Whisper Deja, it was also that he had an RFC on that Deja, which was really, really good at ramping up the Whisper stacks. He also hit a Dragon-based augment, which means that he could play the the Siphon as well to get to 6 Whispers, so it's not a cakewalk from Pocky for here. I don't want people to think that just because he has Whisper Deja, he's guaranteed to go top 1, though he is in an excellent, excellent position.
Oh man, Clear going 8th would also open things up dramatically for that top 4. Let's take a look at these potential augments. Bert with more resource-based augments. He had Clutter Mine to get the gold, components to grab the items, and now the emblems to grab the combination. Finds Yasuo, and Yasuo with Spell Sword Deja and a Cavalier emblem onto that Yas is very strong indeed. And Bird has everything in place to potentially make a charge. But again, I look around this lobby and I see everybody has Deja. Amdi, Pocky, Robin was angling for it. Bert, I mean, who at this point, who doesn't have a Deja?
Yeah, and I saw on the side, by the way, Omdi hit Deja too, so it is wrapped. There is no chance from my perspective that Omdi is not going to get, he has to get a top 5 from here. He says way too much HP, way too strong of a board on this Mirage variant with that Deja 2. Bert trying to play spoiler, trying to get to top 1. You never know. Maybe Omda's power goes out. Maybe he accidentally sells that Deja. Only time is going to tell. But Bert is putting together a solid board with that spatula. He's going to be able to take armor off of the carousel, hopefully, and get that Cavalier version of Yasuo going, which has been a terror throughout this tournament because every single time Yasuo casts its ultimate, it counts as dashing for the purposes of the Cavalier, so it's just so tanky.
Definitely. Clear does end up winning and stabilizing, checking up on Darth Nub, who just hasn't really made a lot of noise outside of that one game where he's able to get that triple tier 4. Going for Legend Anivia, and this is a build that I just think a lot of people aren't playing. It's the Anivia carry Legend. I think a lot of people talk about Volibear. If you're playing this comp, you're always thinking about Volibear. Where's your Rage Blade? Where's your BT? Where's your QSS? Anivia has largely taken over the conversation as being the strongest Legend carry, especially when you have a 2-star variation across the board with the Dragonmancer emblem. Going up against Pocky, the only caveat to it is that this is a comp that does have some weak matchups.
Oh my god.
And just look at that damage! The Jewel Gauntlet getting it done versus the front line, just basically shredding all of Pocky's defenses. And yet Deja still gets it done, and there you have it. This is the #1 reason why you don't see the build more often, is because Spell Sword Deja, especially with Whispers, is just way too problematic.
Yeah, it's really, really good into it, and also some unfortunate fight RNG there where that Anivia hit one cast on the Deja, and I thought I was going to be able to get another one off and kill it, and then it just trolled. It just threw multiple casts in completely different directions, doesn't ultimately get 2 casts in a row onto the Deja to deal with it because of the healing. Taking a look at our augments, Kurum went Essence Theft as his final augment. Kurum has the most woke augments of any game I have seen this tournament. If Kurum top 4s this game, he is the god of TFT. I'm down for him to take Souls' mantle, at least for the time being. Also, we saw a Dragon augment taken for Robin. He's not using it yet, but a lot of potential to play around one of those 10-cost dragons with that itemization we see in the lower right-hand corner.
I mean, look at his gold count. He's rolling at 50 gold with things already on his bench. This man is rich. Let's find a 2-star Nami to try to play some mages. So he's going to flex around mages just a little bit. Ends up taking it out, so seems like he's back and forth on it. He does not have attack speed ready to go, and I can see that Robin is angling for a possibility of Ocean. So this Deja is just temporary. But again, welcome to the club. It is the Church of Deja. It is now in session. Shun the non-believers. What is this clear fool? Does not understand that everyone is supposed to play Deja this lobby. Please sell it immediately and proceed to the exit. Does not matter, actually. This Siphon 2 is not dying whatsoever.
Yeah, this Siphon 2 is not dying. The Edge of Night, and it has BT to heal itself back up. It is dashing around these fights and doing a disgusting amount of work. Clear stuck at level 7, but has the Zoe already and has the Siphon 2. There's a Shyvana. Is that good enough? Is that actually better than Spell Sword Deja? I'm not entirely sure. I've seen some Shyvana's work so far this tournament. The Spear of Shojin, not a particularly good item on her. She's actually a better blue buff holder than Spear of Shojin holder because she only has 60 mana, and so you can get some of those chain casts rolling. That being said, tier items on her are quite good, both to get that faster cast of the initial cast for the CC, as well as the additional ramp on subsequent Flame Breaths.
Yes, I agree. Shojin can go pretty much on anybody. Bard is probably the safest bet while keeping your item flexibility. But it looks like Robin's not going to fight with it. He's only 1 round away from the Treasure Dragon, so he just wants to see what happens. Going to be his DQA, who also has a Deja and a Spell Sword Soraka to get the heals. Look at that heal. coming out from Soraka to just negate that entire first Dragon's Descent, the second round, not good enough. And let that be a lesson to you as well, Robin. So that Deja.
Yeah,
because it wasn't a good fit. But...
Yeah, probably because it wasn't right for his board. I have to say, it is really our fault. We did a segment specifically on people not playing Deja, and since that happened, it feels like we are playing Team Deja Fight Tactics, like every single board has Deja going on here. Robin choosing to shy away from it, playing around with this Dragon Alliance board. Does hit the Itis too. Okay. Really nice upgrade. Still has a spatula. He needs to figure out what he wants to do with that spatula. Aurelion Soul. He could actually go Mage Aurelion Soul and put that Mage's board back together if he wants.
Yeah, but Mage Aurelion Soul's not that good. Mage Aushin, though, now we're talking. Also, it could just end up making such like a Guardian emblem just to complement this Itis, and that way it doesn't have to put a Guardian in. With Dragon Horde, you do have a limited number of team slots. That's one of your big limiting factors. So I think I agree with this in concept, but this just feels okay for Robin. This feels like a pretty solid fifth. It does not feel like something that Robin can have a lot of confidence and say, yeah, this is going to book my ticket to regionals.
Yeah, if he had Shyvana 2, we might be feeling a little bit differently about this board, but these dragon-based augments, they very feel hit or miss to me, right? A lot of first Wraith play, because if you don't quite get there on your power level, you oftentimes just like lose every fight and lose out, and I'm worried about Robin in the situation. He's going against Pokygom, who is hard stuck on this Deja 1 that we saw him pick up on his 4-1 roll down. No more Dejas, just such a contested unit. The Whisper Deja is ramping up slowly but surely. It is melting the MR onto the Itis, and it is ramping up its ability power as it goes. It's now onto the Shyvana. Shyvana does have some healing, but the Deja just too much damage. This is why Whisper Emblem is the strongest emblem in the game. Deja 1, Deja 2, no diff in this situation.
And the countdown has begun. Welcome, everybody, to the coronation ceremony of Amdi, your mid-set finale champion. Only 2 more bodies have to hit the floor before we're able to say it officially. Clear is shortly behind Darth Nub, who will not be joining us for regionals. A hell of a day of competition for Darth Nub, but with 3 8th places, it will not be enough despite his bonus point. Take a look at Kurimex, a player that is also on the verge of falling out of the top 4. You can see he's tied with Robin for 4th place and getting that regionals ticket. And his augment situation is tragic with Luda's Echo, Beast Den, Essence Theft, getting pulled in every which way. And fellow Team Liquid player Robin is using the Shyvana to just spray everywhere. And I just don't know if the damage is there from Kurum to be able to swing this fight. Kurum takes another heavy loss and is now in danger of going 7th. And if he goes 7th, I think that's it for Kurum.
Yeah, this is so painful. You're in that final spot. You've played such solid TFT for the entirety of the weekend, looking for that automatic qualification to regionals. And look, I didn't see all of his augment selections, but I have watched Kurum play a lot of TFT. I assure you he was not looking to play this combination of augments. It must have been a really tough suite of offerings for Kurum each and every time to wind up in this position. He's doing his best to duct tape it together. This Jade board makes some sense, but he's just not making enough use of really any of these augments. So even though he has 4 or 3 board power augments, his overall board state just feels quite weak.
Not like this. Going up against Clear, who has made quite a big comeback since his lose streak early, has Namzi 4 online. Does seem to be a pretty decent matchup on paper. We have 3 Mystics. Maybe can find a way to just have Xiuyu infinitely heal past all of it. Kurum could also make an HP comeback with Soraka. The Xiuyu does not have any defensive items like Titan's Resolve or an Edge of Night, so it's just drawing all the aggression. And Clear will not be denied. Kurum X has bitten the dust. And with 7 points and 25, that will not be good enough to join us for regionals, guaranteed. But a hell of a run by Team Liquid Kurimex. Take a look what else is happening here. Robin also taking a loss. Robin getting a 6 here might also put him in jeopardy of missing out on the top 4.
Yeah, it feels like all the people who are on the bubble are really struggling. Clear right on that bubble, Robin right on that bubble, Bert very likely secured at this position. Clear had actually a couple point gap over Robin and Kerm X. So Kerm already taken care of. Clear, actually, if he can just outlast Robin, he's essentially guaranteed his spot into regionals, which would be such a big deal. Omdi only one player elimination away from having won this tournament. It has been such a special tournament for Omdi from basically start to finish. Like I said earlier, he had a rough games 1 and 2, but after that, he has been in cruise control, playing some really good teamfight tactics, definitely having Mortdog on his side, but he is making a lot of different board states work throughout the game.
Just one more person is what stands between Omdi and permanent glory of being one of the coveted few spots earned to go to the Dragonlands World Championship. Clear, trying to survive and hang on for that chance to be able to go top 4, basically misses his shroud down the middle. Going up against Omdi, how fitting would it be if Omdi can take the spot with his own hand? Siphon charges at the back. Oh my goodness, hold the phone. Clear is not going down without a fight. That Namzi fireball plus the rampage was money. And it's a good time to fight Omdi as well, because look how much gold he has. He's trying to go for broke. He's trying to go for a fast 9.
Yeah, he is trying to go for a fast 9, trying to full cap out his board. And we got a whole spectator and audience there. You see that? The whole lobby came to the board to check it out. Omdi, obviously the most interested stakeholder. He doesn't really care who dies as long as someone dies. Please, someone die, right? That's all he cares. If he can get the lower HP boards playing each other, then it doesn't so much matter to him the outcome of the fight. Just that the fights happen. Robin's spot is just, it's exactly what we were talking about. He was kind of the dragon boards, just you either tip over the point of strength and it feels like you kind of roll over the lobby, or you don't, and it feels like he just hasn't quite gotten there enough. He has been farming some bard odds, and there is another Aurelian Soul in the shop, so maybe, just maybe, he's able to win enough fights to survive to get an Aurelian Soul too. But going up against Omdi, who looks very, very strong.
Yeah, if he can get this win, Omdi again greeting to level 9. This is a good time to play him. But Robin's board just may not hold up to the pressure, as now we're getting to the point where Aurelian Soul is going to ascend the next cast, but I think it's just going to be too late by then. And also, the Wind Blast is lining up perfectly. Robin does get a pretty big cast. Clear is dead. Does kill a couple more units. And Robin goes 6th place, which puts him at 26 points. Clear with 4 points puts him at 29. Clear will be joining us for the North American Regional Finals. Can Pokygon play for extra credit and leapfrog Robin? That is the question here as we take a look. But the moment has arrived with 2 players eliminated. We have the winner of the Dragonlands mid-set finale, following up the previous mid-set winner in Kivix. It's his practice partner, Omdi. Congratulations. With his top 4 guaranteed spot, he'll be joining us in the World Championship.
Huge congratulations to Omdi. He has been such a consistent player throughout the entirety of this tournament, never actually in danger of bubbling. He did not limp his way across the finish line, no tiebreakers for him. He has been consistently a top performer from start to finish, absolutely a deserving champion in this tournament. It is going to be his title to win. We'll get an interview with him when we're done, but for now, we have to focus on what is left in front of us. Still a regional spot left available, and some shakeups can happen. Pocky was on the outside looking in, only 20 points going in, but some of the people who were on that bubble have struggled. So if Pocky can find his way to pilot this into a top 2, top 1 situation, maybe, just maybe, it's enough to get him over the hump depending on how everything shakes out. Going up against DQA's incredibly strong Mirage board. He's got that Cavalier spat on the Yasuo, but Pocky is just too strong. Deja 1, who cares? I have a blue buff and a Titans on my Yasuo too. Also 3 Zeeks in play now for Pocky. He is very, very strong.
Pocky needs to make a 4 placement separation to Robin. DQA needs to go first. If those things happen, they could theoretically leapfrog Robin to go to the top 4. So a couple of stories still left to play, even though we do have our champion, and a deserving one at that. Omdi versus DQA for who can continue to push for that top 1. And honestly, I mean, this is a lobby just to demonstrate just the power of Deja, but more importantly, the power of Spell Sword. That's Soraka too. I would love to see the healing charts, because as she ramps up her attack speed, she's getting more ability power to make those heals basically heal all the damage dealt.
Yeah, and this is why we had the segment earlier talking about the surprising nature of how little Deja was being played, particularly with all the Spell Sword lobbies happening in this tournament. It feels like the lobby has correctly adjusted. People scouted around and realized, wait a second, Deja's insanely powerful, especially on Spell Sword. If people aren't going to play around it, then we should. And in this situation, we have 4 of those people playing around it. All 4 of them wind up in the top 4. This is a ridiculous statement game from Deja. It's possible that Spell Sword Deja is a little good.
It's a little good. So Amdi has Spell Sword Deja. DQA has Spell Sword Deja. Hockey Gum has Whisper Spell Sword Deja. What does Bert have? Bert has a Deja too with IE Jewel Gauntlet. In that case, we have a very balanced lobby. Everybody fighting on equal footing. Just like the way the Mort Dog intended. Let's take a look at this last matchup for potentially Bertosaurus, who's played a hell of a tournament, but Bert cannot win any longer. Shrouds on both sides. Actually does favor Bertosaurus. Itemization-wise, also in terms of burst for burst, does favor Bert, but the attack speed ramping from Soraka and that healing could be that X factor. First Wind Blast, able to at least trigger the alarm responses. Another follow-up cast from that Barchu, very strong for Bert. Doesn't wipe, and that heal is just too much. Bert is gonna go down in 4th place. And don't look now, Pakigam has made that 3-place adjustment. Can he continue this charge and leapfrog Robin?
It's definitely possible. We have seen how powerful the Whisper iteration of Deja is, not to mention the fact that Pocky has a Yasuo 2 with 2 outstanding items. He picks up a Dragon's Claw here as well, which I assume is going to go as the 3rd item on that Yasuo and make that Yasuo even tankier against both of these Deja matchups. We see Omdi hitting the Soraka 2 as well. There are 3 Dejas back in the pool for Pokygum, so hypothetically he could get Deja 2, though he's been making it work with this triple Zeke's Deja 1 with the Whisper emblem so far. I also love the way in which he positioned his board. You see that staggered front line. He's clearly trying to position around the Deja so that the clump on his board is away from his Deja, if at all possible. See some last second repositioning here. He actually does dodge Omdi Shroud.
Dodges it on his Deja, but does get hit on his Orange Shoe. And that Stampede is kind of crucial for how his comp is going to operate. Here comes the Tempest Lightning. And wow, actually a good amount of CC coming from Pokygum's board in an attempt to fight back. But that Yasuo 2 from Amdi with blue buff Titans and Dragon's Claw. Not able to survive, but Pokygum gets the win. And that is huge. DQA takes the loss. Pocky, if he goes out in 3rd, is going to tie Robin, but if he gets 2nd or above, he's at 27 guaranteed. DQA at 19 needed to go first for that 27 threshold. So Pokygum could kill 2 birds with 1 stone by eliminating DQA as soon as possible.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Omdi is at level 9 and has started to really cap out this board. This 8 Mirage Spell Sword Mirage emblem on Soraka is pretty sweet. And Pocky he actually finds the Miracle Deja. There's an extra Deja in his shop for style points, so he gets that Deja 2. He's been getting it done with Deja 1 this whole game. This Deja 2 spike could be even bigger for maybe to push all the way to top 1.
That's right. Depends on how much this Whisper is able to stack by the time the Wind Blast comes. Not able to get it done. Yasuo trying to CC. One more Wind Blast to potentially wrap it up. Ooh. Does get the wipe. But it's not going to be lethal on DQA. And Amdi is living. Pakidam do it and finish off strong and cement his spot into the top 4 of this entire tournament. We have 3 players who have all but cleared that benchmark. One of them I just mentioned. It is clear. Amdi, your tournament champion. And we have Bertosaurus at a cool 31 points. And Pocky or DQA are the only other players that are eligible to join. But I don't think it's easy to take down this Whisper Deja. What are your options even when you're playing the mirror?
Yeah, it's really hard in this mirror matchup, right? Because there's not a lot of backline access you can get to threaten this stage, and we're seeing that the healing from this Gunblade is just so powerful. The ramping of the Whisper Splat plus the Spell Sword trait on the stage just means that the second and third Wind Blasts are doing so much damage that the Deja is basically healing back to full, so you have to find a way into some fight RNG to one-shot it potentially. A Shroud landing onto the Deja would be a big deal, though it did happen in the last fight, so I don't know that it's actually fight swinging. It definitely feels like Pokygom is the highest cap board in this lobby, but you never know. Deja matchups can be a little bit RNG based on where the Wind Blasts wind up and how the positioning winds up shaking on these fights, especially with these crazy Yasuos dashing around everywhere.
Well, it's DQA versus Omdi for second place. Whoever is able to get this win will be able to challenge Pokygom for number 1, assuming that Pokygom lives, which we think he will. The Deja does end up clearing the first part of the front line. Somehow changes target. The Edge of Night actually made this Deja from DQA switch targets. Yasuo still tanking like a boss. It comes out to this last Wind Blast here, and DQA is going to secure it for Pokygom. An elimination on Omdi puts Pokygom firmly ahead of Robin Songs. And now DQA can fight for that last bit of glory. First or 8th, make it happen. But I'm pretty sure this one's going to belong to Pocky.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will as well, but it's worth noting the stakes here that DQA, if he does win, I think he secures that spot because he's only 1 point back on Pokygom heading into this likely final fight of the final game of the mid-set finale. So if DQA could somehow pull a miracle win out of his hat, he would win the Pokygom tiebreaker against Pokygom, and I believe he leapfrogs Robin as well. So we have some big stakes here in this final fight.
Really good point. Let's see what happens. Shroud onto the Deja. The hook! The Thresh Death Sentence onto the Deja to stall the attack speed ramp just for a moment, and that moment is all it takes. You cannot make mistakes like that in teamfight tactics, or you will pay the ultimate price, and that price has been paid in blood. Pokygom is going to get that top 4 spot and will be joining us in the North American Dragonland Regionals.
Pokygom clutching it up at the end, but I want to bring it back to the biggest story of the end of the day here. AMD taking it down, will be getting that spot at the World Championship, and production gave us some really cool notes about AMD's set so far. I think he's actually such a fantastic champion for set 7. You know, he was a top 10 qualifier point earner. He's top 5 on the ladder right now. He was top 12 in both of the cups during this set. And then he finally had his breakaway tournament here at the mid-set finale. And Bryce, I mean, really, it's hard to think of a much better person to represent kind of the Dragonlands for us than AMD.
Yeah, it's a player that I haven't gotten to study that much. It's not a player where I've gone and watched their VODs, and I'm always a big eye test player. The results are there. They're actually preposterous. He's the most consistent tournament performer across set 7 by a mile. It's not just the success in the tournaments, the average placement is really good. The top 4 rate is like 65%. Heading into this event, it's going to be even higher after this event. He was not close to bottoming out either day 1 or day 2 of this tournament. So the results are all there. The eye test on this, I need to actually go back and watch the games. TFT is a game of too much variance for me to be able to say just how well he played. We saw some higher moments. We definitely saw some cool plays from Omdi throughout this weekend. He's our most consistent performer. He's definitely a deserving champion. I'm excited to see if he can keep pushing this way in set 7.5 and how well he winds up doing at Worlds, because North America has its first World Championship qualifier, and it is Omdi.
Well, with that, we should take a look at see who will be at least joining him at regionals and fighting for that. Frodan, take me through it.
I mean, we talked about it a lot. Omdi had 3 points rolling into today and didn't even need it. He smashed with a 37-point performance, 34 if you take away the 3-point head start. And so that's a fantastic job. Bryce, again, power ranked number 1 and finished 2. That's basically as good as it gets. So a pat on the back of everyone who put their faith in Bryce. I think that's an excellent horse to represent at regionals as well. Clear, again, a player that's going under the radar and sticking to his play style, kind of developing a little bit of reputation like Delicious Milk, or rather just Milk Guy now, as a person that's unafraid to open for it and put his back against the wall. He's an exciting player, and honestly, one of the more hype players in this field to perform. And speaking of hype, can you make it any more dramatic, Pocky, where you look like you were doing great at the beginning, then losing control and posting another first? when this man needs to clutch, he shows up big. And Pokkigam will be the fourth and final representative. And what a worthing top 4 it was for Pocky, considering the immaculate amount of TFTs played over the course of 3 tournaments.
Look, and Bryce, I guess I got to give it up to you, right? Because Pocky and Bert, 2 of your first picks, are in our top 4. They are both making it to regionals. And I mean, look, you can have a second to gloat before, we set up everything else. Here you go, Bryce.
I don't know how the points are going to wind up shaking out, but I do know that Bertosaurus and Pokkigam play some pretty fine team fight tactics. They were actually 2 of my top 3 power-ranked players coming into this event, along with Milk, and they both showed why throughout. Pocky, in particular, was really impressive to me because this was a set in which it was very challenging to play versatile team fight tactics. We talked about the linear nature of board states, a lot of people committing to their boards very early on. Pocky was once again not afraid to try things in the highest stakes tournaments. If there is a critique to his play, it is that he lacks discipline, but it is a double-edged sword because that lack of discipline leads to some truly special moments, and the mind of TFT, or mind of Pokkigam when applied to TFT, is just an utter joy to watch.
It has been awesome. I want to give us some time to set up for an interview with MD because we need to talk to him about qualifying for Worlds. It's so exciting. So before we do that, just a reminder to check out our partners at Ball Street, because Ball Street and Fantasy TFT are back and giving away more rare Little Legends eggs than ever before. Win at the real-time fantasy game or earn eggs via reading and sharing some TFT news. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, we're going to be talking with MD about qualifying for the World Championship. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Casanova, joined by Bryce, Frodan, and our champion, Amdy. Amdy, you have just won the mid-set finale. You have qualified for Dragonlands Worlds. Run me through your emotions going through that final game when you had locked it in. You know that you're going to Worlds. You've won the tournament.
Yeah, so I saw, I think I was coming right out of the first carousel. I was thinking about like 4 different things I could play, and then a big giant dragon popped into my shop, and then I was pretty sure I was going to Worlds. So at that point, things were looking, like I was feeling pretty good. But obviously, like I was competitive. I saw a bunch of people like with strong stuff. I still wanted to show and like go for first and things like that. I just played pretty bad toward the end. But I think that it was pretty frustrating at the end. The other Deja Vors were just beating me down. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have to look at the VOD and see how I could have improved, or if I should have dropped, maybe rolled more and not had a declaw stuck on my 5-cap board. But we'll have to just see.
I love hearing that. I love hearing that your first reaction is that you want to improve even further. I think a lot of people who maybe not even watched the previous day, they may have just watched Sunday. What do you think really defines your play as what separates you from some of the others that you might be competing against?
There are a lot of bad things that separate my play from other players, but I guess maybe some good things. I think one thing is like I actually think that talking, like this is my first time streaming with like audio and like sound. I feel like talking through my thought process, like I've always been good at like sort of like listing out things and just like seeing like where my options are, but like actually like saying it out loud helps me a lot. And I think that that's like one of the big advantages. Like I know like exactly what to look for like before roll downs. I know like sort of the exact strategies I can play for if I get like XYZ unit. And I think that I did that a lot on stream, and it's actually pretty fun. So I think that that's one thing that I do. Like it's really so easy to get dizzy. Like I still get so dizzy, but I think that helps me a lot, and it makes it so that like I don't just like roll all my gold away when I can play like a relatively strong board, or like I like sort of but that's also like a negative because I have pretty low brain APM, so that might be a but I think it's okay for slowing me down and making sure I am pretty careful.
That's awesome. Maybe the Omdi streaming arc is about to start. If you were enjoying that, I would definitely love for you to get in there and stream a little bit more so we can watch more of your play. So, look, you were not on a lot of people's radar coming into this tournament, right? You did not get drafted in a lot of the fantasy drafts that we did. I don't know if you saw that or not, but there were some people quietly beating the drum behind the scenes. Goobums was one, Gangly another, who were saying, hey, you got to look out for this. I don't know if you realize this, but coming into this event, because Gangly is such a stats-forward analyst in TFT, you actually had the highest average placement across set 7 tourneys of any player coming into this tournament. You had actually not finished 8th in any game until day 1 of this tournament. You're only 8th so far of the set. Were you aware that you had actually been doing that well relative to your peers coming into this tournament?
No, I mean, I thought I did okay, but yeah, I have no idea about that stat. That stat is actually so crazy. But I'm really, I guess I'm happy to hear that. Like, I mean, it's so hard to like in tournaments, just like so many things can go wrong. Like if you're like, even if you're like emotional or something, like one day like you might just like tilt. Like it's really hard to keep a level head when like you like just like keep a strong mental. Sometimes like so many things can go wrong. And I guess maybe one thing is like I tilt a lot. Like maybe you've seen some of my games. If you ever show my camera, I'm like bouncing up and down like at my Aoshin who won't shoot the Shyvana, but like I don't know. Like, but I think between games, like I'm pretty good at like keeping myself like level-headed, and yeah.
That's great. That's great. When I look at your profile, you are top challenger consistently, but your profile doesn't go before set 5. Are you relatively new to TFT?
Oh yeah, I just started playing like last year, like at the end of set 5. I remember forcing Abomination, and like I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Kaivix told me to put like IE, Rabadons, and something, and I remember just running 3 units on my board with those 3, and then the Abomination would just kill everything, and everyone would just take 1 damage from me every stage. That was the most fun.
That's incredible. Wow. What inspiration for a lot of people, right? A lot of people look and say like some of these players have been playing for like 3-4 years. They have such a large head start. What was really the key that was, one, inspiring you to pursue competitive, and two, what helped you get over that hump so that you can compete against the best?
Oh, I would say like what inspired me to. I mean, I never had any intentions to go competitive or anything like that. Like I would say the first time I even like remotely considered it was like because one of my close, like I already mentioned this, like my close friend Kyvix, we went to like school together for a long time. He like was at the top of the scene, and like we just played together like around the time when I got like Masters GM, and like I played a lot with him, and like I was like, it's a little bit hard to hang with the big dogs, but I'm interested. Like I think that my skill set could like make this game. So he encouraged me to sign up for the Zon Cup one day. I got day one, and just made a return this set.
That's awesome. So, okay, I cannot wait. I've never watched you play until this tournament. I'd never gone back and studied any of your games. I cannot wait to do that. What was your best played game of this tournament? What is the game, if I only watch one of your games, you feel like you expressed the most skill over the course of the 3 days?
It's definitely the game one on day one where I went 7th after the highest roll opener of all time. Probably don't go back and watch that one. I almost lost it and exited the tournament. I almost lost it, but no, I didn't actually. I would have just proceeded. If my mental boomed, I would have just gone 888, like just taking it. But
did you have an actual good one that sticks out? Did you have one game that you felt like really good about?
I'm thinking. I mean, I think that one game I played well was there were two like sort of Nomsy Siphon games that I played, and one of them I just high rolled augments. But the other one, I think that my opener wasn't so good. I rolled just enough to like stabilize, and then I rolled just enough to stabilize again, which is like the best feeling. I think it might have been today. It was like the game I was like 50 HP on by wolves, and then I got just enough. Like I was kind of lost. So I just decided to commit to the Siphon because I had insane items, but I rolled past the Tristana. That was really bad because I had to find another one because all my items were stuck to it. But after that, I just like basically went out, and I thought I played that game pretty well.
Sounds good. Can't wait to watch it.
That is sweet to hear. Well, Andy, with these two tournaments you've qualified for, regionals and worlds, it sounds like you're going to have a lot of dinner plans to cancel. But before we send you off, do you have any shout outs that you want to make? Anything that you want to call out? Your Twitch, your Twitter, even just so people can follow you if you're going to maybe start streaming?
Sure. So, I mean, I stream on Twitch sometimes, like twitch.tv/ it's my name, MD, with 5 E's, so like 5 E's. Some special shout outs. I just want to shout out like a lot of my friends in real life, and a lot of like the people I play TFT with, like even some people that are like new that have just started playing, because I really enjoy like talking to them and like working with them and even just helping coaching them. I think it helps me a lot too, because it helps me like verbalize a lot of my thought processes, and I think that's really important. Like not only as just like being a good player, but like being able to communicate ideas. And so I really enjoy spending time with my friends that also play this game, and they're really good, and they'll be up here eventually soon. Just like me watching Kyvix win it all last year, so that was really insane. So I'd like to shout them all out.
Any names you want to preview?
Yeah. There's a Nostradamus moment.
Yeah.
Put him on the spot.
I'll do it next mid-set. Some of the people I'm coaching might need another set.
Okay.
So wait, just to be clear, you're winning next mid-set as well, and in that winner's interview, you will predict the winner of the following mid-set, set 9.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
As long as it's a world slot, then I'll try to win it. If there's not a world slot anymore because you decide you see me go 888 in worlds, then you can decide no more mid-set qualifier.
Perfect, MD. Perfect way to close it out. Congratulations on winning the mid-set finale. Congratulations on your spot at regionals and your spot at worlds. It's been so great talking to you, and we'll see you soon enough.
Thank you so much. You guys.
Yeah. Congrats, man.
All right, Bryce and Frodan. We have had a long weekend of TFT games, and that was an amazing time talking to MD. Cat has arrived as well, but there's like another thing that we probably need to talk about, a really important competition that was going on, and we have to pick a winner of our fantasy draft from day one. So I'm hoping we can bring those scores
pick winners. Is that how it works?
Well,
here?
well, I just decide the winner. I won, actually. That's what happened. Production's
congrats.
definitely not going to show us scores at any point here. I definitely have won. They won't do... No, stop. Why? No, okay, well... Frodan, you got it. Oh, shoot. I thought it was just going to be Bryce.
Oh, man. I mean, I wasn't even surprised or sweating one moment. No, not even when Burt was about to win the tournament potentially over on me. Nope, not even 1 minute.
Oh my, I really just thought I was teeing that up for a Bryce win, but Frodan kind of off the top rope coming in. Robin got you enough points today, so congrats on Bryce. Do you have anything to say about that?
I mean, yeah, I will say that my 4th pick of this draft was Malala instead of Kuramex, who was my pick because I wanted to disrupt Dan's strategy, which revolved around Malala over Soju. That pick ultimately backfired, but I feel like the mental damage that I did to Dan in that moment will pay dividends in future fantasy drafts, so I'm okay taking the L here. Because Dan knows in his heart that I actually won this by like 40, 100 points or whatever Kurum's gap over Malala was. He knows that. And so I'm going to just use it to take advantage of him again later. I'll let him rest on these laurels for now. Enjoy your 4-point asterisk victory, Dan.
I mean, it's a good thing that you don't work in accounting. Just stick to legal work, please, Bryce. What is this math? 100 points? You had 2 players in the final day. My player low roll. Thank you, Robin, for never giving up. And you even had double points from Burt. If it wasn't for that, the points would be even bigger separation between the two. They tried to give you catch-up mechanics, and it didn't even work. Nice try, Mort Dog.
Let's not let this all distract from the most important part of all of that is after talking all that trash, Kien still lost to me. And I think that is really the important takeaway of the fantasy draft overall. But with that said, it has been a really fun weekend hanging out with you all, talking about these games, talking about TFT and getting to send somebody to Worlds. We got a golden spatula here for Frodan as well. He's the winner, of course.
You only give it to winners, by the way.
That is what happens. You have one too, Bryce.
Oh, wait.
There we go. Bring it out.
I got you.
Bring out the
I can at least
spatulas.
match Frodan on this one for the time being.
Oh,
waiting for
spatula. You don't even see the grill marks.
The Tournament of Champions is really what I'm waiting for, so I can really put Frodan in his place.
We'll have to see it happen later, but let's get some closing thoughts and final thoughts from you two about this weekend as a whole. Bryce, we can start with you.
I'm really happy for Omdi. It was a wonderful interview. I think it might actually be my favorite TFT winners interview that I've ever done. He is humble. He was reflective on his own play. The fact that he's gotten this good this quickly is scary, and it bodes well. Look, when you send a player to Worlds through mid-set, it's a little bit of a crapshoot. You don't know exactly who's going to wind up there, but I think he's performed outstanding throughout set 7. He's clearly focused on improving. I'm excited to see him take his game to the next level in 7.5 and then represent North America in regionals. What can I say? Beyond that, I love high-stakes teamfight tactics. We don't get to do this often enough. I loved hanging out with you, Casanova. I always love any chance I get to co-cast with my good buddy Dan. It's been a genuine pleasure from start to finish, and I can't wait to get into the action in 7.5.
Yeah, it's been awesome being on the desk with you as well, Bryce and Frodan. I want to get your takes as well before I close us out for the final time here on Mid-Set Finale.
I mean, it's been a blast. The stakes have never been higher for mid-set, and high-stakes TFT is just so fun and a pleasure to cast. Echo everything Bryce said. And you know what? As much as this competition ended in a win for me, it's really fun to just watch the fans kind of get into it. They've been really invested in picking and doing their own fantasy drafts. I really think the TFT community is a truly special place. And I think even just watching all the streamers host Omdi as a congratulations for his win, I mean, just what a cool thing our community is. So spread the word. Tell people that we're doing this more throughout the set. 7.5 is almost here. PBE is hitting us very soon. Oh, I cannot wait. Y'all are in for a big treat.
It is awesome. I'm so excited every chance I get to come be a part of this community because I do love the TFT community so much. So, I mean, it's been a blast being on the desk with you and Bryce and Frodan and Admirable and Kien, and it's just been a fantastic time. And shout outs to everyone in chat who's been here supporting and cheering on throughout the entire thing.
I want to say one last thing.
Yeah,
I want to say one last thing.
Get in here, Frodan.
This weekend was actually quite tough for my family. My wife has been going through some personal problems, and she had every right, and it was even probably likely at one point to tell me to cancel my appearance here at the mid-set finale in order to make sure that everything was okay. But she's so supportive of my dream and my career ambition. So she said, you know what? You really have to do mid-set. I will never pull you away from it. And she even forced me to, because only one person can go with her to the hospital. So she had her mom come visit. So I was unable to go with her. So if you enjoyed my performance, if you enjoyed this cast, if you enjoyed this broadcast, large thank you to my wife who made it all happen. I love you, Taylor. You're my best friend and my partner in life.
Much love to Taylor. And on that note, let's close this out for the day. That's it for me, Bryce, Frodan, Admirable, Kien, and the rest of the crew here on the mid-set finale. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.